Work your fingers to the bone. I know you can keep me warm. Don't you leave, it's getting cold. I got you and you got me. Don't be scared if we complete love and war, the same damn thing. Yeah. Oh love, it's like I'm fading away. I want more, I want more. Oh love, I really want you to stay. We'll push it to the edge for real. We'll push it to the end now. We'll push it to the end now. I want your body, all in. 'Cause I love the way you make me feel. We'll push it to the end now. We'll push it to the end now. I want your body, all in. 'Cause I love the way you make me feel. I want your body, all in. I want your body, all in. I want your body, all in. I want your body, oh love, it's like I'm fading away. I want more, I want more. Oh love, I really want you to stay. We'll push it to the edge for real. We'll push it to the end now. We'll push it to the end now. I want your body, all in. 'Cause I love the way you make me feel. to another flow. What you want? Tell me where to go, what to do. To another flow. What you want? Show me the sign. Show me the sign. Get it poppin', put it work.
All right, welcome back to fl0m Mythical LAN Las Vegas 2026, brought to you by Monster Energy. I am JRT, joined by Exner, and we're back here on the B stream for some more Counter-Strike action. How you feeling, Cole?
Feeling fantastic. Another great day here in Vegas. Looking forward to some of the action that we got here. We're rolling through what is going to be a bit of a scary couple of elimination matchups. But,
Yeah.
We've seen some big surprises yesterday. We saw some hard-fought best-of-threes, and looking forward to keeping that story rolling.
Yeah, I think Phoenix was the team that impressed us the most from the matches that we covered yesterday. I mean, they managed to push NRG to a third map. The first map looked fantastic on Nuke. I thought they were really impressive. The second one on Inferno, there were flashes and there were moments where we believed that they could actually take it. And then at the end, it's just NRG had that second win, right? And they just pushed it across the finish line afterwards. And then we got to map number 3, and it was all NRG. It just it feels like we talked about it earlier. If you get that start on CT side train, you just have like a significant advantage on your opponent, and you get to build that really big lead. And maybe that's why they're removing it from the pool. I don't know. I love train, doesn't matter. but looking at the other side on Regain, I thought they actually struggled a lot more of the expectation, right? M80 really brought it to them.
Yeah, it was just a complete dominant affair from M80, and again, you can look at some of the positives from Regain in terms of Mirage, I guess. They had that full team effort. They had a couple of rallies where I thought maybe they could give them a run for their money. The second half took over, though, and M80 didn't really look back from that point. So hoping to see a little bit more bounce from them today.
Yeah.
See if they can get back on track here and do some damage. They'll be our second best of 3 of the day, but I'm with you, man. Phoenix really impressed. I thought what they showed was a lot of cohesion, some good team chemistry to work off of, and we'll hope that they can get those sort of measures today versus another tough competition here in Rave. I mean, high expectations for Rave, even though they got sent down to the lower bracket, made Voca work for that best of 3.
Yeah.
And, obviously dealing with a stand-in situation, you have some unknown quantities heading into this event. I think that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Phoenix to game plan for.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be a little bit more difficult, I would say, in general for Phoenix to like find that success. Obviously, it was difficult against NRG, but Rave is still a difficult customer, even without having Walco in play, right? Even without Walco being there, I still feel like they're going to be a tough customer. Like you mentioned, they pushed to 3 maps yesterday up against Voca. Even though Voca, we even talked about it. We said like this is a team that could potentially make it to the grand final. Like they've got the talent that might be underestimated here and overlooked when you got the NRGs and the M80s kind of playing in this tournament. So I'm actually really excited to see how Voca does. That'll be on the A stream though, guys. Here on the B stream, we're going to be starting, of course, with Phoenix up against Rave. And let's start talking about these teams. Let's talk about Rave. I mean, we're already kind of leaned into it a little bit. We'll bring them up on your screen to see the roster. And obviously, you're not going to get Walco here. Walco unable to make it to the event, so Pluto's come in as a last-minute stand-in to try and make things work. And like what I was saying yesterday, I feel like from a mechanical perspective, you're getting about the same from Pluto versus Walco. But from an IQ perspective, CSIQ perspective, Walco brings more to the table, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have that influence of a secondary caller that can always help out. And Cryptic, very, I think, open to ideas from his teammates in general.
Yeah.
So definitely kind of stinks that is the case. But Pluto is I mentioned this yesterday, so familiar with so many different teams in the NA scene, always willing to stand in and step up whenever he's called upon. And I do like that about him. I like that Rave targeted him as kind of a replacement here for this event. And so I'm hoping to see that still some cohesion there. Just a little bit more work for Cryptic to do in terms of the calling department.
Yeah.
But, outside of these, kind of mix-ups in terms of the roster, you're still looking at a very strong core. And that's Junior, Laxi, and Marky. That trio can be so deadly. We know what Laxi can bring to the table in terms of the aggression, in terms of the opening duels. So willing to get stuck in and stay surprising in the maps. And even Cryptic, from like a calling standpoint, has these pop-off maps, and when that happens, it's really tough to take down this team.
No, I agree. And I think Cryptic as an IGL is one of the most exciting ones to watch in North America right now with all the ideas he brings to the table. Not to mention, he's a good fragger. Like, he comes out and he can be your top frag on certain maps, which not many IGLs can claim. So I think that's super potent. Junior's that consistent opper that will almost always deliver you like 15-plus frags per map, and he can pop off for more, of course, but he's really solid and a stable opper that you'll have. And he may not always be the guy who's going to go out and make these crazy plays, but he's going to be there as like a pillar, a foundation for your team. And then Marky's the one who can go around. He's lurking around. He's sneaking, trying to get behind enemy lines, and that's like that element of surprise that's always there for Rave. And Laxi, balls to the wall, man.
Yeah.
The guy can go and get some crazy frags for the squad under key circumstances in the clutch moments. So I feel like you have a nice balanced team here that they've put together.
Yeah, I think, and as you said, Laxi, I think maybe goes a little bit, underlooked in this roster right now and in the scene in general, because of what he's provided, this Rave roster. Means a whole lot to the team in terms of opening duels, in terms of getting some ground here. He's so willing to take that space, and I think it also takes a little bit of the weight off of Cryptic's shoulders, where he also likes to play aggressive and get stuck in. He has another player that's willing to do that for him and call around that sort of aspect, and Laxi's just been a really great fit throughout the year for them so far that I've loved the addition of.
We got a nice.
There he is.
The image has been fixed, folks. Pluto is here.
That's that on the fly production.
He's big. What? Sorry.
That's that on the fly production right there.
Thank you, Rob. No, but really, I think Pluto is going to be fine, on this roster. I think yesterday he was as well. It's a bit tough. I mean, obviously you're not going to have Walka here to play as your full 5, so it's more difficult. But they've gone back and forth with Voka. They've taken series. Voka have taken them from them. So it just went the other way yesterday. And I mean, who knows how much of a factor Pluto being there. I don't know if it was that big of a difference maker. I think they just got outplayed, quite honestly, up against Voka. So speaking of all that, let's wrap it up on Skinrave and talk about the other side of the equation here in Phoenix. And I mean, look, yesterday we had Phoenix looking like a solid core on that Nuke. I think J Chance was good. Honest played really well. Gabe as well. And MDS had some really good opening moments, right? So overall on Nuke, it felt like a team that could beat a lot of teams on that map. But outside of Nuke, I didn't really see anything too crazy.
Yeah. I mean, they had their moments on Inferno where they just hung in the game there. And I think a lot of that map coming down to the T side, Voltarok being a key piece of the puzzle for the squad.
Yeah.
He was really impressive. We looked at him in one of the Revival Cups not too long ago. He was not showing that same level of play. He has to do it on LAN now and step up to the plate in that department, and he was just impressing me throughout the entirety of yesterday, getting himself in crazy positions, taking risks that, again, you don't really expect from players on LAN.
Yeah.
So it was a cool story to see him really rise to the occasion with a little bit more time to gel with this roster. I think MDS was able to really effectively game plan around these new additions, and with a little bit of time, they've just grown so much as a team. Now, I do wonder here how much they were able to game plan for NRG as opposed to now having to look at Rave and the different maps and kind of focus in on one opponent. It's a little bit easier as an underdog team to start off your event like that, but as you go on, now you have to have that same level of depth versus a team like Rave, and I do think that's going to be a challenge. They've got a stand-in, obviously, so that's going to shake things up quite a bit in terms of how you game plan around them, and I want to see if they can get that same level of cohesion, if they can play that patient Counter-Strike that they were doing yesterday in those first 2 maps, just not making any mistakes, not over-aggressing, finding ways to coordinate as a team to shut down NRG entirely on that first map of Nuke that they played out.
Yeah.
If they can replicate that success versus a team like Rave, who have a lot of good Nuke specialists, it'd be interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, the question becomes as well, although they do have a lot of Nuke specialists, I think Junior in particular enjoys playing Nuke. Do they just ban it and get it out of the equation, right? And take away the one map that, they'd feel confident on for Phoenix. But I don't think that'll necessarily be the case. I think they're going to stick to their perma and not deviate too much. But, I mean, speaking of that, I guess we have the vetoes ready, so we'll bring those up and talk about it right now to see what maps we are going to get here today for this best of 3. And let's see it. Bring it up on the screen, Rob. Let's get these maps to arise. Rise up. Can we sync it up maybe? No? Okay. You can try. Rob's not doing it.
Yeah,
he's just making us look like idiots. Like, how long will they do this until I bring up the actual maps? But no, we'll wait and see. But I can speculate, on what we're gonna get here. Okay, we have a chant here.
Swiper, no swiping. We gotta say, rise, vetoes arise.
Arise, vetoes arise.
There they are. Hey,
there we go. Okay, we do get. do get a nuke pick by Phoenix. So it wasn't banned out. The perma, for which is Train, of course, was stuck to by Skinrave. And one thing we didn't talk about yet is the teams that'll benefit from Train being
Yeah.
removed. And I think Skinrave are one, Rave, sorry, are one of them, right? So they're
Yeah.
gonna have a good time.
Yeah,
in
they're
choosing-
happy about that
Yeah,
change
I
for
think
sure.
I don't know if they mind Anubis either.
No,
That could be
I know
really
Cryptic
beneficial.
like to call back on that map
Yeah,
a lot.
could be a 7-map
so I
pool,
think that's
right?
going to be a huge addition to them. Either that, or they can, if they are feeling any weakness in their map pool, they can start banning other maps, and so that gives them a big luxury in the adjustment. Because I do think they're going to implement Anubis long term.
Okay.
But you know. Aside from that, there you're looking at that nuke pick coming through again, and
Yeah.
I mean, you mentioned Junior as such an effective player with that op on the CT side. We watched how Phoenix avoided OC throughout the entirety of that last that last time they were playing out on Nuke. They did such a good job of game planning around making sure that OC could not get really hot with that op up until Train, where he did start to do a lot better on that map. So I'm questioning now if they can do the same versus Junior. It's really tough to find a position where Junior isn't on the T side. He's always floating around the map on defense, finding ways to open up the round. So it's going to be an interesting story here as to whether or not they can do that same thing versus this Rave squad. And then alongside that, I think Marky plays exceptionally in lurking about towards lobby. He is a really tough player to nail down when you're
right.
up against him on the T sides. He's so effective playing out through Squeaky and covering off those lobby aggressions. That's one of his specialties, and that's going to be another big challenge to face here when you're playing up against Phoenix.
I feel like Rave might be a more challenging team on Nuke than NRG was yesterday, because NRG oftentimes looked a little bit lost. I would even say OC's positioning was off in certain instances, and he just didn't feel like he looked comfortable, essentially, which was, I would say, the opposite case once we got to a map like Train, when he started to hit his stride and everything was looking good. But that was a bit of a problem, whereas Junior will not have that sense of discomfort. He has played this map a lot. So for me, and not just talking about on Rave, I'm talking about overall throughout his career. Like, he's even found, I remember he was practicing wall bangs on Nuke. He found like one through ramp, like from lobby into ramp or something like that, or even further back into lobby, into back of lobby. And I was like, oh my God, Junior, like, what have you just done? And he explained it afterwards. Like, I think it was happening in a match or something like that. I don't know if you were there with me, but it was really crazy. And but yeah, like, speaking about the next map now in Overpass, so that is going to be Rave's pick. They've played it twice and they have a 2-game losing streak, but it's against the same opponent. It's Voca, who also love to play Overpass, so I think that's like a really good matchup. The last one yesterday wasn't that great, a 6-13 loss, but they're still feeling confident. They still pick into it, looking over at Phoenix and saying, well, they haven't really had any luck or really much experience at this level of play on the map.
Yeah, I mean, Overpass is going to be another kind of example of what Phoenix have to fight through here, and being able to develop on those T sides is always a big challenge on Overpass. It comes down to being able to capture that map control and being able to bring in a level of depth that is necessary for these sort of wins. And it's going to be a question as to whether or not they have that level here in this matchup, because again, you're going to deal with a strong Opper and Rifler combo on that A side. They're going to look to try and take some control on B with how Laxi likes to get stuck in these rounds. So I feel like it's going to amplify Phoenix and what they have to do in this best of 3, given that there is an opponent that I feel like can play stronger on Duke, and then you have Overpass, which is going to be somewhat of a punish pick in terms of some of the losses that Phoenix has taken.
And I think the most impressive stat for Rave that I'm seeing here is the 62.3% T round win percentage. That is a very, very high win percentage on T side, and I think a lot of that comes down to what you were saying for Laxi, who likes to take those fights, who likes to get aggressive on this map. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. And then the final map that we're going to have is Ancient as a decider. And I mean, I feel like, given what we saw, we didn't actually see Phoenix play it yesterday, but what we've seen in the past, it hasn't been great for them. So I feel it's going to be difficult for a BO3 victory for Phoenix up against a team like Rave, who have pretty much beaten up on teams at the level of Phoenix when you look at their record on Ancient, right? They have a 3-game win streak, and you got talking about teams like Kiri, like Outfit 49, like Pulse, those are all, I would say, at the level of a Phoenix squad. Maybe a little bit lower, but still.
Yeah, I mean, Ancient, again, is going to put a little extra emphasis on what Laxty can do in terms of controlling the map, being able to take space there. Again, I think you have a very smart, kind of more reserved player in Marky as well that I think his decision making can go a long way on that map as well. And so it has become something quite nice for this Rave squad to play off of. And in terms of having a play that you don't really have to micromanage, I think it does take a lot of weight off of what Cryptic has to do in terms of calling around this team. The stability of having a stand-in, I think, is going to put some more challenges in terms of making sure that everyone's on the same page and that you can fill Pluto on the fly up to speed with what they want to do. But again, like I highlighted earlier, Pluto, it's no stranger to filling in for teams. He knows how to hop into the roster and play some good Counter-Strike, so he's hoping to do that today.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'm sad about is that Pluto hasn't found a permanent team, because I like him as a player. I think he's exciting, and you're not going to see the crate. I saw him put up some great numbers when he was it Bad News Bears the last time I really saw him play like consistently? It might have been. It's a while ago, but still, when he was there, like I felt like who was it that he was with all the time? There was a player that I can't think of the name. Momo, yeah. Pluto and Momo, like they played together so well and played off each other really well, and I really enjoyed that dynamic, but it hasn't been there. I think Momo kind of took a step back from Counter-Strike, obviously, so without that duo, he hasn't really found his place yet, but I feel like this is a player that, if he wants to, can probably get in the team and put up the better numbers than we'll see from, a stand-in performance, which you're never going to be able to shine, well, almost never, I don't want to say never, but almost never be able to shine to your full extent when you're standing in for a team versus like playing with a solid core.
Yeah, and on that map that they won yesterday versus Voca, it was actually Pluto having a lot of success individually. I mean, they didn't end up winning the series overall, but Pluto was having a good map, and you could see how that benefited the rest of the team there quite a bit. Was when he was able to perform, it just took the weight off of everyone else's shoulders. They kind of simplified the way that they were playing out that map of Mirage, and I got to see the tail end of it in between maps, but it was pretty impressive what they were putting together. And obviously, I saw some good rotations from Junior coming through into the mix. It still felt like they had that cohesion that's necessary, and that's why I feel like Rave are looking to continue to move forward. They're looking to move past it, and in fl0m spirit, we got to make sure that the ball's getting spammed right now.
Yeah, we got Zyrus here, good old Oso Dank, showing himself on stream. He's taking care of some of the admin duties here. And you see Junior looking around, seeing what's going on behind them. I think is there one player that isn't here right now? Yeah, we're missing someone there on the Rave side. Who is it? Let's figure it out here.
I'm trying to see who's behind Zyrus, but it might be
we got
Mr. Pluto himself.
It might be Pluto. You could be right.
I'm not sure.
Or is it Marky?
I think Marky's not in his chair. Yeah.
That's
He's
Hoodie
just
Marky.
standing up, hanging around.
He's always got the hoodie on,
Yeah.
man. He had the hoodie on during one of the revival series, and
Yeah.
it looked like it wasn't even a hood. I don't know. I remember seeing like his it was his microphone arm that looked like it was not a microphone arm. I was freaked out by it because like the hoodie and everything, he's all like huddled in there, so everything was difficult to read.
Have you ever played with a hoodie over, or like your hoodie and then your headset over the hoodie?
No.
It's pretty comfortable.
Have you done that?
Yeah.
How is that comfortable?
I don't know. It's just kind of cozy.
I feel like it would hurt my ears or like be hard to hear.
It's you could still hear pretty good. I mean, I feel like I play with my volume so loud that when I put a hoodie in between,
it's like a barrier to protect your
yeah.
ears.
so it's probably good for me when with a hoodie on.
I always, like, if I go on a new computer and play Counter-Strike, I have to turn the volume down so much because, like, it is absolutely blasting at full volume on the Source engine. I don't know what it is, but, like, I play at, like, maybe 10% volume.
Yeah.
And, well, I also have an amplifier for my headphones, so, like, that could be another reason why it gets so loud. But still, like, I just feel like
they just unplugged the camera.
They did. They did. Buy camera. It's gone. Oh well, look at the other side for Phoenix. They're gearing up and getting ready to go. Got those.
See, Gabe's rocking. He's rocking the tank right now.
Yeah.
Versus Marky on the other end with the hoodie.
That's actually, it's a very big contrast,
Yeah.
right? In terms of, oh my goodness, Marky's always wearing a hoodie though. I think he just feels comfortable like that, and that's how he enjoys to play. He's got the hood up because he's a ninja. He's always hiding in the shadows, so he's like trying to role play in real life.
He's getting prepared to. It's that outside the game mindset that helps you inside the game.
Exactly. You got to be sneaky. We got the camera back here.
Nice.
There we go. Hopefully we'll be good to go in just a bit. But yeah. How you feeling about the event so far?
It's been great, man.
Yeah.
Had a great first day. Vegas is awesome. I absolutely love Vegas. It's up there one of my favorite cities. I just love all the colors. I love walking down the strip. Stuff like that is always a lot of fun. So I'm a big fan.
Yeah, me too.
And the arena is absolutely sweet. The HyperX arena is just so much fun.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. Like just we're in the Luxor, of course. It's actually a pretty cool hotel. It's like a pyramid. If you haven't seen it before, it's really wild when you're looking on the outside, especially at night when the lights are on.
Yeah.
It's a pretty cool venue. And then just being in that venue in the middle of the casino, you got HyperX, and it's really awesome just being able to walk in. The whole place looks absolutely incredible. And like you guys saw the setup on the A stream, of course. I think we have a camera to show you if you haven't seen it yet. It's really beautiful, and the stage that the players are playing on, and the crowd gets really into it. It gets really loud in here too. It's got good acoustics. Yeah, you can see it there. As NRG and Voca are getting ready to play, but that crowd's going to fill up. I think we sold out today, as far as I know, so it should be a nice attendance that we'll have here.
Yeah, so if you're if there's another fl0m LAN, make sure to come out.
Yeah.
and visit us next time in person,
Yeah.
because it is a sweet environment. It's a lot of fun. You can hear the crowd out there going loud.
It's so loud. Like we heard
Yeah.
it through the door, and it's supposed to be like kind of soundproof here, and no, it's not enough for that crowd. Like they were absolutely wild yesterday, so it was fun. But yeah, Vegas in general is absolutely awesome. I love it too. I'm not a big gambler at all, except if it comes to playing Texas Hold'em, which I feel there's more skill involved there. So for me, it's like
it's more of a game.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
more like I feel more in control versus like putting a coin into a slot machine and then pulling the lever, and it's like, okay, my fate has been decided already before I even can have a say in it. So for
Yeah.
me, like I don't get drawn in by any of that except for just playing Hold'em. I used to play this like in the local casino in Montreal. I would go and play. There's like this automated horse racing game
That's
where
fun.
where you had to guess which horse was going to cross
Yeah.
the finish line and which would be second, third, and like they put odds on everything. And I remember I won big one time, and it was a lot of fun. But enough about that story. Let's get into the action here. Counter-Strike between Rave and fl0m, and we're already into the first round. Bomb's been planted here. Pluto and J-Chance are dead as we're jumping into it here, Cole.
Yeah, it looks like they did a little vimp dive here. Now are looking to close it out in the post, but they do lose a couple of players in the meantime here. So it's just going to be Honest and Voltarock, those two heavy hitters from yesterday, trying to close things down and hold it off in the post. There's no one coming down the vents, though, in this rotate. It's through Secret and Heavy towards the ramp side. So trying to sneak past the lines and win these difficult duels here. There's already a victory for Voltarock now. Up to the task of just Honest in a 1v3 and chased down for the finishing blow there. Cryptic sticking that defuse with ample time. Will lift them off in an opening pistol. And fl0m strong start yesterday came at the hands of winning those pistols and converting on those force buys anti-eco situations. And right now they are going for another force buy, trying to keep the pressure on, but maybe not going to get that same strong start that they were hoping for like they did yesterday.
Yeah, no, I mean, they got that first round yesterday, I think, on fl0m, and now Rave are going to be the ones to pull that one away. And you see Pluto, who's already got his first, or excuse me, didn't get his first frag on the board. It was actually Laxi who got two, and Junior as well. Two players we highlighted in the pregame who are going to be key to the success here of Rave. Flashbang going to get tossed in there. A couple of them, in fact. And this is...
Oh, bombs down. Is that's Honest that made it down the vid, though?
I think so, yeah.
I thought he had an MP9 for a second there, but he's got a MAC-10. He's a T-side player.
Oh.
Locking in the digits again. Takes a nice HE for his troubles, but won't be able to make an escape here. So now, again, it's going to come down to the rest of the squad to try and close this out. Voltarock
They know
trying
he's
to
not
defend
there.
the bomb. We'll see if they can get the defuse off comfortably. Junior does not have a kit, but there's so much protection here for this defuse. It's going to be tough to finish. And Marky comes in and mops it up for another safe defuse. Another bomb plant, a couple of kills. We'll see if that encourages them forward, but they might just stick to a more tame half by here.
Yeah, no, I would imagine so. As we're going into this third round of play, I thought that was really nice from Skinrave, to at least deny all of that presence towards the B site. Bomb gets planted, so fl0m doing their job to earn a bit of cash, but I agree with you, forcing up makes no sense at this stage. The CTs have built up their economy nicely. You don't want to keep buying into that. You need to wait, put the brakes on, and they will do that. They got a deco buy up. It is still armor on 3 players, so they're going to invest a little bit more, but they're still strong enough to get a full buy in the next one. We're seeing what we expected, though, from Rave in terms of the stability, and anchoring down these positions on Nuke. They are a very practiced team here, and you see Marky already strike on towards Gabe. Nade gonna blow open that smoke, and no visibility gained on any players. I know no one's gone down the vent just yet, but Baltrock's right around the corner. Could still slip through if the timing is right.
You can see there's a pretty hefty target on trying to get those vent dives in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
So, I talked about how fl0m was going to game plan around their competition, and maybe they've seen something in the demos here to target that vent site in these early rounds. And so far, not successful in terms of winning the rounds, but they have gotten a couple of bomb plants, so could encourage them into further attempts later down the line. They're hoping these Deagles towards the outer yard, though, can find some headshots and weaken up the numbers right now. The fights are being given. Junior always hungry to farm up some of these pistol players and try and get that money with the AWP, but not going to be able to bring that out just yet. Just rocking with the rifle. Meanwhile, Rave are just giving nothing over to fl0m for free.
Yeah. 40 seconds left. Smoke's going to get tossed there for Squeaky again. And Voltorok does try to slip through this time. Oh, I think he may be looking for the vent, but as soon as he pops out of the smoke, he's dead. Yep, there you go. Cryptic going to take care of that. MDS and Honest, last two standing. 25 seconds, and Pluto puts Honest to rest. MDS will fall too, and Marky takes care of business. It is going to be 3-0 in favor of Rave. fl0m will have that buy-up now, and we'll see if they can get an answer.
Yeah, incredibly well handled right there up against the pistols, losing nobody's key detail. And it's just going to bolster up that economy early on in this matchup here. Rave going to be able to stack some cash early. I mean, Junior doesn't even need to get an op out just yet. Still rocking with the full belt. And now we're going to see that first full investment come through from fl0m.
If they come through with a comfortable win in this round, he may get one for free, right? Like, that's the risk for J-Chance right now. He needs to be strong, and he hasn't yet found a frag in the first 3 rounds. Pluto waiting over at Secret. And at the time, it looks like fl0m just want to reset themselves and get a smoke thrown towards outside. Now they're moving in towards ramp. There's the nade toss. Marky going to be under a lot of pressure. The first one found. Can he slip away? He will.
Oh my
nice
God.
Molotov tossed. So he gets away into the B site. Junior's going to think about having a look, but it's not a good idea. At this stage, we talked about it before, once ramp is taken, retaking it is so difficult.
So you've seen a round like this before from fl0m here where they play it very patient inside the ramp, hoping for more picks, but J-Chance can't quite connect with the AWP, and there's your opportunity to even out the odds and try and take some space on back here. Now instead, they hold on their post here. Marky going to keep it committed in towards the lower side, but he is alone and he is on very low HP, so if he doesn't get anything extra here, that site's going to be captured and it's going to be difficult to get those rotates down comfortably. We'll see what Marky can find here in a bit of an off angle as they walk through. He gets an isolated target. Looking at the side with another kill out of Marky, finding the 3K. That's what they needed right there to lock down that ramp side and completely nullify this attack from fl0m. Now the patience going to feel like it's no longer a virtue here as they're left into a 4v2.
That's it. Just absolutely ludicrous impact from Marky as Junior gets one more on Voltorok. Gabe, the last one standing. It's a 3v1. He's only got 18 seconds, so he's going to have to go very quickly to this B site, which is to the disadvantage of him as he goes for this approach. Does he expect Trio here? Not at all. He had a Molotov out and just desperately tosses it, but he knew it was futile. Was the op there? Did it get recovered? Ah, it didn't get recovered. That was so close. But at the end of the day, there's still enough money there for Junior. I want to talk about Marky. I hope we get a replay of it. Oh, it looks like we're just going to get the replay.
We're going to see the
Gabe.
Unfortunate opness.
And then, look, oh my goodness. He had it in the palm of his hands. And he couldn't get it. But no, Marky's play, 19 HP. He fades back in towards window and still gets 2 in that situation afterwards. That is insane. I can't believe it, but Marky does this a lot of the times. He just comes through with this type of impact, and that's why he's invaluable as one of those lurk players, right?
Yeah, such a difference maker. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, he went above and beyond the Call of Duty in that one. That's for sure. That one kill and falling back off the ramp is fantastic. Now they're going to gear up for an A-hold here. The Molly is doing such a good job of delaying them out, but a smoke makes things a little bit awkward for Laxi to get involved on this hold as well. And this wall of smokes.
This is weird.
Incredibly interesting here to try and claim some space. There's another kill offered up by J-Chance, taking down the op of Junior. And then through the smoke, J-Chance finds another. So much impact out of the Tech 9. All the while, they went down the Vincent towards the lower side. So now, Rave are completely removed in a little pocket strat pulled out from fl0m. I just get them on the board here.
I don't know that I've ever seen that. Like where you're throwing the 2 smokes and guising off the entire bomb site and then executing through it, like, and trying to slip through those smokes and gain the advantage. And with Tech 9s to boot, that wasn't even a full buy from fl0m. What a strat to pull out. They do lose 3 players and only get 2 to pull out upgrades, but that's still a nice call.
It's got to be so frustrating for Rave right there. They want to help out that A defense, and it's so well isolated. They throw the utility to set all of their focus on dealing with Cryptic, who finds himself in essentially kind of a 1v5 having to deal with two different directions.
Yeah.
Deal with that pressure out of Hut and Squeaky because his teammates are smoked off there. And a couple of impressive Tech 9 shots come through from J-Chance to get him on the board here in the server and also win the round.
Yeah, and Laxi as well, like kind of left on an island
Yeah.
a little bit because of what was happening there after Cryptic fell. So it's really was well done from fl0m, and they isolated all the players so effectively that no one could really support each other. Not that they weren't trying. That's just all fl0m, honestly, with a very nice play.
Sectioning off those duels effectively, getting the job done. So good to see them again come through with, you know, their own game plan here, not necessarily looking at towards their opponents, but figuring out ways to call around, you know, any team here on this map. And it's a good lift off for their T side. We'll see if they can start to replicate that success. Pluto's taking a liking to getting into the secret position here, but he's going to get ignored right now. Mini split coming through. MBS has got himself in fantastic positioning to catch off Cryptic by surprise. Finds Laxi first, and now Cryptic traded out as quick as could be, trying to be the hero as Marky on a quick rotate at least puts it into the realm of possibility here in a 2v2.
This A site is being abused right now by fl0m. They're doing a really good job of preventing Cryptic and Laxi from playing off each other. And oh my goodness, Pluto can't even walk in. Now it's up to Junior, gets the shot down to a 1v1. He's done it before in this type of situation. Can he do it again? He doesn't know where Honest is going to go, nor does he know that the bomb was down towards the A site. Honest picks it up, and he just might go for the straight plant towards A. That's exactly what's going to happen. Now, the thing is, Junior has some options now. First, he has to confirm that the bomb isn't at B, and next, he can decide, do I go back to Heaven, or do I go in from lobby, or do I just give this up completely? I don't know if he'll give it up completely. It's a 1v1. You got to try, Junior, right?
Yeah, he's going to. He's got to make some moves, though. He doesn't have a kit right now, so that's going to make things challenging. There might be one on the site somewhere, but right now, Junior needing to pick up the pace here, and a good angle from Honest to deal with this Heaven positioning. All comes down to a game of timing here. Missed shot initially, trying to scoop up a smoke and throw it on top of the bomb. He did pick up a kit, and in the meantime, Honest has to hope for some smoke spam. Not connected.
No way.
Oh,
he just got it.
Honest took it away right there,
What?
just in time. Finds the kill, tracked it through the smoke, and fl0m get the round.
I thought he had the defusal. What a shot from Honest. There must have been half a second left on that. Less than half a 0.07 seconds left. And Honest hits that shot.
Wow.
That is down to the very last moment. Holy moly, what a clutch there from him. He had a really good performance on Nuke yesterday, but that has to be a highlight for him, even with yesterday's match considered.
Yeah, that's a fantastic victory right there, Honest. Saving his team the worries right there of sneaking that defuse from right underneath their nose. And Junior probably thought he had it right there, but so close, just not enough of time. I like the way that Junior even plays it out, just ignores all of the problems. And when you see that bomb and when you make that decisive move, it feels like it should work. But
yeah,
Honest, able to find it in time right there. And a timeout called as a reaction from Rave afterwards, trying to get them steadied here as they lose a couple in a row and the bank account starts to run dry.
I think what's important to keep in mind is I don't think Rave have done anything wrong in the 2 rounds they've lost. Like, that was the right call for Junior. Grab the kit, throw the smoke onto the bomb, and stick it because he knew the position was a little bit farther out from the player. You might not be able to track him as he got that defusal. It just comes down to Honest getting a nice spam, maybe even a lucky shot, you could say, through that smoke to connect and deny him. So yeah, fl0m are pulling out all the stops to try and get into the action here against Rave.
Yeah, you definitely look at how MDS was, again, able to do good work towards that out yard as well.
Yeah.
It was a linchpin in closing out some of those T rounds yesterday, and he continues to do that. He just weakens up that A bomb site with just a kill, right? But then also, you know, forcing Cryptic's aim away from Squeaky and Hut, weakening up that A bomb site again, and that sort of positioning from MDS has been such a win condition for fl0m, and just a couple of opening picks that he's able to capture throughout a half always feel like enough to get fl0m and everyone else involved, and that's the case in that last one as well. Does seem like more targets, though. On this A side, they're putting a liking in this side of the map here. No more smoke to cycle towards the door. Just an off angle held from Cryptic. He nails the first and finds a follow-up.
Wow.
Massive 2-piece from Cryptic. Sets up Laxi for success on the back of the site, showing his position though with the MP9, looking for some support to come through. And have it in time, he does. Marky from the top ropes.
No way,
knocks
gets a
another
reload.
down. He doesn't fall either. Laxi stays alive for forever. Marky shoots them down from above, and Rave get it right back.
That's got to be heart-wrenching for Phoenix, right? After getting a win like that in the 1v1 and then losing this follow-up. But I mean, I don't blame them for going for that play again, because Cryptic looked uncomfortable in the previous 2 rounds that they took him down, and then Laxi wasn't able to support from behind it. But they changed the setup just a little bit because they were both kind of exposed towards the hut and squeaky position prior to this, and then Laxi instead with the MP9 plays more passively and plays off of Cryptic, but that puts a lot of pressure on the IGL to do the work. But he absolutely delivers, gets 2 frags as you mentioned, and afterwards sets Laxi up for that one. Not to mention Marky supporting, sneaking through into heaven, right?
That doesn't hurt as well. There are 2 kills with a 5-7, allowing for Laxi to stay alive for forever. Everyone, doing their job here. You got the quick rotates rolling from Ramp. You got the multi-kill coming from your A anchors that have to come through if you want to hold that bomb site. And it's a job well done from Rave as a reaction from players that were struggling to link up, perfectly on those last couple of rounds that they lost. Finally being able to knock down a defense, especially after that Rave timeout that was called before that round. Now we got a Phoenix timeout. We got the MDS rifle on us as well with the gun. So trying to get them involved here. And this is where, again, I think MDS can really thrive with these hero rifles. He was doing this yesterday, sneaking his way into positions, finding success towards that outer yard. You don't have to worry about an op again in this round. Just some HEs. Well avoided, but they're looking to, again, target that mini side while Pluto, this stand-in situation here, is in charge of covering this outer yard.
It's interesting, though. You talked about it before, that they did a good job of preventing OC from having impact yesterday. And it feels like so far, at least, well, of the limited rounds we've seen, they've avoided the op. They go towards the insides of the map instead of, trying to fight the op. And it seems to be working for them in those types of situations, especially in the gun rounds.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're doing a good job here. Lineup is looking perfect, though, and the flashbang is even better. Bluto blinded up, but doesn't matter. You managed to find so much damage. Now the rest of the team looking to close out the round. MDS incredibly low, and this could be another one of these flawless victories here. As the Striking Smoke doesn't give J Chance an opportunity to make any moves here. Shows his position. MDS has snuck his way down in towards Secret, but the bomb is not with him, unfortunately. So that's J Chance that's going to have a really difficult job of trying to link up with his teammate.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of those more aggressive half-buys, I want to call it, with a couple of rifles in the mix. They'll still be able to bind the next one if they want to, I think, based on the loss bonus, but it just doesn't work out for them. They try to go to that A site again, but it feels like Rave have already figured out what they were doing, and they're shutting it down pretty effectively. Marky supporting a little bit more aggressively on that A site. He had a jumping headshot with the AK. I'm not sure if that was just a minor, I took a little leap and got the shot, or if it was falling from perhaps heaven, which would be crazy, but we didn't get a chance to see it. Either way, 6-2 for Skin Rave, and as I mentioned, there will still be a buy-up for Phoenix in this next round. So, I mean, Phoenix calling some very good Counter-Strike, I think making good decisions in terms of their economy, managing it well, and giving themselves the best opportunities round after round to find victory. But at this stage, it's coming down to, who's better mechanically, and right now Rave are proving that they are.
So here's that same wall of smokes here that they talked in earlier, and Pluto was in this exact position. That was when MDS was able to slide his way in undetected into mini and find a little bit of impact. And so you saw that Rave timeout, and I know that that was probably something they discussed here, was making sure that MDS doesn't get these same opportunities. So now you're seeing the reaction here. There's 2 HEs thrown out of Junior to blow open the smokes and make sure that there is no sneaky business lurking about and catching these A players off guard through mini. But right now gearing up for a second volley of smokes maybe towards the outer yard and trying to get their way down Secret here. So a minute left on the clock. They're going to have to toss in that extra utility here and hope that they can cross down. Interesting to see here that pretty consistently Squeaky Door in a couple of these rounds, not necessarily being blown open, but at least opened up for them to try and take some ground. And, well, maybe, I thought this was going to be more towards the outer yard, gearing up and towards the late round to be another play towards A. Another smoke towards Squeaky as well. That's tossed in really well. MDS versus Blue is going to be the first head-to-head here in this round, and it's going to be Blue that's hemmed in towards this Secret side. Now it's going to be a lot of pressure on Junior to hold it off with the rifle, getting targeted from all different directions, but staying mobile right now.
No way!
God. Did he just block it with a drop gun right there?
I think he did!
Oh my God!
That's crazy! We have to
That's
see that
insane.
again. We have to see that again.
Did that save him?
I think so. It did! Oh my god, I can't believe you caught that in real time. That is crazy.
Oh, man.
Wow.
The gun is his lifeline right there. Tosses it right at his
That-
opposition.
I don't think I've ever seen that before live.
No.
That's crazy.
That is insane right there.
Wow.
Junior using every tool at his disposal to save his life. And I guess he did pick up the AWP here. He's sticking with the AK right now. Trusting in the rifle work, and it seems to be working for him.
I can't blame them because I like that setup with Cryptic playing for Mini instead and then Junior on the site. Like, they didn't expect that at all for Phoenix. They were looking for the players to be on the site still.
Cryptic and Laxi, they already got Laxi.
Yeah. They really mixed it up well, and now I think things are really snowballing in the way of Rave. Look at this. I mean, one frag for J-Chance as they're trying to move through. A second as well. Okay, J-Chance dodging bullets now from Credit Card, but he's the last one standing as his teammate falls to the USP of Junior. J-Chance, what can he possibly do? Well, he gets a third for himself. He's isolating the fights really effectively, and now has a chance at another 1v1, this time up against Cryptic. Still a chance at winning this one. With 1 minute left on the clock, does he have the bomb? It's nearby. He's got to grab it, but he can't. Cryptic was watching exactly that, and it will be an 8th round for Rave, but a fantastic effort from J-Chance.
Yeah, well, when you're blocking bullets with a gun drop there, it's starting to feel like nothing can go wrong for you if you're Rave. Finding ways to win in any given situation here, and there's another example of it. Some decent damage done towards the tail end out of J-Chance, making something out of nothing, but Phoenix going to be feeling a lot more limited here on this T side this time around. Still got some solid principles in this. It's just Rave has stayed a step ahead off the back of that timeout, and again, a lot of credit to Axe and getting them back on track there and making sure that off that timeout they're getting back to winning ways.
Yeah, and I think Cryptic as well, like his adaptability is very good on this map. I think he calls it really well, even on CT side, which, I mean, okay, let's see what happens here. Pluto going to get spammed down to 35, a little bit of action. But what I was going to say was CT side of Nuke, I think, is one of the more difficult CT sides to coordinate yourself on because there's so much space you have to cover and rotations that have to happen in coordination. And I think that's something that Cryptic excels at, and he actually is much stronger, I want to say, than perhaps Nitro on this map, right? I don't want to take anything away from Nitro. I think he's fantastic IGL. I just think Cryptic is better on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see it in the rotates here. There's a different variation of the outer yard smokes that they toss in, and you can see MDS once again lurking about, trying to take some space in towards Secret. But that's why Cryptic rotates down here. That variation of utility, they know that that's a vulnerability that they've lost that Secret control, so good job of rotating down. Looking for maybe a reaction here to take that lobby space. 4 players in towards Mini. This is interesting, but the lobby player goes down here. Pluto finds that kill. Now you start to feel like you're getting red just a tad here, but they are going to gain the A-bomb site. Everyone is rotating through lobby. This is a bit awkward right now for Rave.
I don't know. I don't know that I mind it because now, you know, Phoenix are running. Where the heck are they? How could they not be here? And there you go. They strike immediately. Junior and Laxi get a couple of scalps. J-Chance, MDS, last 2 standing. MDS gets 1, but he can't spray down the second. J-Chance left alone on an island beyond the smoke. Diffusal's going to come through. He knows it's done. He's just going to walk away with the AWP as Cryptic defuses the bomb. 9-2 for Rave.
Great rotation right there. Everyone involved. They don't hesitate. Everyone goes through lobby. I thought that was going to be, you know, a tad bit more challenging for Rave, but as long as they're playing together, they're trading effectively on that retake. When one goes down, it's instantly reacted upon, and that just makes a clutch so much harder to win for Phoenix. On top of that, I mean, at some point, you're probably thinking that someone's going to rotate through heaven, so they just get snuffed out. And again, a lot of it comes down to making sure that they're not vulnerable in any parts of the map there. They take that lobby control back. They know it's a one-way street through Mini. They have Cryptic rotated down lower, so they know that's not an option. So it just left Phoenix having to fight forward there straight ahead.
1:34 on the clock. J-Chance, the opposite from the previous round, going to hope that he can have some impact here. You see, waiting for him is Pluto with the AK. Pluto, oh, he's going to get peppered down to 41. Needs to be careful now because I know where he is. What a flashbang cost. Actually, that might have been a team flash. Ooh, I think it was. Either way, Voltrock walks out of Squeaky, takes care of Cryptic, and then he gets traded out himself by Laxi. That keeps control of the A site for the time being. They're still focused on Pluto. They know he's behind Credit. Pluto's dead. Yeah, there's absolutely no chance. So they gained the 4v3, but they committed a lot of manpower just to winning that fight.
Marquis in charge of holding off this hell side in a very difficult position, trying to keep them covered from going up that ladder. but not a lot of space here. Feeling a little bit claustrophobic, having to watch that ramp side as well. There goes a flash there, a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him a swing. Still one out by Gabe, making sure to confirm that kill. It's going to come down to, again, this target towards the A bomb site, but there's multiple defenders ready to go. I wonder if that's going to lead to a reroute, if they're going to full commit, because now they're left surprised. Junior with the rifle again, getting the job done. Another headshot there. Thought it was going to be from his op. He doesn't even need that gun. Picks up an AK and uses it against Phoenix.
That is... I mean, yeah, we have to see that again. Look at this shot at the end. Just the lineup, the crosshair placement, everything is perfect. Junior is the opper. What are you doing, Junior? You look like a rifler here today. He didn't even do much with the op. He stuck with the rifle for the majority of the half, and he's 15-3.
Yeah, he bought it a couple of rounds. I think they were both the rounds that they lost.
Yeah.
He picked up the rifle after that great A-hold, and he was like, I know what's working right now, and I'm not going to stray away from it. And they went out the half.
I think we talked about this last time as well when we were watching Junior. He's stepped up his rifle play. He looks much better with the rifle than he has in the past, and I think that's a really big benefit for Rave, because they can be like, look, maybe the op's not working right now, let's switch to the rifle instead. It also helps them on maps like Inferno, right, when they don't necessarily have the ability to run the op as comfortably.
It just gives them an extra level of depth here, and again, more of a surprise that Phoenix have to deal with when you look at a team that game planned so well around dealing with how OC was rotating yesterday versus now having to deal with a rifler that's rotating around the map, is constantly reinforcing that A-bomb site. He's always been an extra rifler there. That definitely, in multiple rounds, caught Phoenix off guard.
That's a really, really good point, right? Because usually you're worrying about the op from heaven, like peeking around, and like you can isolate that. You can throw a smoke, you can throw a Molotov, but that wasn't the case. He was on the site itself. In that round, he was in lobby, and he was committed towards that direction before he comes back from mini, and they had no idea that he could possibly coming from that area, and that's why they were caught off guard, and he's able to hit, let's be honest, some ridiculous shots too. It's on Junior to pull off that play. But I mean, Laxi supported well. I think he was an unsung hero in a lot of instances, getting those key frags, to keep everything under control a couple of times in that round too. Wow, yeah, that's just impressive stuff, and teamwork, coordination, everything from Rave.
Yeah. I mean, that's what they need to bring to the table right now, trying to get back on track through this elimination matchup, and right now they're able to make some big statements here, looking phenomenal in the opening map on the CT side. Now, do have to finish on that T side, but again, those T sides have been so promising for Rave throughout a couple of different maps that you'd expect it to be a little bit more difficult on, and that luxury of being able to adapt on the fly, change up the game plan here, is keeping Phoenix on their toes and keeping them at arm's length. Yeah,
no, really, I'd say more than arm's length. They're really far away here from Rave. It's 10-2. I mean, you're switching over now. If you're Rave towards your T side, which hasn't necessarily been bad for them. We talked about Laxi being a key piece on this side. Cryptic as well. I mean, he likes to take those entries, so I think that he'll be a key piece. And I think what's really nice for Cryptic is that he's able to gain a lot of intelligence. Well, not intelligence, but he is intelligent. But I meant intel in terms of moving forward. And getting being able to call around that even if he falls, right, and he does the damage early on.
Yeah, I mean, I like how they've kind of shifted up his position on this team right now. I mean, at one point, he was definitely a star player that called around himself, and with Laxi's addition, I think most importantly, he's taken a step back from marauding through the outer yard and taking those duels like he used to, into setting up his teammate and setting up and trusting that Laxi is going to be the guy that can get that job done. And I think that's a little bit sacrificial from him, but also trusting in his teammates, trusting in partially his pickups that he's made, and saying, I know a guy that can get the job done and try and do it even better than I once did, and that definitely can be Laxi. So just the amount of trust in this team, definitely important here.
It's fantastic having those two elements, right? Because he can play that more passive role, but he can also go for the entries if he has to. It's a great dynamic, and again, like another point in Laxi's favor that maybe we don't talk about enough in terms of his contributions to the squad. Anyway, let's go on to the first round of the second half. Rave are only 3 rounds away from stealing away Phoenix's map pick in dominant fashion, so this pistol round becomes incredibly important for Phoenix.
They have in store here, looking like a bit of an A execute. They're throwing the util to dive down the vents, but that's not the case. It's going to be towards that A bomb site. So catching Gabe spamming all his bullets. He's got to reload. He falls out of heaven. So this is a retake setup right now. That's what they're gunning for. A little bit of time going to draw off the clock. but they're going to have to fly out of heaven. They've got multiple sets of dualies. They've got a flashbang setup, but they don't have a kit here.
Yeah, like, I don't mind the setup, but if you're going to do a retake setup like this, you need a kit. You can't go in without one, so that's a full 10 seconds required this defusal. Doesn't give them a lot of time. Look at that 3-man waterfall, though. They get only one off of it. Laxi and Cryptic absolutely wipe them off the board. Rave taking 11th, and that pistol round goes by the wayside for Phoenix.
There's that trust again there. Marky sticking around on the site. He doesn't get anything going, but as soon as he falls, his teammates go in swinging for the fences. Marky draws in all the crosshairs, and everyone else gets to shoot targets while they're flying down. That's fantastic stuff from Rave, catching that timing, catching that play there. While they go into that A bomb site, they show a little bit of patience, and they just read the defense perfectly on what they're going to do with a small set of utility. So now it's forced by territory. They got to keep the pressure up. They got to make something do with this Nova, this MP9, and try and sneak around away. Otherwise, we're looking at a pretty quick map too. And this stronghold that felt like Nuke could be here for Phoenix could come crumbling down.
Absolutely true. And then they go to Overpass, which has not treated them very well, let's say, as of late. Laxi walks in. Okay, Valtorok wins the duel. Doesn't go for the AK because he knows that there's someone waiting around the corner, but you'd imagine Junior's going to want to try and grab it. He's just, very wary of the fact someone could be from Mini, someone could watch from Heaven, so it's not a path that he necessarily wants to take at this stage. And look where Gabe has gotten to. He's slipped into lobby here. It's being watched sort of by Marky. Now he's looked away at the wrong moment. Does he catch him? I don't think so.
Oh, yeah,
So
he
there
definitely
go-
did. His teammate turned around, yeah.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, we're good. Or he's good.
Gabe's got a long-range
Gabe's
duel
off.
with the Nova. That's a tough time right there, but he gets finished off from Marky. And they're in heaven right now, so the positioning starts to get a lot better as time goes on for Rave. Even though they lost that opening duel, they don't lose the weapon, and now they're in such deadly positions. And they're going to look to suffocate. And again, this is what Marky does best here. He's so good at holding these lobby aggressions.
Yeah.
Finds a kill in just the most frustrating position you can imagine on top of T roof. And so it just puts so much more pressure on the rest of the map now that you kind of go info blind everywhere else.
Yeah, Pluto's trying to take care of business towards the A site. MDS, the 5-7, not gonna be enough. A site overloaded. Honest slips up into heaven. They don't expect this. Hits one shot, needs a second, but can't deny the defusal. That being said, Valtorok still swinging around with the MP9. Valtorok almost pulls it off, but Junior takes care of him at the end of it. 12-2 in favor of Rave. They have 10 opportunities to close out this map.
Yeah, putting on a real clinic there in terms of how they play out that 4v5 deficit there. And they use the clock effectively, make sure that they are continuing to get that aggression. I don't blame Phoenix for trying to get a little bit aggressive. I mean, maybe Gabe with the Nova getting wild and pushing that outer yard, but he wanted to make a round-winning play, give his teammates a bigger chance there. And around that, again, they were going all in on, still probably needed some extra help there. But in the end, again, it's just playing with poise here for Rave.
Yeah.
And they get the job done, wait out the smokes, wait out that utility, target that A bomb site through Heaven and Hut. It's really hard to deal with if you're just a 5-7. Another force by end. Map point on the board here for Rave, and a little bit of a better buy, at least an A1S in the mix, but still going to be pots and pans and less utility.
Go, Rave walking in towards the A site, and they get two after losing the first. It's up to Valtorok, MDS, and J-Chance to keep hope alive here on Nuke. Bomb planted, utility is strong, and Rave want to end it right here. They wasted no time walking in towards A, and Valtorok's trying to cycle around, join his teammates. They're all going to be coming in from the same angle. I don't know how I feel about this.
They got any utility? They do have a flashbang at the very least here. That's going to be tossed in now. And it blinds up both Cryptic and MDS. It's going to be shut down from this point. Valtorok in a undoable clutch. Let's make it possible. Can he find anything extra? HE could finish him off down to 9 health. Not going to happen there. Rave systematically shut this thing down here. A dominant 13-2 on a map that looked so good for Phoenix yesterday. They come up with some different game plans. They stick to their guns. they use the rifle there for Junior, and they get the job done.
Yeah, I think they're feeling good after that one, celebrating obviously that it went much better than their performances yesterday up against Voca. They're here to have a more of a run than just losing 2 series in a row, and you can see that the practice is there, the adaptation there on the fly to stop what Phoenix was trying to pull off on their T side, which honestly, the 2 wins they had, really nice. Like they pulled out some nice strats, but they had to up against an opponent like Rave, and eventually Rave just shuts them down into the ground.
Yeah, I mean, they put on a just fantastic performance there.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I highlight the impact that Junior has sticking with the rifle and changing up the rotates. And like we said, it's all coming down to that timeout that they call there when they were lost 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
They adjust big time in terms of how they were playing out that A-bomb site. It wasn't just Cryptic and Laxu, and they know how to call for help when they needed
exactly.
it, right? And that's Junior coming through with very quick rotations. That's Marky floating very well from the ramp side and helping out. I mean, they just adapted on the fly, and that's what you have to do versus these underdog teams, because they're going to prep for you, they're going to game plan around you, and that's Rave playing on the fly.
Now I think Junior's just getting better and better as time goes on too, which does not hurt, right? He's still a young player. Like, we think about him as being around for a long time, but he's still relatively young. I think he's like 23, 24. Anyway, I don't know the exact age, but either way, like he's still been able to grow even more in terms of his performance, in terms of his contributions to this roster. So I think that's another big positive. And again, like, of all the teams here, I think they're one of the more balanced ones, like where everyone has a specific role and you feel like you can see that it's coming together on the server.
Yeah, I mean, it's so good to see there that Rave, again, in a situation here where they're in an elimination matchup, obviously dealing with a stand-in, so expectations aren't sky high. Yeah. They know that they can come through and still get some wins here, and obviously still a map to do to try and make it into that deciding matchup, but there's some high expectations that if they get second shot, second opportunity versus a team like Voca or NRG for that matter, that they can still do some damage.
I agree. I absolutely agree. Anyway, guys, we are going to hit a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have Overpass, which is Rave's map pick. Welcome back to fl0m Mythical LAN Las Vegas 2026, brought to you by Monster Energy. We're getting ready for map number 2 here, between Rave and Phoenix, and that map number 1 was over before we could even blink. It felt like the M80 matches yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, quick work right there. You know, Rave, again, you know, one timeout required to get them settled in for the rest of the game from that point, really. Fantastic defense, included a junior rifle that was having an absolute field day. And so for them, you know, now they get to hop in their map pick. They dealt with what feels like a Phoenix stronghold now, and they get to go to their own stronghold of Overpass here, a map that, you know, maybe you can be a little concerned because you start on the T side, but we just saw what they do on the T side on Nuke, and now what they're going to continue to look to do on Overpass as well. That's dominate map control, find those opening picks, trust that Laxi can create space, and you know, maybe we'll get to see a little junior hopping, but it doesn't seem like it's necessary.
It doesn't at all. Like, he's been doing a great job with the rifle. He did he even have an op kill in that map? I don't know that he did. I don't think he did.
He might have had one in that 1v2 clutch that he tried.
Maybe.
I think it was the one nearly got the victory, but yeah.
You're right. Yes,
Yeah.
I remember it now. Yes, he did have one, but that was it. Like, he was purely working with the rifle afterwards and was top fragging. So, I mean, that's junior for you, honestly, with the way that he's been playing lately. But going on to Overpass, we already talked about it. You know, it's a map that they like picking into. But if you're going to pick into Overpass, you have to be good on their T side, and they are. Like, they have a 64, I think we said 64% win rate on that side, so it's really, really strong. I'm expecting to see good things from them. Laxi in particular will be one to watch on this T side. Junior as well. I think he's playing so well today that you can obviously expect to see that to carry over into Overpass.
Yeah, absolutely. See what they have in store here. A lot of utility for this execute that they've got lined up here. 4 flashes, a couple of smokes to include here. They got to wait that train out, make sure those flashes do land, but they're gearing up into a 4-man stack, so this is going to be tough to deal with here with all the presence that they have ready to go. Voltarock already on the dually. He's finding multiples, and the rest of the team looking to get involved. Voltarock locks it down with Honest backing him up, and Phoenix dominate the pistol. They're first on this series.
The new 5th for Phoenix coming out big there with the dualies. I mean, it is just a pistol round, but it's something, right? Stopping Rave right in their tracks. They tried to just overload and maybe ride the confidence wave from the previous map, but at least that doesn't work out for them in that round. No bomb plant, and it doesn't look like they want to force up. We've seen it many times in CS2 with MR12 that teams want to force up on their T-side second round regardless of bomb plants or not, but Rave, we're not going to be the ones to do it here.
I get a little something going with the Pluto Deagle. Outside of that, going to be looking for that first gun round as soon as possible here for them. Again, you know, another one of those situations where Overpass T-side you can rock with an op. It's quite nice to have, actually, but probably as a result here that they're going to get full rifles rolling here in the next. A lot of space given over to Rave just out of the gates. I mean, maybe expecting a force buy of sorts in this round, but they've got all the real estate you can ask for. And this is where I think Cryptic can really call effectively, is when teams play passive and they're able to contact a lot of ground without meeting any resistance. When that's the case, I do feel like their T-sides become so much more deadly on this map. So, I mean, obviously in a round like this, it's fine to give over ground, but, you know, when those rifles do come out, you're going to be wanting to fight for bathrooms, fight for connector, things like that, that Rave love to take over.
Yeah. 45 seconds left. Rave have been waiting very patiently on a round that doesn't feature much of an investment outside of Pluto's Deagle and Junior's P250. Pluto, with that Deagle, he had an opportunity there. Misses the shot, and I think that was, you know, the one opener that could have given them something. Now it's probably just going to be lambs to the slaughter. Honest. Oh, maybe not! Marky and Pluto got a couple. J-Chance right on back is trying to settle things down, and I think he's just done enough. Laxi and Pluto are very low, only 32 HP combined. Look at a bomb plant. That's still something in a round where you didn't invest much of anything. Maybe a chance at victory still as well with the MP9 picked up off the ground, but there is the MP5 SD. You don't see that very often at all, but Gabe uses it effectively.
That's exactly what you could ask for right there. And a round like this, 2 kills on a bomb plant, you don't invest a lot, you get a lot in return here. You're going to have so much more utility, you're going to have so much more firepower now. You put a little pressure on the economy of Phoenix as well, so.
Yeah.
For a round like that, that's exactly what you're gunning for. We do get the op purchased out of the gates here. No surprise that J-Chance is wanting to bring that into the fray and try and get some kills on the board here. Again, we just highlighted that A side going to be necessary to try and fight for some ground. because the way that they work that side of the map can be so effective, and you have a lot of contact and can come through, so that allows for the opportunity out of the AWP. And right now we're seeing a little bit of forward-facing duels from Honest. Set up with some long aggression as well. No utility, just a dry swing.
Really?
He gets away with it. That's fantastic work. He's looking for more as well. Backed up by MDS. That's a bomb drop. You're looking for recovery, and the trades are quick. MDS backing his teammate up, suffocating out this attack here. J-Chan still positioned with the AWP, catching Pluto off guard. And Phoenix coming to the CT side with some statements.
That is really nice. Great call from Phoenix, honestly, to go out like that and get aggressive into the faces of Rave, who were not expecting it at all, clearly. I mean, they were just thinking, okay, we've got some time, we're going to go out, take some long control, take some fountain control, and by the time they're even processing those thoughts, Phoenix are right in their face, and they're already dropping bodies. Junior's only able to get really one frag before he's traded out himself. And you got a 3-0 Phoenix lead all of a sudden. Looking at Rave, usually very potent in the early goings of their T side, this time experiencing quite a few struggles. I mean, only one frag for Junior and Marky, and Pluto at the top with 2, but you've got the blanks for Laxi and Cryptic, who are your 2 entry players, right? So, and that's a large reason why they haven't been able to gain the space.
They're turning that around here with some Tech 9s. Moving past the utility already, so they're scaling fast.
Oh my God.
Bombs, but again, it's so well defended. There's so many players ready to go. 4 on the site proper, ready to lock down this defense. Honest doesn't quite get away with anymore. And now the Tech 9's starting to close the distance. Mark with a couple as well. Continues to try and take a fight there. Cryptic will sideline him, and somehow they've made something out of this round here. Cryptic blinded up. 3 bullets left in that A1S. That's all that he has here. Whips out the Tech 9. But this Voltorock attack here might just work out in his favor. Capped by surprise. His side turn. Now the op can't shoot 2 in a row.
Oh,
he splits
no.
the goalpost instead. J-Chance falls, and Cryptic announces himself onto the server here for map 2.
I thought we were going to see a repeat of the pistol round there. I thought it was just going to be like, okay, Rave are just rushing balls to the wall into the site, and they're just going to get shut down immediately. But no, Marky comes out of nowhere and gets 2 Tech 9 frags, and after that, the rest of the pieces come to play. Cryptic gets 3 frags. His first 3 of the map come through in that one round, and it's absolutely critical to revive Rave, which were looking kind of flat up until that point. It wasn't anything complex either. They literally descended towards the B site, and it works out for them, so that's fantastic. Unfortunately for Voltorock and J-Chance, I don't feel like they played that in an ideal manner, kind of separated from each other and playing individually instead of working together to try and isolate that. But now we see the aggression come through again from Phoenix, and it rewards them with a couple of frags. Rave are not ready for it once more.
Yeah, this is just a good reaction. This is how I want to see Phoenix play throughout the whole half. Just getting in the face and not allowing Rave to get their defaults going. 2 players down in connector, and they're holding on to their space. They are unrelenting. Can they break through another 5v3? This time without what was the closer of that last round in Cryptic. But Marky was opening up proceedings there. Big shadow advantage. So J-Chance going to make his job easy. And
They're saving.
looking like they're backing out here after that one. Not enough ground to be gained here. Marky trying to make something work here. Flashman going to go over the head of Honest. Not quite connected as they'd hoped for. And what looks to be another flawless victory here for the side of Phoenix.
Yeah. Junior. Oh, well, not flawless at the very least. He still has the bomb in 31 seconds, but I don't think he cares about that. His mission right now is to save the AWP and bring it over into the next round. Have some more impact there. Will he be able to is another question, because 2 players barreling down on him. You probably won't expect the close one. Or maybe he does. Junior around the corner, but yeah, that was the setup they were hoping for. First one goes down, and then the other one takes care of business. So Phoenix, not flawless. They lose a couple of bodies, which makes it a little more expensive than it would have been, but they still get that 4-1 lead. And again, it's off of that, like you were saying, that suffocating play that they're bringing forward and not allowing Rave to get comfortable in their defaults and get ready for an execute.
Go pretty decisively into that double op as well here on the side of Phoenix. They pick that one up as soon as they see it on the ground. And a Voltorock. So that's kind of the game plan that they're gunning for right now between J-Chance and MDS, looking to rock the cannons here in this one. And with the fact that they won on a half buy, there's enough money to argue for some investment here. You're seeing Marky, spend a little bit in this one. Junior the same, but are playing a bit of a reserved game here. Not going all in here for Rave, but getting some upgrades.
Look, I mean, overall, talking about overpass, usually we get a really strong performance from Rave on their T side, but since we're not getting here, it could be partially due to the fact that Walco's not present on the server as well. We have to remember, Pluto standing in at this stage, and they seem to have simplified their play a lot. Like, this is the third time we've seen just a full-on send towards the B side. Again, it's on the more eco-ish rounds, so I guess we can't fault them too much, but still, like, we've seen more depth from Cryptic's calling in the past, and what I wanted to say was, and what I was getting to, is that maybe because Pluto is there, they're trying to make it a little less confusing for him, instead of having to explain, all the different pieces that have to come into play. I don't know. It's just, it's been a little less detailed than I've seen in the past in terms of their strategies.
Yeah, simplifying the matter here, and
Yeah.
that's obviously something that you have to play around with the stand-in situation, but at the moment, it's netted them a single round. I feel like largely off the mechanics of Marquis getting those 2 answers back. It was still a 5v3 to start it off. And another clean sweep. Now you do spot MDS with that secondary, and now you start to wonder here, with the double op setup, do you want to continue to put up the pace here? I mean, sometimes rushes can be a good counteraction to the AWPs. If they're trying to take space and play in your face, you can run them down, trade them out, and it becomes hard to retake as well. So knowing that MDS is on that secondary over towards that B site could be an option for them. But I think it's a good solution for the side of Phoenix. And it's another 3A lead here. So we've seen them work well at getting in the face of Rave and taking some early challenges. And that does seem to be a theme that consists here as well.
Yeah, and I mean, at a certain point, if you're Rave, and I imagine they've already realized that you can't be surprised anymore. You have to be ready for that. So look at this. They're just going to walk out. It's not expected at all. Speaking of surprises, Voltarok goes down. MDS with the off in his hands. Running the double up. Gabe gets one as well. It will be traded immediately, but at the same time, it's a 3v3. Rave haven't gained full control of this B site. I say that, and it looks like now they have off the utility that they toss forward, and of course that key frag onto MDS. They will plant the bomb eventually. Still not comfortable. There you go. Laxi catches Gabe trying to sneak through, and now they should be able to plant that bomb.
Still waiting just a touch here. That makes a little bit more sense.
Junior lagged out
and closes it out. I was wondering why they weren't bringing the bomb to the site. Junior disconnected, but Laxi was fully in tune right there. Lines him up and finishes the job. An unfortunate circumstance that could have cost Rave so much more in that round is just saved by Laxi's impact. They're finding all 3 kills in the closer.
Talk about when life gives you lemons, you have to make do, and Laxi absolutely does. It's like, well, we can't get the bomb planted until Junior actually disconnects from the server, so let's just hold this angle and see if we can jump on them, and he absolutely does. And so quickly, too. I mean, they both went down in just a blink of an eye, and now we see... What is Zara's hand in over there? What happened there?
A little cellular device, maybe?
Okay.
Doing the old Steam login.
Okay. Oh, right, because they can't have their cell phones, of course. It's LAN. Because usually the phones are being used as webcams for the online play, right? So.
That's true. I mean, yeah, this is a huge save by Laxi. That would have been one of those frustrating things that can kind of put you in a tailspin for a map. And, obviously still frustrating to disconnect and all of that business, but watching Laxi close out the round, as you said, you'll take what you can get there.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to feel good if you're Junior, too, because you're frustrated because you're in the middle of a round, and you're like, oh, my God, what if this determines, the outcome of the round, but Laxi saves it, and you're like, oh, man, he deserves a fist bump there, right?
Yeah,
So.
good work.
Yep.
Right to his right. You at least got to watch Laxi finish off that round.
Yeah, he did. That's true, because usually when you're at home and you're playing online, you can't. You're like, oh, what's happening? But
you leave the
lean
the,
over,
the,
hey.
the team speak, and you just end up, just completely wondering. Had that happen a couple of times, but unfortunately, my teammates aren't as good as Laxi.
That's not a vote of confidence to your teammates. They're not going to like hearing that. They're listening in.
It's all right. Some of them are at this event.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I won't tell them.
Slove's tuned into the B stream.
Slove is on your team? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's cool. Well, also not cool because you just called him really shit. So.
I said he's not as good as Laxi, and I think that's fair.
I mean, I guess so. I guess
think
so.
you'd agree.
Yeah. I think that. Okay, I'll take that back. All right, everyone's back in the server.
Those
We're
are also
ready to go.
Laxi's, first 3 kills on the board as well. So we've
Oh,
seen
you're
it
right.
in both rounds. 2 very explosive opening players, come through and have their moments, and that's a positive sign for Rave that they've got both of them online and ready to go.
Yeah, and also we can't forget, just because Rave aren't popping off immediately on their T side, 3,
Oh, no.
4 rounds. Oh boy, yeah, here it comes again.
Ow.
Okay, I don't think you should be missing that, honest. Again, one thing, there's 2 points. One, why are they surprised by that push again? They've been doing it repeatedly. And 2, how do you miss that if you're honest? You had a prime opportunity to punish, and now look, it's all falling apart. Marky gets 2. MDS the last one standing, and he will at least ensure Marky will not take another step forward. But now they know where he is, and he still manages to catch Cryptic off. What on earth? Cryptic probably angry that he can't get that trade. Now they know he's here, though. Just go A. You don't have to keep fighting. They do leave Pluto behind to lurk and finish it off, so that's it. And a 3rd round comes through. So despite the fact that they can't take care of MDS, overall, that was a good round for Rave.
Yeah, getting right back into the swing of things right there. Good news for the side of Rave. I mean, winning 2 in a row, going to be able to shadow the money eventually from Phoenix, and now we're going to start to look at why Rave are so good at this map, and it's those T-side starts that they are oftentimes getting off to and finding ways to get 5 or 6 rounds, sometimes even 7 at times, and bring home impactful T-side.
And I mean, look, it's overpass, right? A T-side is difficult. Not as difficult as, say, train, but still, it's a challenge. So I would say 4 rounds, usually you can work with that. When you get it on T-side, 5 is great, and anything more than that is fantastic.
Ooh,
So
we got a triple boost with the scout right now.
We do. That's I was going to say also the good news is
Hey.
that, oh, it works out. J-Chance hits the shot with the scout on the boost. Cryptic gone. So at least they get something there, but what I was going to mention was that they're on the eco now, right? They only have that scout and everyone else just on pistols. It's the first time that Rave have been able to do that to Phoenix throughout the entirety of this map.
Oh, this is such a crazy move from Laxi. Also from Honest. Both of them making decisive moves through the smoke, and Honest follows Laxi through it. Now they've got an A-side stack to help facilitate this hold. Junior will be able to pluck one out, though. And Zop's looking to sing here in a moment that could matter this time around here. This is a lot more around the corner, but he's going to get flanked. Might not have much more opportunities. Gets caught by surprise, at least traded out, but then collapsing his Voltarok as well. Constantly catching their opponents off guard. Marky going to be left on a late lurk here. Has an op to deal with on this A bomb site. Avoids the bullet. That's huge. Still more opportunities here. Flashbang blinds up himself while Honest tries to get in a position to help him out. Honest might just have a back turn as he continues to commit around the corner here. Marky expecting both to tuck in, but now finally Marky caught by surprise. Honest finishes it off with one more, and Phoenix get a massive eco victory.
Wow, that is fantastic. Yeah, Rave, it felt like it was coming. Like as soon as we saw those first 2, first frag come through, and then the second one when he's slipping through the smoke behind Laxi, I was like, oh no, they've lost the plot here in this round. They don't have a clue where Phoenix are going to end up, and they even get flanked again by the USP. So really difficult for Rave. I think the best thing to do in that type of circumstance is not to continue your path forward when you know you're going up against Nico, and to take a step back and reset yourselves so that you're not going to get surprised from a flank, and you can get more of a feel and a read on what the opposing team is doing. Instead, they kind of get locked in, and unfortunately not in the good way. So they get go ahead.
I feel like in a lot of those situations you become a player that wants to say, okay, I'm going to be the guy that can recover and put it back into a 4v4 so that we have more opportunities. And you can kind of see that with Laxi making a move through the smoke, but I'm with you. You just wait behind that utility.
Yeah.
You stay alive. It's also one of those things where you spot 3 players confirmed over towards the B side because of that boost, so you want to speed things up a little bit towards A. They've already got the rotates rolling through, so you're going to be a little bit late to that play. And it's you see that the framework around that decision making, but you're definitely right in the end of the day there in terms of what's the more accurate call there.
And this time, going into construction very early on, the nade stack doesn't do much damage. Voltarok was ahead of the nades. Now a little bit of spam through the panel, but Rave all they're doing is throwing sticks and stones towards that B site and not really making much of a case in terms of damage.
Good news is they drew out 2 smokes, one towards short, one towards monster, which oftentimes you'll just like to recycle those smokes for as long as possible towards monster. That becomes a little bit more of a difficulty here. with only one bit of smoke left. They do have some mollies to back it up at the very least. You can see that's why Gabe now finds himself, instead of playing reactively towards like a smoke that is just recycle, he's going to have to jiggle and get a little bit more information off the back of that. A good molly. Trying to thread in some extra damage, make sure that they don't push forward. In the meantime, they're still gearing up for this execute. See how effective it can be here. The flash is going to rain on in. Gabe playing dodge flash. Here's one pop and easily dispatches of Laxi. There's not much more around the corner. Finally, Cryptic able to thread some aggression in, successful through short.
They need to go. Look, there's 16 seconds left. They don't really have much space gained onto the site. This round already feels over, and Rave have not stepped foot onto this site. Yeah, it's done. They waited way too long, and now it's going to be easy pickings for Phoenix. They take care of business. 2 for Gabe, 2 for MDS, and they're now up 7-3 over Rave. Absolutely a timeout is needed after that, because they looked lost in that round, and I already criticized them for their play in the previous one up against the Eco. They need to have a talk.
Yeah, it feels, a little bit awkward. I wonder what the game plan is around sending Laxi in like that.
Yeah.
But no one else close by. You have players setting up utility in towards short, but it was super disjointed on the attack, and that's going to be something that Rave definitely looked towards in this round right now, is saying, why is our timing, off by like 5 or 6 seconds, right? It's a big gap in between that first player taking contact and any sort of follow-up. So it's definitely a shock. It allows for Phoenix, with all the time in the world, to rotate extra help down. Wasn't super necessary as well, with the clock being so low. Definitely some big head scratchers there for the side of Rave, and Phoenix making them pay for it.
I mean, you can have those instances when it will work out with 10 seconds left and you go for this execute and it works out perfectly, but like, it's very unlikely that's going to happen, especially with the way they were setting up. Like, the util didn't look like it was being tossed properly. They were getting caught with it in their hands instead of just going for the fights. And again, Phoenix continuing to apply the pressure. J-Chance with 2 and a third coming through, and the quad kill for J-Chance, popping off for Phoenix, doing it all himself. 8th round secured, and Rave are struggling.
On an absolute heater right there. J-Chance just looking so sound with the op here. We saw him in that last map have a tough time in connecting some of those shots right there, where just hold the line and can't find the right angle. But right here, 3 players walk into his crosshair, make it a 4th with the Deagle, and no one gets past him. Every shot looks clean. And Phoenix grabbing 8th here. And there's that defensive op coming into full effect with the multis. Taking over on overpass in one last round.
They
to
keep
throw
going.
Out a little bit more aggression here. Such a good idea coming through from Onyx, backed up by extra help.
There we go.
But a step too far. This time again, Junior finally ready for this sort of pressure. The second player joining up, and they'll take him early right there, spamming around the smoke. And 2 opening picks coming through out of Junior's rifle.
I mean, honestly, it's about time that they figured this out, because it's been an absolute hellscape for Rave in terms of their ability to deal with the aggression. Finally, Junior gets a couple of answers, and now Gabe walks into Pluto's crosshair. 5v2. Looks like Rave will at least salvage 4th, but as we discussed earlier, 4 rounds is very workable on a map like Overpass. Switch over to your CT side, especially when you got Junior on the op into this next half. Marky takes care of J-Chance. Only Voltorok left, and they don't even really have to worry about him. He's towards the B site. Unless Voltorok pulls off the clutch of the series, we'll be headed to an 8-4 half.
Yeah. I think that's going to happen. That would be the clutch of this whole event, it would feel like.
Oh, perhaps. Yeah. I mean, I said series, but you're right.
It would be a good clutch, yeah. A little 1v5 action. He has a smoke in the kit. This is 2 big opportunities right there. One big obstacle in his way. That's Pluto, ready to knock down a headshot with his knife out. And that'll be 4 on the board. I mean, we said 4 is definitely enough there. We know those T-sides are good. The defense also very strong for the side of Rave. But Phoenix, going back to the basics there, trusting in their op, getting a lot of aggression there. And again, this is an elimination match. If you're down a map already, you're on your opponent's map pick, you don't have a ton to lose. I mean, obviously, you're facing elimination. The pressure's on. But for them, the expectations are that they are this kind of quick elimination team. They're throwing some aggression. They're still playing with confidence after what was such a tough map 1 for them.
Yeah.
The fact that they still have that level of competence to set the tone, get aggressive on those opening rounds, it's impressive stuff.
No, I agree. It's very, very impressive for them to be able to rebound like that after struggling so much on that first map of play, which is their pick as well. So oftentimes you can get very down in your minds. But, you know, they've been around for a while. They've got that experience, that resilience, and we saw it yesterday up against NRG too. So anyway, look, it is CT sided on overpass, and now they have to go to their T side, which is a sub 50% win percentage on the map. So that could be a bit of a problem for them. We'll see how Rave acquit themselves on CT side, which is also just as good as their T side. And I already highlighted Junior can be very potent. I think, you know, I don't know if we're going to get as much aggression as we saw from Phoenix from Rave. I think they like to play a little more back, send Laxi out a little bit to hunt in the early goings, and maybe Junior likes to go towards Fountain, a pretty, you know, the standard op setup that we see a lot of teams doing. But I don't know if it's going to be as intense as what Phoenix brought to the table, nor do I think they have to do that.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see about the level of aggression that they go for. As you said, I feel like that their rotates and holds are so strong that you don't have to press the issue as much. I know, you know, a bit of a stronghold for them is that connector control that they really like to prioritize. Will that keep up, you know, heading into this second half? I'd imagine so. I mean, even with Pluto, he was playing out in that department quite a bit on the T side. So that might be up to him again to try and claim some of that space and take ground there. It would also be, you know, at this point in time, maybe the right call to get Junior defensively out with op. Again, trust his rifle a lot, but opping on that A side of overpass is kind of a dream. It's always good for those multi-kills that we saw from J-Chance, right? And so now I think when you're down a little bit, it's probably the time to pull that out consistently, and he's been doing that throughout this half.
Yeah, I would say, like, absolutely you want Junior on the op on this map. Like, if needed, he can go to the rifle, but that's just like the backup plan.
Yeah.
If you don't have enough money, you need him on the AWP, just on the A site, taking care of business towards long in particular, and even going for those early pushes. As long as he has his rifler supporting him, you don't want him going alone on those aggressive pushes. You need to have the rifler with him. Maybe the connector player can help him go up. And then afterwards, he can fall back after he tries to take a shot or get some information. So, yeah, overall, you just need that op on overpass. It's like train, very similar in that fashion, where if you're not running the op, what are you doing? You know?
Yeah, it's just a win condition on the defense, that's for sure. And, you know, again, we'll see if they can bring that one out. We'll see what the sort of Phoenix T side can come down to it. I mean, again, when I look at maps that aren't necessarily like the strongest for Phoenix, on their T sides, I think a lot of it is going to come down to how effective Voltarock can be in his lurking positions. Can he win them rounds by sneaking in and finding these surprising positionings that he's so good at? He's got really good instincts for you know what to do in these rounds, even in 5v5s, and finding ways to impact with aggressive lurking. So we'll see what he has in store. Right now it's Junior with a USP, and the first bullet out of his gun is successful. Absolutely nails it. Second player challenging him, quickly dispatched of as well, and Junior holding his ground there, trusting in his accuracy, and I understand why. He's looking for more. He's going to stick around for too long. He definitely is, but takes a positive trade at the end of the day.
There's often that temptation to spam in pistol rounds, and not take your time, but that's the ideal way to play with the USP. Take some quick shots, just make sure your crossbar placement is on point, and oftentimes you're going to get results like that. Obviously, Junior's at a very high level, and he's had a lot of practice at that point, but still, that is a good way to go about things in the pistol round on your CT side. 4v3 advantage for Rave. 53 seconds left for Phoenix to regroup here, and they're choosing an approach to the lower tunnels. Bomb is leading the charge in Gabe's hands, and now he's going to drop that because you obviously don't want that to be the first player out. In the meantime, Rave are just jumping around looking for information. Laxi's going to hear it all. Laxi with the dualies. Can he do anything against one? The second perhaps? Looking a little labored, and no second frag. 30 seconds left, still plenty of time for Phoenix to overtake this B site.
Smoke still in their way here. 20 seconds left to try and target this B side. J-Chance and Voltarock looking to try and find their ground here. And right now, player helping out in Graffiti as well. Pluto on standby right now. Counter flashes are so well placed. That's going to draw out even more time, but a bomb plant still very doable. Trying to find some spam, but can't quite track it. Marky the same. They're using all their ammo right now and not finding the kills. Numbers punched in. This round is absolutely on, and Voltarock looking to make it even more possible with the headshot. Pluto sends him sideline. Now Voltarock still standing in resistance in this 2v2. J-Chance alongside the pillar as well, and they are stalled out on Rave. Can't find access into this retake here. J-Chance still looking to surprise. Marky eventually finds his target. It's all on Voltarock's shoulder, and another P250 headshot. Nails down One
That's
more
the round.
here. Marky, simply no time to defuse. He's just going to try and hunt this kill. Voltarock's already done enough. The last bullet in his USP does not hit, and Voltarock finds the 4K pistol stolen away by Voltarock.
Okay, Voltarock. Oh my goodness, those shots with the P250 were crazy. Just crisp, clean locks there coming through from him. Unbelievable stuff. 9-4 in favor of Phoenix. That is a huge recovery in a pistol round that felt like it should have leaned Rave the whole way. I would even argue that maybe Junior shouldn't have gone for that third fight. He should have just fallen back after getting 2 and gone back to A instead of continuing forward, because you already have a 5v3 in a pistol round. Instead, he loses his life afterwards, and that kind of gives Phoenix that little bit of burst of energy to continue moving forward.
Just an extra bit of leverage right there, but still have a decent force buy in store here. The ump not doing him justice, though. The flashbang not helping out Phoenix either, but Honest will continue his efforts in taking charge, and they'll take, again, a positive trade here, 2 for 1. Got the man advantage here, but they still got Junior Scout ready to go. So deadly with those headshots, and needs a couple here if he wants to hold off this A-bomb, so like give his teammates more of a chance. And a lurk smoke not going to do him any favors here. Going to make his job so much more challenging. Right now, Rave look like they're gambling off the back of that lurk smoke as well over towards the B side, and I'm not sure if that's the right call here in this round.
"45 seconds left, and yeah, you're absolutely right. Rave not gambling correctly. Phoenix going to be walking on to a vacant A site. And I mean, once the bomb gets planted, they're just going to save what they've got because there's no money in the bank. They got body armor and head armor on Marky as well. Few pieces of utility. Just keep what you got and try again in the next. But it's going to be 10-4 for Phoenix on Rave's map pick. Phoenix are doing to Rave what Rave did to them.
Yeah, big time here. Couple of good rounds flaring up there. But for the most part, Phoenix have showed that consistency. They're bringing in that T side. They're showing that X factor on the pistol with the clutches. And then it's back to what I think this team does so good, is coordinating and linking up. Very simple game plan there of taking that long control and throwing a flashbang, taking that space and trading effectively. It's everything you want to do on these anti-force buys that they have in store for themselves.
Well, we also have to remember we haven't yet seen the op yet from Rave, right? So that's something that could change, tilt the scales in their favor. The problem is it's already 10-4, you know, and another round victory here, it's 11-4, and you've only got 2 rounds left to try and get something going. So really only 1 round, I would say, with the AWP, where you're going to have that chance to make the impact. And if you don't, you're headed to map 3 after losing your map pick again. Like yesterday, they lost it up against Voca. Yeah,
there's going to be no room for error, that's for sure, right? When they do get the opportunity to bring the AWP out, when they can get all the rifles and utility, it's got to be all systems go from that point forward.
Yeah,
like the idea of a timeout here. Try and, you know, I mean, even still, this round very winnable with 3 weapons saved with armor to back it up, but pressure's definitely amplified here for Rave. They've got to make do up against this Phoenix squad who's fighting tooth and nail to stay alive here in this elimination matchup.
Ancient will be the map we play should Rave not come back and find a victory here. And that one, I'd still say leans Rave's way, but with the way Phoenix have been playing throughout this LAN, I don't know. Feeling something special might happen for them. Anyway, Junior's got the scout. He will connect on a shot against Honest, and Cryptic finds Honest and finishes him off. The problem is Cryptic is dropped, and so is Junior. J-Chance having a map for himself, his 14th and 15th frags in only, well, 15 rounds of play, so a frag per round for him.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about J-Chance yesterday being a player that I think he's, you know, definitely capable of keeping up with some of the top levels in given maps. And he has his pop-off moments, and he has his you know, really good games here and there, and he's showing that right now. And what is going to be their most important map here in terms of staying alive, having this level of performance is massive. He finds another one as well. 3K on the round. Continuing to tear through them. 2 other players left on the other side of the map. Could be another safe situation here for Rave to just look towards the future and finally get those rifles back out here once again.
Yeah, I mean, Laxi and Marky, I'll be honest, don't necessarily have that much to lose here by going for some frags and trying to fight forward. They could get upgrades, you know, get some more money for their teammates, $50 per frag, but I guess instead they say, well, the armor might be important. That could help us out in the next round. I suppose that's true. Some utility as well in the kit for Laxi. I can understand, yeah, I can understand Laxi. Maybe Marky could go for something, but they want to support each other, and that's perfectly fine. So it will be an 11th round for Phoenix, as they are 2 away from sending us to Ancient.
I'd like to see a map 3 here. I mean, I would definitely be surprised if Phoenix, you know, bowed out without a fight in day 2 with how they looked in their opening best of 3. Had some great moments, and I mean, again, they were what felt like a couple post plants going successful in Inferno of sweeping up that series. So a lot more than what we were expecting out of this team, and putting the pressure on Rave right now. We are going to get that AWP out finally from Junior in this second half.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're exactly right. This has got to be the moment where you see that gun pop off, have some impact, and be a tide turner for this team. Otherwise, again, map 3 going to be looking what they're going for here. And this time it's actually the rifle set up by the flashes that deals with MDS early. And a lot more around the corner. They don't stick around too long to find out where those trades could be. So they escape with their 4v5 advantage. Don't overstay their welcome, and will fall back into their sight.
And you see Rave are playing it completely opposite to the way Phoenix were on their CT side, right? More of what we expected, stability on the back lines, and then that quick foray that I was talking about before. They reversed it. Instead of sending Junior out and setting him up with the flash, it was Junior setting up Cryptic with the flashbang on the rifle, which worked out really well. So no qualms there in terms of the adjustment that was made. And now they're just going to sit back and wait for Phoenix to come to them.
Something you don't have to overcommit to as well, right? You can be in and out of that fight so quickly. Here's more of that risk-taking, though, coming through this time from Honest. Was looking to take a fight there and catch Cryptic off guard, but he's focused on the smoke and deals with Divider as well. 3 kills coming through at the hands of Cryptic. It's not the op in this one, but the right fielder that sticks around Junior, that's locking things down here. And over towards that B side. Their job made easy in this 2v5, but they've still got to convert. We saw in that pistol round how quickly these advantages can get chaotic. They got them completely boxed in right now. Marky's head shown, and there's 2 kills back in return here. Still some problems, but Junior's op does thrive. From the heavens, 2 kills, striking them down from above. And it will be 5 on the board, locked in from Rave. Those 2 A players being able to deliver all 5 of the kills.
And this is exactly why, you know, the op is so important to run on overpass, because on some maps, like let's say Inferno, you can't really retake with the op effectively. Like, you won't really gain many angles. On overpass, you're going to come out and have like multiple fights that you can take from long range with the AWP. So it's a lot more justifiable to continue running it time and time again. And of course, there's not much of a choice given the scoreline and the situation for Raven. It works out beautifully. I mean, it starts with Cryptic's rifle and ends with Junior's op.
That's what you like to see, right? Like you said, especially in like advantage situations, that op retake is so much more possible when there's less utility to toss in towards heaven. They find themselves just having to sacrifice a couple of smokes that you would love to see on an execute that aren't an option with the 3 kills that Cryptic found over there towards A. B riflers, again, standard setups. The A side hold, very passive. Right now, Rave have been given opportunities on catching their opponents, you know, getting aggressive and taking risks, and they're hoping that that will happen once again. But playing this far passive can be a bit of a difficulty, because it's allowing for a really good B execute to be put into play here. You know, good flashes from short can be the difference maker, and they're already skilled out monster without taking any contact. There's the reaction smokes, and the reaction utility coming through. Now we'll see what they can do in terms of the hold. Gabe finds 2 entries instantly, and it just leaves Marky on an island. He's getting chased down and dealt with by Honest. So now it is once again on the shoulders of Cryptic and Junior.
Oh my god. That is an absolutely clinical take of that B side. Nade goes through. It stops the plant momentarily, but that was their last piece of utility. They've got nothing else to work with. They've got to win the gunfights. Cryptic has the read, gets the first one, flicks around quickly to expect the response, but it's not there just yet. So it allows him to drop down. Junior playing Overwatch with the AWP. Cryptic gets another. Junior connects, gets the trade, down to a 1v1. Junior versus Valtrock, but no smoke available. Is there? Yes, there was one on the ground, but he throws on the bomb. He's looking the wrong way. Valtrock wins it out 12-5 for Phoenix.
Oh man, what an attempt right there. Both Junior and Cryptic making that possible in what was such a difficult 2v5 situation right there. And Valtrock, again, in such sneaky positioning. That has been a statement of his play so far throughout this event, is getting tucked in these unexpected positions and catching his opponents by surprise. And there's another example of it. Junior had no idea that he was there. He's able to win the round off the back of it without a chance for Junior to say anything about it. Now Cryptic going all in on this play here. Lines up 2 kills. Cryptic not ready to give up on this game just yet. Finds a massive multi to set the tone and try and give Rave a fighting chance here.
I mean, the last time they had that set up, it led to a round victory, right? So, I mean, this time they get even more out of it. 2 frags. MDS and Honest, just absolutely nothing they could do. Beautiful stuff. And Junior's actually one of the top players in terms of flash assists and flash thrown on the team. So he's not only doing it with the rifle, with the AWP, but he's also a great supporting player. 1:10 on the clock. Markey collects Gabe. J-Chance and Valtrock, last 2 standing. Valtrock was the hero previously. There's his 13th on the board. Trying to keep hope alive for the squad. Problem for them is they have to go recover that bomb, and that's quickly realized by J-Chance. So he's going to go collect that parcel. Markey. Oh. It works. Markey takes care of business. Valtrock gone. Only J-Chance left, and the odds of victory aren't very high.
Not looking like it here. He's going to run it down long right now. So it feels like the op not the easiest weapon to work off of here. We'll see if he can find a spotting player. Oh, man. That might have been his one opportunity right there. And with Cryptic dodging the bullet, that will be Rave avoiding letting this map slip all too quickly. As you said, it's Cryptic with a very similar play, although this time it's a lot more commitment around it there. They HE the smoke and try and punish that play, and if that gets sidelined right, if Cryptic's down early, that is a huge statement, but the fact that he walks away surviving is phenomenal. 1 extra gun down there. That'll lax his hands, but everyone else sitting pretty.
Money's not great for Phoenix, though. You know, J-Chance keeps the AWP, which is good. You know, he has the armor as well, but outside of that, they're probably going to have to be on an eco here. Or do they send it? Really? Up 12-6? Wow. They're going to send it all the way down around the AWP. I guess, okay. I mean, I don't hate it. Bit. Yeah.
Although Gabe does not.
See, that's weird to me. Yeah. Why would everyone else go down and then Gabe keeps the money?
It's interesting. We'll see if it matters all that much. They can still just get the job done with the fort. Armored up and with an AWP there. Everyone else with pistols. And a nade stack towards barrels. Oh, this could do it. Someone playing out there. Markey going to eat 2. Big damage onto him early is not what you like to see. They're going to make his job so much more frustrating, as he's been just locked in this position. And yeah, 1 bullet out of the Tech 9 finds the kill. This B side has been vulnerable once more. The Tech 9 starting to rush them down here, and Pluto playing passive. Finds a single kill. They're looking for something extra, but can't quite track it. And now they've got a retake with a man down.
Yeah, I mean, look, this B set, like you said, it's just been unable to hang on to anything. The only time that we saw success at all for Rave is when Cryptic and Junior were combining towards Fountain to get frags on the board early on in the rounds. If that doesn't happen, or if that wasn't happening, then this has been the result. Even just about against these Tech 9s, and yeah, it's done. Junior, last one standing, has to clutch the 1v4, gets 2, but that'll be it. 13-6 for Phoenix on Rave's map pick. Very well played from them. Overall, it just felt like Rave aren't that force that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I mean, showing how much resiliency this team has here, really, as well on the Phoenix side. Being able to work a game plan around that defense, staying aggressive. Again, they lost 13-2 in map 1, and it felt like that was going to be a similar story heading into the second map if they didn't play with that same gusto that they were doing yesterday, if they didn't play with that same coordination and aggression and really just suffocate the attack that you know we were hoping to see out of Rave, that we expect to see and we've seen in the past. They didn't get an opportunity to set up a lot of defaults. They were losing a lot of man advantages due to the aggression out of that CT side. Connector control, obviously really important. That was a pretty big priority out of the
defense as well. So some good moves overall for Phoenix to bounce back.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm impressed with their CT side. I'm impressed that they had, like you mentioned, like that gusto, that ability to push up and get aggressive into the faces of Rave, and knowing that their lives are on the line. Like, they have to do something big in order to make a difference here, and they absolutely did on this map. So that's going to send us over to Ancient now. And I don't know, like, one thing we didn't really bring up that much, because I don't know, we don't even have to talk about it all the time, but it is still Pluto subbing in, right? And I think that has an impact on Overpass. We've seen Walco play with the squad, and I think Walco does a good job of working around connector, things like that, and you can't really expect that from Pluto. So that's why we saw more on T side, I mean, more simplified plays a lot of the time, so that Pluto was able to get in on the action. I think that had a big impact on their ability to have success. So will that be the same story on Ancient?
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I think that was maybe a big difference in the challenges that they had to face head on. Is, you know, connector is such a, obviously, you know, a linchpin position in terms of, if you can win it, you've got quick rotates from the A to B site. You have so much more, you know, deception as an opportunity to throw your opponents off, and a lot of times he had his moments where he was able to find impact. But you know, J Chance was dealing with him with the op. They had setups that were collapsing from short and top of connector. So a lot of credit to Phoenix and how they shut him down.
All right, well, we'll have to see if it's going to be the same story on Ancient, or if Rave can recover to secure this series. Before then, a break.
Work your fingers to the bone. I know you can keep me warm. Don't you leave, it's getting cold. I got you and you got me. Don't be scared if we complete. Love and war the same damn thing. Yeah. Oh love, it's like I'm fading away. I want more, I want more. Oh love, I really want you to stay. We'll push it to the edge for real. We'll push it to the end now. We'll push it to the end now. I want your body, all in. 'Cause I love the way you make me feel. We'll push it to the end now. We'll push it to the end now. I want your body, all in. 'Cause I love the way you make me feel. I want your body, all in. I want your body, all in. I want your body, all in. I want your body, oh love, it's like I'm fading away. I want more, I want more. Oh love, I really want you to stay. We'll push it to the edge for real. We'll push it to the end now. We'll push it to the end now. I want your body, all in. 'Cause I love the way you make me feel.
All right, we're back here with fl0m Mythical LAN Las Vegas 2026, brought to you by Monster Energy. We're getting ready for map number 3 here in this series. We're going to Ancient, and what was surprising is, you know, how quickly Phoenix was able to dispose of Rave on Overpass, and I think a lot of it comes down to what we already talked about, the aggression that they brought forth.
Yeah, they just played with a different style there in this matchup, and I think it just felt so much better compared to what they brought in map 1, where they were getting shut down.
Yeah.
Didn't get a lot of opportunities to get their game plan downrange, and now they kind of give them a taste of their own medicine on that CT side. They looked very dominant. That was, you know, what we would hope to see out of Phoenix when they get the opportunity to start defensively. And the question was, were they going to be able to bring that out with their back against the wall, with elimination on the line, where every mistake is amplified so much more? The answer was yes here, and now we'll see if they can keep that up on Ancient. Like you said,
Yeah.
you know, we kind of highlighted the role that Pluto plays in this roster, and the loss of Walco, and somehow breaking down a little bit of those T sides that made it look not like the Rave we knew. It definitely felt like that with connector positioning and requirements of Pluto to succeed in such an important position. But you know, now they're hoping to get away with that on Ancient as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be maybe a little easier on Ancient, because I feel like the T sides can be simplified and it won't really impact you as much on a map like Ancient, but it's still going to be a challenge. It's still going to be a challenge. I think that Phoenix have come to play. I don't know if their stats even mean anything when we're looking at them, because we thought they would struggle more on Overpass. They were losing against inferior teams to Rave on the map with a 2-game losing streak and only playing it 3 times. But they came through and looked solid there and very composed. So I feel like anything could happen here on this 3rd map.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, I again have high expectations that we'll see this time around. Phoenix have an opportunity all the way through this series, whereas yesterday they kind of ran out of steam. I think, you know, that comes down to definitely a lot to do with the T sides, right? I mean, the T side of Train is so much more difficult. This time the knife round not going to determine who's going to get, you know, 11 rounds and a half, you know, all of that. So we'll see. I mean, I think there's going to be much more opportunity, though, still for Rave, as you said, being able to play around it, playing a little bit more comfortable. I feel like, you know, Pluto still in these important positions. We saw him in Outer Yard on Nuke. We saw him in Connector on Overpass. So now on Ancient, I expect that to carry forward. But even still, you know, it's high expectation for them to get the job done. And very patient knife round there.
Yeah.
They really
Just waiting in
the line. And I saw Rave kind of start to collapse in on them, so they're using that old school battle formation right there up against a team that's trying to just play straight like musket style knife rounds.
I mean, yeah, it works out for them, honestly. And now they have the opportunity to start on the CT side, which I think is better in their situation, to just be able to put Pluto in one spot, maybe keep him in I don't know, cave or something. I don't know what would be the best. No, cave's too important. Not that he can't do it, but
it's just hard to have stand and play in these really crucial positions, and it looks like they want him to be a 1-for-1 for Walco, so that's kind of the concern of the question. But Markey holding down the line. Those double sets of dual Berettas are keeping this B-side attack FA looking for even more. Eventually those shots go missing. The body shots coming through here now for Junior as well, doing the trick. And finally a headshot coming through out of those double dualies, going to lead to a skin Rave's pistol.
I feel like overall Rave are a pretty comfortable team on Ancient. I think Junior pops to mind immediately as someone who can have a good performance here with the AWP, even with the rifles. We saw him, to be honest with you, he hasn't had that much impact with the AWP. It might be like 4 or 5 frags overall throughout the series, which is a bit of a shocker given how much impact he usually has with that. But his rifle performance, it's not because he hasn't playing well, because the rifle performance on map 1 was ridiculous on Nuke. But right here, I think we're going to see the op probably have the most impact than we had, which is, you know, a bit of a shocker to hear me saying, because he just played Overpass previously. Anyway, MP9 out for Junior. He gets MDS, and that's a good start.
Yeah, something I'll bring up whenever Junior's playing an anti-eco and he's got an SMG. He's going to be in their face. He's gonna hunt those kills. He's gonna farm up cash for an AWP, and he takes a little ground towards that main side. He does turn the corner, doesn't spot anything. So all of a sudden, Phoenix have an opportunity looming ahead of them here. If it wasn't for the fact that Junior is now punching through middle, doesn't look the right way though. The dual Berettas will put him down. That's a bit of an awkward exchange right there, and at least Laxi able to recover that. But let me see a kill out of that this time around. No ecos to be farmed for Junior.
Gonna be left limited here. Meanwhile, the CZ not quite tracking the aim. The J Chance looking for anything under the Deagle, won't find it. Rave gonna get their nice conversion there, and Laxi gonna do some heavy lifting in that one.
Yeah, very nice for Laxi. Another player to keep an eye on here. I think he likes to push mid, that typical approach that you like to see from teams on CT side of Ancient. So he's probably going to be in the firefight, in the chaos of the battle, throughout the entirety of this CT side. Heading into round number 3, though, the rifles are out for Phoenix. He got 3 AKs and 2 Galils. Full set of util for a couple of players, or actually only one. The rest are trying to put together whatever they can, which is going to be the advantage of Skin Rave, as here come the nades out towards mid. The battle ensues, but they're not really getting aggressive at Rave.
Playing a step back there.
Laxi's just tucking himself into donut.
Got a lot of trust in this setup right now. You can see Junior with the op taking a forward approach, and what I would like to see is someone toss a little bit of utility for Junior, maybe to, take a shot and then smoke it off. But he's left with no utility, so a bit of a tricky position on this A-hole, just given the nature of investing into that AWP. The good news is with this passive setup, Phoenix are also playing a little bit behind. So slow to finally roll out towards middle. Maybe a late collapse coming through. There's a flashbang out of the gates there. They've got Pluto pretty much locked in towards this red room because he's forcing the smoke out from his own. And he gets chased down there. Gabe doesn't take any time there. Rolls it up towards the red room and finds the opening pick.
45 seconds left. And DS looking like he's going to find another one here. Misses the opening salvo of shots and gives Cryptic a chance to fade off, but the pressure's being applied from ramp as well. Cryptic realizes that he's got support from his teammate here. Still alive, but cannot find a frag. The FAMA's going to have to do it all, and it can't. Marky falls afterwards. And Rave unable to hang on there on the B site, which results in a save for Junior and Laxi.
Then again, this is where Phoenix look really good. It's a really patient crawl up the ramp. They force Cryptic into such an uncomfortable position, but there's not that overcommitment coming through the cave side, and there's not that overcommitment coming through ramp. They manage to link up incredibly well so that they can trade out that site effectively. And that's how Phoenix has won a lot of their T sides. When feeling they're most confident and comfortable, it's not as a result of these crazy lurks. It's not as a result of any sort of one individual. It's everyone coordinating their efforts, and I think that's when this team's at their most scary.
All right, well, Laxi and Junior are at least going to be able to walk away with their rifles, which will help them into the next round. I would even argue they should buy around this, because you have 4K for Pluto and almost the same for Cryptic and Marky, so just go for it, send it. See if you can make it work, and that's exactly what they're going to call. It's justifiable for sure. Let's see what they can do up against Phoenix, who, as you mentioned, once they start looking coordinated and everything, they get ever more threatening. And it's required. It's been required of them for both of their matches, right? Like, they needed to have everyone popping off, otherwise you're not going to find success.
Yeah, I mean, I look at what they did versus NRG, a lot of very suffocating executes with 5 players grouped up, sometimes multi-pronged approaches, but very unified efforts there. And the same is true in that last round there from Phoenix. 5 players targeting B from 2 different directions here, but what a shot from Honest. Crouching into the angle. Junior doesn't get a chance to pop a shot off. Now Pluto fully flashed. All the time in the world for Honest to knock down that kill clean. Laxi is able to put one back. They do slow down a little bit off the back of that Laxi kill, so at least some relief here, but it's scary stuff from Phoenix.
I can't say I'm fond of that angle for Junior, right? I can understand if you're a rifler, you can have your 2 riflers pushed up there. It works sometimes when you have the AWP, but you're better off hanging around in Red Room or just generally staying, more at a distance at B site. That's a very weird off angle for him to be playing, and he really gets punished. And as a result, now you have a 4v3 in favor of Phoenix with 35 seconds left.
Cryptic alone with an MP9 on this B bomb site.
Cryptic's dead. If Valtorok takes any further steps forward, there's no chance for Cryptic at all. Like, he's just going to be waiting there if he realizes it.
Yeah, this might be a surprise. Cryptic has that element, but nothing out of the MP9. Anyway. Frustration got to be setting in after that one. He's come so close to lining up a couple of these kills, but he just never has the right gun for the job and finds his timing to try and strike there. And if it wasn't, Cryptic finding a multi in some form or fashion, that round was over either way, given Valtorok's positioning. on the other side of the map. And again, it's a story of patience and poise here from Phoenix. They got smoked off of that A site, and they didn't brute force it. They didn't give it a challenge, even though they committed a lot of utility in smoking off CT and Temple. They just said, if we go through this smoke and lose 2 players, we're just giving that man advantage away. And instead, they have Voltarok on the other side of the map, giving them an option B and taking a different approach here. Gabe even taking another gun away out of Laxi's hands. The op's still unrecoverable. Marky going to hold on to this A1S at the very least, but Phoenix fighting forward here effectively.
I'm going to say Phoenix feel like the better team right now. Like they feel like the team that's more put together at this stage of the game. Momentum has shifted in their favor overall. Oh boy. Like we might be seeing an upset here.
Yeah, I mean, early on in this this map, I'm definitely with you here. When the guns have come out, they've shown some level of success. I mean, again, you're looking at Junior taking some angles here that, I mean, as you said, you know, it's an awkward angle, very tough to make that approach, but Junior, when he's feeling sharp and when he's quick, is hitting that before Onyx gets a chance to take that head clean off. And right now, just a little sluggish here, not finding those quick shots that we know he's capable of, and you know, that plays a big role. I mean, losing your opper and continuing to cause some frustration. At first on that opening map, it was great. You know, he didn't have to op. They got away with it very comfortably with just using him as a rifle and helping out that A side. Right now, they're feeling the need as these rounds start to flood in from Phoenix to get that op out and make sure that Junior's a part of the play here, that he's getting chances to open up the round. And when he's trying that, he's getting punished like that. That's a scary sign. That's one of the biggest fear factors.
No, I agree with you. You know, he's usually, I've said it before, the pillar of the team, like that foundation that's always reliable and always there with the AWP. But it feels like they're trying to do something different with him. Like they're putting him in aggressive positions when usually when I see him doing really well, it's from like Temple or something like that towards the A site, or maybe just hanging back and holding angles with the op, which is like, I call him a stay-at-home opper, honestly.
It's good rotations.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Always being there for a kill on somewhere on the map, and where the execute's hitting, and disrupting an execute. It's such a stronghold of his. Right now, he's trying to be, you know, in their face before they can even get those executes off.
And that's not where I think he'll thrive. I think that's, you know, maybe misplaying his strengths, right? So anyway, well, we'll see how it goes. We'll see if they can make the adaptation. We have a timeout called here. I'm not sure. This might be technical in nature.
I believe so.
Yeah, so we're trying to figure out what's going on. But either way, maybe despite the fact that this is not an intentional pause, it'll help Rave regain their composure, you know?
Yeah, I mean, definitely needing to, you know, calm the nerves a little bit, solve some frustration out of Cryptic after that you know, death that he took in towards B, and a lot of weight being placed on their shoulders. I mean, even with the stand-in, you're hoping that you can do some damage and use this event as a springboard and, you know, rise a little bit there. When you have teams like NRG and M80 taking off in the VRS, you want to be joining them in that conversation in any way possible.
Yeah.
And with how close, you know, this core, this team has been at, say, making majors and things of that nature, they're, you know, coming up close in different events. It's like you want to eventually to see this squad make that breakthrough, but right now, you know, given that they both have to deal with the stand-in situation, and right now they're feeling the fear factor that Phoenix are providing is scary stuff.
I'm not even sure what's going on with the fifth for Phoenix. Like we know that Walco's not here for other issues, but the fact of the matter is Phoenix have had a good 6 months or so, or maybe a little less than that, but still a few months to find a fifth, and they've gone between Redman and of course Voltarok. I don't know if they've decided on Voltarok to be the player, their fifth, that's going to come through. If they have, I don't really mind it with the way he's been playing lately, or at least lately for in fl0m Mythical LAN with this squad. But yeah, I don't know. Like I don't know like if we can call it a stand-in situation anymore. I guess is my point.
Yeah, I mean, right now it seems like he's an integral piece of the puzzle for Phoenix that I wouldn't like to see get you know, replaced, because you're watching some of these rounds play out, and again, he's a guy that can give you another option in rounds, right? I mean, we saw it on the pistol and overpass, multiple different big-time opening plays, great closer in rounds. But what we're seeing right now in Ancient, sometimes on the opposite side of the map from his core, his pack, and still being able to press forward. Talk about like players that can do that, self-sufficient guys like Hex that can be huge difference makers in this meta right now, and oftentimes can allow for guys like that to thrive.
You bring up Hexed, and I'm thinking now, about Skin Rave or Rave, excuse me.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Do you feel like he's looking for a new home? Do you feel like if Rave lose here to Phoenix and really tumble down the VRS rankings, that they look to make some changes? Maybe Hex.
I mean, if that's an option, I would. I could see that being the case, right? I know one thing's for sure is that Cryptic likes to have his team and really likes to trust in it. They'll work through a lot to avoid making a roster change.
Okay.
Which again I quite like about Rave. A lot of times these roster changes are more so their hands being forced. Situations like your player getting picked up by another organization or a big opportunity there. But for me, I guess I'd be a little surprised to start off the year. You're heading into a player break. You didn't make a change. It'd be tough to imagine them doing that this early.
The only thing that might force their hand here is Walco, I think, because apparently there was travel issues, and that's why he couldn't get to this event. And if that continues, maybe that will force their hand, and that's why I'm thinking, you have a Hext available. Who, I mean, they might need to change the role a little bit, and change the way they play a little bit to fit him into the roster. But I think he can absolutely fit into this squad.
Yeah.
If they have to make a change, like you said.
Yeah. I definitely agree there. That could be something that you definitely look towards. I mean, obviously, a player like Hex is I think, a good fit on so many different teams in North America, and can be a difference maker in so many different teams. So, I'm definitely with you. I wouldn't mind to see him again. A player who I would like to see land on a team as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Be able to join someone at the top ranks of NA.
Yeah, and like a salary team too, right?
Yeah.
Which I think Hex deserves at this point of his career and what he's established for himself. We don't have any word as to what is actually. I'm actually going to check right now to see if we have any information as to.
I think that might be
happened.
update from the A stream. From what I'm hearing, we got OC chance.
One of the players is very sick.
Uh-oh.
That is not good, and I think it is a Phoenix player because we're not seeing them right now. So that is not good. That is not good at all. That would be a really terrible way to end. Well, actually, no, wait. I see everyone here. I'm really confused.
I'm not sure.
I see
everyone on Rave as well?
Yeah, everyone on Rave and everyone on Phoenix. So is it unrelated to, I don't know.
I assume that's...
Could be a coach?
A coach, yeah. Could be. Although now there's a couple empty chairs on Phoenix, so
Yeah.
maybe that's the deal. But I think NRG closed out, from what I heard, out in the crowd. So they got the sweep over Voca. So that means whoever wins this series is going to go up against Voca, whether that's a rematch of Rave versus Voca, or if Phoenix can pull off this upset, continue winning ways. Be another impressive feat. Who's to say?
Sorry, I'm just communicating.
You're trying to solve this mystery.
Getting everything solved, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, again, hopefully everything's all right for these Phoenix players. They've been playing very well, and they're playing through some sickness. That is some impressive stuff there. Hoping that all is well on their end. Get everything refreshed, ready to go.
Yeah. It's never a situation you want to be in, to be ill at an event, but it's happened a lot recently. I mean, there's a lot going around. We got flus, we got COVID, we got stomach flus, we got a lot of stuff. So keep yourselves healthy if you can.
You got any tips for staying healthy?
Any tips for staying healthy?
Hand sanitizer.
Wash your hands, yes, as much as you can, and make sure that I don't know. Yeah, hand sanitizer, washing hands. There's not much else.
There you go.
Eat healthy. If you can.
I've so far been able to avoid a lot of the LAN sickness. I think I have a good immune system.
I think you're
probably
lucky.
what it is.
Yeah.
Maybe still young. 25, like Junior, both very young, but. I don't know. I just.
I didn't realize you
I'm
were 25 when I was saying that before. I'm just like, oh, okay. Cole's gonna get a big head now. So.
Yeah. I don't know.
It is young. I mean, for me,
I'm a fist bumper and a handshaker. So whatever someone else goes for. So I don't know. I've been lucky so far.
Yeah.
There's like frag flus that go around and stuff like that.
never got COVID at during like some of the LANs that happened when everyone.
Oh, I did.
You did?
Oh yeah. It wasn't even at.
No.
It wasn't even at like a big LAN. We were out in Sweden in one of the studios, and I got COVID there. I didn't even go out or anything. It was just unlucky.
Do you know what year that was? Was that one of the earlier
2021,
ones?
I think 2021, 2022. Yeah. So.
That's a bummer.
Yeah.
Did you have
yeah,
to
yeah.
stay longer?
Well, it was
to
at the end
quarantine?
that I got. Sorry.
Did you have to stay longer to quarantine, or was it
No,
after
no.
you got back?
It was the quarantine phase was done by that
Okay.
point, so you could just freely go. And I mean, luckily, because before I remember I went to London in like 2020, and I went to London in 2020, and I had to do the whole like, or 2021, something like that, maybe earlier on, and I had to do like the test to make sure I had enough COVID to avoid quarantine. And I was like, it was so stressful, and I was so happy it ended.
Dude, I'm so glad I never. I mean, hey, I would have gladly accepted any LAN opportunities at that time, but I'm so glad I avoided traveling during that night.
It was not fun. I'll
That had
tell
to
you.
have been a huge pain.
You had to prove your vaccination stuff. It was a lot. Anyway, we won't get into it. We're back into the action. Yay, Counter-Strike. 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. Marky's going to get the opener. And like an extended break like that, even though I know that you're not allowed to talk at all pretty much amongst the team when you're on those tech pauses,
Oh my god.
it still gives you a chance to reset if you're Rave. And look at Marky go. I mean, he's ready to rock. 2 frags already. Vault to rock. Waiting beyond the Jag position here, and Cryptic does not decide to push out. Gabe spots out Junior, and that's the first frag, but he gets flanked out. Oh, MDS should have supported him. He's going to be wondering, MDS, what were you doing? How did I die like that? You're right there. It's just a nice quick movement, though, on the side of Rave, and Cryptic will get the last on MDS. They find a third and end that mini run for Phoenix.
That's such a tone shifter as well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about the momentum that can shift off the back of these timeouts, and you know that stinks for Phoenix there, and it's a large part to do with Marky, what he's able to do to control down middle. But again, those timeouts can shift so much, and having some time to mentally reset, to calm down, realize the reality of the situation here is that Phoenix are taking a little bit of control here, so they take it right back. They fight for mid control for first time in this matchup so far, and I like that decision making here to not let Phoenix take the space for free.
Absolutely. 1:35 on the clock. J-Chance pushing out towards A main slowly but surely. He is on a lone mission to gain information with the AWP. Not usual that you'll see that. Usually there's a rifler supporting. But he decides to eventually regroup with the rest of his squad going towards mid. And now we'll look into Red Room to try and win this fight against Pluto. Pluto's playing a pretty good angle. I don't think he's going to be spotted, no. So should they try to go into Donut, he'll have a significant advantage, especially if they overlook that spot.
Yeah, it's such a great off angle to deal with Red Room, or rather towards Donut. Can be a little bit tricky at times because you are fully committed right now. But they get another gun round out, and they play back to the passive stance here. They go into letting Phoenix control middle, not giving over any opportunities here, and putting some resources here over towards that bomb site. Cryptic waits it out. Lets that shot rattle off. Gets his smoke down. 35 seconds left on the clock. And they still have an op posted up on the bottom of B with a full belt of utility out of Junior. So this one is going to have some serious challenges here for themselves. They got to break through this B bomb site, through a smoke, throw in the proper utility here to get down range. Marky playing dodge flash, but already Junior able to open things up. Marky exposed, but tucked in towards the cub. He's got some safety here. Cryptic needs to find himself some success as Junior is getting caught by these flashes, but still able to thread in some aggression. Last player spotted in Vault to Rock, trying to wait around the corner, eventually takes down one. Axe is getting hyped right now for his squad.
That is
And that's
crazy,
a huge shift in how Rave are able to hold down the site.
Absolutely wild, the shift we've seen since that pause, right? And that's oftentimes what can happen, because I felt like before I went to that pause, Phoenix were the team I was looking towards.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And if without it, I think they would be the ones up by a score of maybe 3-2 or 4-2 right now. Instead, it's shifted the other way, and Rave look like a team that's been revitalized. Like they've had a chance to clear their heads.
It's just, I mean, again, and when you get these sort of opportunities, take full advantage. Now you can see Axe in the background there cheering on his squad. He's on his feet right now.
You need that
as
sometimes.
that tone needs to be shifted. I mean, if you're watching from Mac's point of view, you're thinking, man, my team is really letting off the gas a little bit, and I want them to get that surge of momentum there. And whenever you see that opportunity to sliver on in there and find some success, you got to take it and run right now.
Absolutely. And Laxi's in a prime position to punish here up against these pistols. A1S in hand. There you go. There's the first, the second, probably a third if he gets the opportunity at it. And he will. There you go. 3K for Laxi and a 5-2 scoreline for Rave as they've got 3 in a row. Phoenix reeling. Obviously, they'll have their buy up again here. But, I mean, just like that, things have shifted back in favor of the favorites.
Yeah, absolutely. Timeout called for Phoenix to try and get things back on track and try and slow down the momentum for the side of Rave. And a big opportunity here ahead of the Phoenix squad. Of course, correct. They've shown so much success in terms of these late takes and these patient attacks, but what we just saw now out of Rave, again, it's a very similar adjustment to what we saw, off the back of that timeout called on Nuke, and they're holding on to their utility. I think that's a key difference. If they're not taking map control, they're holding on to multiple smokes with a minute left on the clock, multiple mollies with a minute left on the clock, and that's going to draw down that timer so late that Phoenix are going to be into kind of panic mode.
I think this is one thing, and I'm glad you pointed out that Rave actually thrive at, is holding on to that util and playing it down to the very last moments of the round. It puts so much pressure on the T side. Speaking of pressure, well, a shot to the dome isn't going to hurt from Pluto as he gets it down to a 5v4, and it's good to see him starting to have a little bit more impact here. I think unfortunately he's more often than not been the player that hasn't been able to perform at the level that I think Rave needs right now here up against Phoenix. Let's see if it changes. There you go, he gets a second one for himself off of Junior's op kill. And another thing, Junior starting to collect op kills. That's something that was also missing on the previous maps.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a reason here with his positioning to be able to lock down these sites and hold on to his trust in his op here. And all that Phoenix have been able to provide in these last couple of rounds is these exit kills and a bit less impactful, less meaningful situations here. We'll see if MDS can start put some meaning to it. Not quite. Laxi will shut it down from that point forward and take a 6 here. I'm definitely with you, though. Junior finding op shots and holding down angles for long enough that, again, they can save their utility by knowing that Junior's going to connect on these tripwire shots to set the tone for the execute. That's what we know this op to do so effectively here for the side of Junior. That's kind of what we have watched him do at his best throughout the years, and he's bringing that right now to Rave.
Alrighty. Let's see if it continues or if Phoenix can get that recovery. And we saw yesterday as well where Phoenix were fighting tooth and nail on the first 2 maps, and the third map they just fell completely flat on train. I wouldn't say that was the case here. They came through and looked pretty good in the opening moments, but now they're struggling. Look at the recovery there after Pluto gets traded. Laxi with 3 more. Another 3K for him. He's up to 14. Finally, Gabe shuts him down. But Gabe is the only survivor up against Marky, Cryptic, and Junior. Marky was to plant the bomb at the very least. Now he's getting peppered down through the smoke, and Junior will take care of business. 7-2 in favor of Skin Rave.
Kind of a necessary recovery from Laxi, right? He goes above and beyond with that 3K, but the fact that he's able to slide through the smoke and offer up 2 in the first place is so impressive. His tracking through that smoke, nailing down these players on Phoenix. And they'll find themselves with a lot of cash flow starting to roll on up here, and Rave consistently closing out these rounds. Going to build on the confidence here. And again, it's just that storm of momentum that they've been able to take ever since then. They're not letting off the gas. Saw a bit of a change up there from Phoenix, a huge speed up towards that A-bomb site. Don't mind that call, but gets punched back. Now Laxi also having some big moments here. Playing in between that A bomb site and middle. He's been constantly present with multi-kills.
MDS. We saw him yesterday, in particular on Nuke. Maybe not as much today, but he was going for some nice entries. Maybe he needs to try and get that done here. Up against Pluto. Nice jump up here, and he will hit the shot. It's Lax, excuse me, that he finds. Junior posts up at the op. This time a little more passive on the angle, and I like that. Gabe will fall. 4v4. Pluto waiting around the corner. Perfect timing on the peak. Gets the first and the second. Looking for a 3K Molotov. Burning at his feet. Surviving around it. Pulls out the pistol, but Cryptic is flanking, so it won't matter. Voltarok is dead to rights. MDS, last one standing. AK in his hands. Bomb needs to be recovered, and only 46 seconds left to get 4 frags and plant that bomb. Does get the first.
Oh, but I think he's going to be found out by Junior here. Knife out. Tech 9 headshot to do the trick right there. Caught with a knife out, and again, Axe is getting allowed in all of these wins here. They're just rolling off the momentum and have completely taken the life out of Phoenix here. Absolutely no chance to hold their own. Another, I think, prime example of what feels like the right idea from Phoenix. I mean, look at the space that MDS is taking. Why is Rave not in a panic to rotate over? Pluto is still holding B while 2 players are pushed through on a flank. I mean, he had every reason to leave his post and yet still holds his ground.
It's crazy.
They don't panic rotate. They have a player flanking, and it's just kind of a done deal. I think Phoenix, I mean, definitely surprised by that factor there. Impressive bit of poise there to not fall for that fake that MDS threw.
I just think it's everything's starting to go right for Rave versus before when it was struggling to activate. And now Pluto being able to help out in just any way is impactful. Cryptic waiting on the site here. Some utility being tossed around. There's the frag up against MDS earlier on. Junior falls. Excuse me, Laxi falls, but Junior hits the touchdown with the nade. 4v3 in favor of Rave, and they just keep going. This B site is on lockdown. If I'm Phoenix, I'm not even headed in this direction anymore. They have been rebuffed time and time again. J-Chance, last one standing. Another crazy clutch required, and he'll take the first step, maybe the second. No! Junior clotheslines him with the AWP, and a 9-2 scoreline for Rave.
Oh, what a fantastic recovery here for Rave when they felt like their opportunities were slipping here. They take full control of this matchup. They're now looking for double digits in the first half, and I don't see any signs of stopping. As you said, everything's working for them. I mean, I'm with you. You're starting to finally fear this B site because of how effective we're seeing some of the holds from players like Pluto, Marky, so many multi-kills. But then your other option is to try and challenge Laxi over there towards A, sometimes Junior with the op over towards A. That's also not a fun prospect either, so Phoenix starting to run into 2 brick walls of this defense that Rave are not relenting from.
Certainly. Now, Phoenix have gone away from that attempted mid-control that they were going for pretty consistently. I say that, and they're about to throw a smoke for Red Room. Looks like they will go back into mid. There you go. Molotov thrown for Cubby. And Junior's going to be under a bit of pressure. AWP in his hands. There he goes again. This is the type of op-in that I was talking about that Junior does really well. Just holding these angles, playing the positions, hits the second shot. J-Chance does find the trade, but Junior has done the job. He managed to fend them off long enough for rotations to come in. The only thing is there's a bit of a linchpin here. That's Voltarok, who's hanging around in the back lines. Maybe he'll be able to strike and shut down these players before they can go over and reinforce the side. Not really. Cave is gone. So is Voltarok. It's crazy that Marky has the awareness to take care of Voltarok. Now it's up to J-Chance, who does manage to get one on Pluto. 35 seconds left. He's heard. They absolutely know where he is. Marky's got a freebie, and there you go. 10-2. In favor of Rave, which is the identical scoreline that we had in map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, just great awareness overall there throughout the whole half, and reading some of the different plays that Phoenix were throwing at them. Again, effective lurks that should be so much more impactful just weren't, because they weren't biting on these sort of fakes that are netting them kills and executes onto sites that are just completely lost. And if you're Phoenix, you're wondering why they're not biting, but it's just that reaction to those good calls that are coming through as an adaptation out of this Rave camp. And so they find themselves with a big mountain to climb here heading into this second half, whereas Rave have all the momentum heading into it, looking to try and get their rematch versus Voka.
Would love to have that. Is it already a rematch against Voka?
Yeah, they NRG won.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry, I didn't realize that. I hadn't checked on the A stream. Okay.
I just heard people chanting OC, and I knew that NRG won map 1, so I assumed with the OC chant.
Did you assume correctly? Did you verify this? Is this unverified information, Cole?
It's verified. I checked it.
Cole Exter McHenry, have you?
Yeah, 2-0.
Please show me. Okay, I've got the proof now. I usually trust Cole, but he wasn't giving me much confidence in the
You didn't believe in the OC chant?
I mean, I
Crowd's
did.
just lying. Well,
All
right now,
right.
no lies towards the middle. It's all just a full-on fight with 5 players. No secret about it, but Volterock actually gives him a chance there. Makes 3 kills out of thin air. And now into a clutch here. MDS has a kit, but he doesn't have armor here, so it's all on his shoulders. Trying to get the job done versus the stand-in.
MDS.
Oh!
Oh, hits the shot on Pluto. And it will be a 3rd round secured on the side of Phoenix. And look at Volterock. He had more frags in that round than he had in the entire first half. So that's pretty good to see the contribution coming through. It is just the pistol round, but it's at least one step in the right direction for them. That's the first win they've had since it was tied 2-2.
Yeah, right now, you know, again, you look at that great map that J-Chance put on in Overpass to make it a lot easier for themselves to close out. You had Volterock and Honest on, you know, that map that they won on Nuke. It was a couple of key individuals stepping up. They're all kind of hovering around some similar kill marks, but they're all low kill marks. So Volterock catching up to the rest of his squad. Maybe some confidence to be built, but a fast B-play here as Rave don't want to let off the gas. And Volterock with the spray doesn't quite connect any kills here, but getting helped out by teammates inside of Cave. Gabe is forced way back, and they're starting to take control towards the long here. MDS commits forward through the flames here, has help backed up, but Cryptic can connect, and MDS just can't hear Pluto chasing them down as they run through the fire here. They still haven't planted, or no, they have planted the bomb here, but Gabe, his position is known. He was way earlier, and he has to deal with the crossfire. That's just impossible here, so Rave continue to keep up the heat, and Phoenix can't stay in the kitchen.
That round was decided around that smoke that was thrown towards CT. As soon as you see that push come through on the CT side, you expect that to be the jump, the element of surprise that Phoenix had. And there was the opportunity to get frags, just the shots went wide, and as soon as they did, Rave pounced on the opportunity. They get the first, swing around the corner to get the second, and there's just nothing at all that Phoenix could do to rebuff the site at that point. So as I mentioned, it was just a pistol round, and Rave proved that by winning the follow-up. And now they're only 2 rounds away, and the economy's been completely drained on the side of Phoenix just to force up into what is 4 pistols and a Nova. And the Nova's dead.
Oh,
should it be? Okay. Cryptic almost whiffs that, but he recovers. And it'll be a 5v4 in favor of Rave with J-Chance about to throw this smoke. I think he might have seen or heard something. Definitely knows that they're here now with the smoke break. And Marky doesn't really gain much visibility around it.
Another one, are they thinking about making a move through this? Well, with help from Junior, definitely more chances to it. But they have time that they can just wait out this utility. No need to rush. Even with all of the ground that they have here, they can let those smokes fade away and then take that approach through both Donut and a main. These deagles are going to need to be instant. And these flashes still connecting is going to put them in an awkward location here. Honest showing a little bit of face here. Only on this location to isolate Honest alone on the site. The Junior's starting to crawl his way through ever so slightly.
Oh, Cryptic's looked the wrong way. Yep.
He might be found out. Not a knife kill, but Volterock will confirm it. And again, Honest is going to be left outside looking out on the play.
Pluto's going to take care of business on Volterock, and Honest gone. There you have it. Pluto collecting his 10th and 11th frags on the board, doing a good job and implicating himself in key moments here on Ancient. And Rave have 9 opportunities to close this out. 1 short of what they had on the first map of Nuke, but, excuse me. Yeah, Nuke, right? Am I crazy? No, I'm not. And they are going to be happy with that regardless. A timeout called by Phoenix. I mean, their backs are against the wall. And the biggest problem for them, Cole, is they forced up in the previous round. So they have to force up again with their lives on the line here at fl0m Mythical LAN.
It all comes down to this, whether they can stay a little bit longer or if Rave are ready to send them packing. Again, showed up for a couple of just fantastic maps out of this team, and I think they've got a lot to be proud about in terms of heading into this event and being able to prove that they're just not, instantly going to be dismissed.
At the very least, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, they will be dismissed, but the maps that they did win make me feel like with a little bit more time and development, they can still do some damage here. Out towards the middle, though, Pluto is ready to put an end to this one here. Helped up by Cryptic and some great flashes from Junior. Man. This one might be over quickly here. Phoenix running out of steam here, and Volterock left last man standing once again. Finds his way to a couple of fights here, but Junior going to put the finishing touches, and Axe is going to make sure to let him know this game is over.
Wow, great work from Rave. They only let them get one round on the Phoenix side since that timeout, and it was 2-2. That is a ridiculous performance and a ridiculous run for them to come out with. But one we expected on the previous match that might be axed over there, if you guys heard him in the background. But absolutely fantastic for Rave. They do get their rematch against Voka, and honestly, I would not expect the same result in that matchup. It could easily swing the other way. We were talking about it before, how those two teams go back and forth so frequently in terms of their wins and losses that we could see it go in the other direction this time.
Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely with you right there. I think there's a lot of opportunities for this Rave squad to kind of focus up on the challenges that they faced yesterday and try and improve them upon. I mean, I again talked to Cryptic a little bit in between some of the matchups, and he was saying, that things were a little bit chaotic, we're a little bit nervous on day one, especially on the stage match there.
Of course, it's, yeah.
So, the pressure was amplified, but, stepping into, his role nicely today and being able to close it down, especially when things were slipping a little bit, the sort of quick recovery in that snap decision-making there, the adaptation that they were able to show on the fly, it shows a lot of promise that they could potentially make it into those playoffs.
Absolutely. All right, well, that wraps up our first match here on the B stream. We've got one more on the B stream coming at you. It's going to be Regain up against Marsborn. We've got a bit of a break, I think 30 minutes before that, but when we come back here, we'll have more coverage of fl0m Mythical LAN 2026.
Stuck inside my head, of a major, of a love that died inside. You're a stranger, and there's no point to pretend that you can't heal with me. Erase my memory. I'm a danger, gotta quit while I'm ahead. Disclaimer, an emotion left unread. I'm a danger, and there's no point to pretend that you can't heal with me. Erase my memory. It don't feel so right when I disconnect from you. Hard to say what we do. It don't feel so right when I disconnect from you. Hard to say what we do. to another flow. What you want? Tell me where to go, what to do. To another flow. What you want? Show me the signs. Show me the signs. Get it poppin', put it work. Tell me where to go, what to do. Get it poppin', put it Here I go. Talk to him, talk to him, talk to him, talk to him. Talk to him, talk to him, talk to him. I only want you. I only want you. I only want you. I only want you. I belong to you. I belong to you. I belong to you. I belong to you.
I've been thinking about you, how your voice shakes when you're lying, make everything about you, and I just be a smiling, but I'd still be here when we're in hard times, baby, just join in the fun, running around might lose my mind, the summer's only begun. I'll still be here when we're in hard times. Baby, just join in the fun. Running around, I lose my mind. The summer's only begun. Running around, might lose my mind. Our summer's only begun. I'll still be here when we're in hard times. Running around, I lose my mind. Our summer's only begun. Summer's only begun. Summer's only begun.
Yo, Dada. 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 Yo, hold on. Me, man, break back. That's what I put on the paper. That was it, that was it.
broken.
Ran out of money. Down to my last cigarette. Had lost my honey. But I found the vice I wanna get. Yeah. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up now. Got it back, I need you right now. I'm addicted to you. 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 Boom. Tell me where to go, what to do.
To another flow.
What you want? Tell me where to go, what to do.
To another flow.
What you want?
All right, checking out the displays here. We got lots of awesome brands, and of course, the way you mount these things was really cool. Honestly, like you just get it's a magnetic mount, so you can just put them, swap them out if you want to, wherever you want, put them on your walls, and it's easy to remove and place somewhere else too. So I actually really love the concept of it. I've always wanted one, but I've never actually gotten around to buying one. I really should.
I'm a big fan of how he flipped the disc plate around whenever he hung it up. That's my favorite.
Yeah.
thing. He did that with style, so if you can ever do that, that's kind of a big plus too.
It's really cool art, and they're actually really good quality. So yeah, highly recommend checking them out if you haven't already. But we're back here with more fl0m Mythical LAN Las Vegas 2026, getting ready for our final match of the B stream. It's going to be Regain up against Marsborn. And I want to jump right into talking about a Marsborn here, Cole, because they had a recent change which surprised me a little bit, and it honestly wasn't necessarily the choice of the team. Viz had to take a step back for family reasons, and we talked about how impressive he had been for this squad, and now not having him will probably have an impact on their results.
Yeah, I've always liked the way that he can, again, just hop into any system, and it always feels like he adds another element that not a lot of players can do in the scene, right? He's just so good at getting comfortable in different teams and different environments, and so I'm with you, right? It's sad to see him take a step back, but obviously high expectations still for Marsborn. They're still trying to fight through that adversity and quickly adapt with the roster moves. So for a team like this with as many great leadership factors, I think they're going to be okay long term, but it's going to be some growing pains. I definitely felt that in the opening day. They have a chance to bounce back here versus Regain.
Yeah, let's bring up the roster so we can see it here for Marsborn and talk about these players a little bit more. 6C, of course, is the one that we also have highlighted in the past, being brought onto this team, and we saw him first in NRF Rival Series, like, oh, 6C's here. We didn't know at the time he was going to be the IGL. We only found out after the first match. We're like, oh, he's calling, which was crazy to us because 6C's done everything except call, or had before this, and now he's doing that on this squad. Apparently that's something he always wanted to do, and it took all that pressure off of Wolfie's shoulders and allowed him to freewheel with the op, as we've seen in times past. So 6C's move to this roster buffed Marsborn entirely. Obviously, not having Viz anymore, who is finding his form once again, is a bit of a hit, but I think MOTM is still a serviceable player that can contribute on a high enough level that he can compete with this squad.
Yeah, and again, another piece that just gets joined back into a former squad there without much hesitation. So doesn't take a lot to get him back and re-involved into the system that they built. Maybe has to get a little bit more used to 6C calling the shots, but still, I think, like you said, just a fantastic piece of the puzzle here. But I mean, the important thing to mention again, that leadership change was a huge question mark when we first discovered it. But it was kind of answered because we didn't know at the time, like you said, that he was actually calling in a revival series that they ended up winning and looking phenomenal on it. It was the information that we found out after the fact, after he had kind of announced that he's the IGL, and it's like, okay, if that's your kind of introduction and you're letting people know that this is what we can be with this sort of leadership and we can challenge the best of the best here that North America has to offer, it feels like it was a huge stride out of the gates.
I think the reason why it was such a shock to us, too, is that his first map on Overpass, he had 38 kills. And we're just like, what? he's calling and hit 38 frags on the map, and I think that went into overtime, maybe 1 overtime or 2 overtimes, but still, we were blown away by the contribution he was able to put forward, and of course taking care of the calling duties at the same time. So that was impressive. You're looking at his numbers, he's at a 1.16 rating, only 0.02 behind Wolfie, who's at 1.18, but that's another change in the roster. Wolfie was sitting at the bottom in terms of rating when he was calling, and he jumps to the top once those responsibilities are taken off his shoulders. So I think that overall this team has, as I already mentioned, benefited from 6C. I think MOTM hasn't done too badly. In fact, 1.05 rating and 15 maps of play, it's not terrible, and I think he's more in a supporting role, right? So it's not the end of the world if he's not putting up crazy numbers. I think they can still do it with him, but I mean, you look at Viz, who is just playing so well, some of his best Counter-Strike that we've seen out of him with this Marsborn roster. So yeah, it'll be a little bit of an adjustment period, but I still feel like they have the pieces to make a lot of noise here.
No question about it. I mean, again, like you said, you're going to look at Wolfie coming into being able to fully set his focus on the op, and we had so many different moments in high-pressure environments where we saw Wolfie op at his peak even while he was calling, but just the fact that you take that off his shoulders, I think adds a little bit of a difference here in terms of what he has to do, what he's responsible for. And as an opper, and with calling experience, he's also kind of a guiding voice in terms of calling his own plays, making the job of 6C a little bit easier, and being a decisive voice that can say, hey, I know what I'm going to do to win the round. 6C probably cool with letting that fly and letting his opper kind of choose his own shots. So there's just a lot of freedom that goes down to how this roster is formulated, and it's again helmed by 6C, who's a guy that is constantly coming up with creative ideas. And again, I think highly of what Lucid brings to the table strat-wise to keep this team constantly putting the pressure on some tough competition.
Absolutely. I think Wolfie also very tactical with the op. He doesn't push often, but when he does, it's usually in favorable situations. You see that with his success rate in terms of opening duels at 70.9% and a 1.14 rating, even only takes 15.4% of the attempts. But 6C, the IGL, is the one taking the most of them, which he's done in the past, and he's happy to do it here as well. 29.5% of attempts with a 51% success rate. Leads the team with a 1.18 rating there as well. But that's enough about Marsborn. Let's switch gears and talk about this Regain squad. And I mean, did we have pictures of them? We do. Wow. Okay. Regain coming through, and they've got pictures this time for all their players. Did that just come through at this event, I wonder? But it did. They just did this. They just took these pictures. That's Munster. Thank you, Joe, for getting this all sorted for us. That is absolutely amazing. But, we're looking at these guys, and we talked about it yesterday. Zukar is the one who's flexing a little bit, flexing his Counter-Strike muscles, I guess. And he's showing us that he is a piece to be watched on every single map. And if they're going to have any success, he's going to be a part of it.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, again, we got to see how M80 broke them down and did so in pretty comfortable fashion. And, again, I think M80 is one of the prime examples of a team that can ensure that Zukar doesn't have too much success. And we definitely saw some struggles there throughout the best of 3 in terms of just getting rounds on the board. At times on that map Mirage that they were actually winning, it was through some different avenues. We had some good holds from Sasha and things of that nature. So it wasn't necessarily him yesterday. Obviously, things could change quickly. I think Marsborn is a team that I think can definitely be surprised by how good the mechanics of Zukar can be.
Yeah.
If they've been able to work maps off of Marsborn in the past. So expectation is that we can see a huge jump in performance, and it kind of needs to be the case, right? Because, again, it's so reliant on this guy having some good moments and being able to deliver. So I hope to see Zukar kind of have a pop-off day here on LAN.
I think fl0m and Marakiv, you highlighted them yesterday, often, have their moments. They have their matches where they can perform really well and support Zukar. I feel like yesterday, a win condition for them against M80 was Zukar doing well, but also Marakiv and fl0m doing the same. And we just got kind of fits and starts from each of these players. It was like fl0m that would have his moments, and Marakiv had some moments when he was doing well as well. But it never all happened at the same time, which was the biggest problem. So maybe today that will.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see that level of play come through and see the sort of adjustment and improvement from Regain. Again, they're playing in a situation where the expectations aren't massively high for this team to do a ton of damage heading into the sort of competition that they would have to play, and especially in your elimination match, having to play up against Marsborn is no easy feat. But being able to talk things through and, again, prepare yourself for this matchup, try and catch a team that you've been able to beat in a map once before, trying to replicate some of that success that was working. And, as you said, just show some massive improvement from day one, right? They have a lot that they can show better than what they did yesterday when they were just getting broken down by players like Lake, over and over again, getting dealt with by the multi-kills that he was bringing. Slacks was floating pretty well. So it just felt like they were getting snuffed out of these rounds and never really got a chance to get some confidence built up, but they have a chance to kind of course correct here.
All right, let's check out the vetoes here, Cole. We've got Inferno coming through as a pick from Regain. Then afterwards, Marsborn picking into Mirage. Makes sense. 60 loves to play there. And finally, Inferno as the decider. I mean, how do you feel about this?
I mean, I did like to see the Mirage that Regain put up yesterday. So watching Marsborn pick into that map, I hate that for Regain. I think they'll have some good opportunities to work through and see what they can do in terms of getting off to some good starts there.
Hold on a second, Cole.
I think it's Regain picking into that map, right?
We have Inferno twice here.
We do.
What's happening? I just realized I said Inferno twice. I'm like, did I make a mistake? No, but it says Inferno twice. And it's also twice? 2 Inferno pictures.
We're really train decider. Okay.
Train decider.
So
okay.
there's the picture.
There we go.
All right.
We figured it out.
But I mean, I've always liked Marsborn on Inferno here, seeing them, get an opportunity to start off on this map and open things up. It's one of those maps where I think Wolfie really can take over and plays super smart. The rotations of this team are really well put together. And that's a key difference here between how a lot of teams in NA like to play out this map. You always see that Marsborn are having the right rotates where they need to be on the defense to get them, rolling. And again, I talked about the calling that 60 brings to the table. Some good T-sides to boot off the back of some great defenses that continue to get things rolling. So you're looking at really good banana control for this team in Marsborn. You're looking at the way that they can fight for apartments control. And again, missing Viz, you're going to be feeling that a little bit, but I still expect some good things in this opening map.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Inferno's a map that both teams love to play. You look at their record, 7-0 again for Regain, but again, lower competition that they're facing there, and 20-2 for Marsborn on Inferno, and they pick into it 81% of the time. So, yeah, I see what you're saying, of course, as this is a team that obviously is thriving on the map, and we'll see if that continues here today. If you get to Mirage, I mean, that's one that actually both teams only played, I think, 4 times over the last 3 months, and it will be interesting to see who will be able to come out strong. But again, I feel like I thought that Marsborn would want to play it more with 60 success in the past there, but anyway, let's jump into the first map of play. We'll get to Mirage in a little bit. Modem, along with Grizz, get a couple of frags, but Sasha will get 2 back, and that's a bomb plant gain.
Numbers already punched in here. Locking in the digits. 2 kills coming through from Sasha, who again had some real bright spots on that map of Mirage and able to step up with the opening kills in this one. 60 trying to lead the charge in this retake. Already up lane, but they've got some crossfires to break down. Wolfie helps him doing so and getting into the site. 3 kills from all 3 players remaining for Marsborn to start off the right way.
What a retake from Marsborn. Absolutely clinical, with each player playing their part perfectly. 1 frag for each of them, and it will be 1-0 for Marsborn, as you know the whole squad has to be happy with the way that pistol round turned back into their favor after Sasha ensured that a bomb plant would come through. So I mean, good for Regain. They get the money, they can get the force buy here, but at the same time, you know, Marsborn able to strike back and show why this team has gelled so well in only the first round of play.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic work. Just everyone getting involved in that hold and retake. Some sharp shots, and we know how hard that A side can be, especially on those pistols, to pull it off in the post. So even with the lack of utility, everyone connecting here and warmed up, ready to go for Marsborn. We'll see if they can continue that here up against the force buy that is brought out by Regain. Yeah, tilt dump they're going through, and full control gathered by Marsborn. 60, he's gone hunting, and on this sort of force by being able to establish this sort of foothold, it's going to put some serious question marks in what you can even do in a round like this. I mean, this is wild stuff. The recycled smoke towards T-steps. You're stuck in Mexi right now and T-spawn, and they've just taken down a player trying to walk through second mid. There's just no good options here. They're trying to blind fire through smoke. This is unbelievably suffocating here from Marsborn. And they do not let off the gas here. Taking that round 2 by storm. They're flawlessly up against the force.
60 loves his aggressive approaches when he's making these calls, and he likes to get into the face of his opponents, and that's exactly what they do there. Charging down banana, going down mid, and making everything hectic on the side of Regain, to the point where they couldn't get a single frag in a round where they forced up, where they had rifles, and it didn't look like it. It looked like an eco, and that's what Marsborn can do to you sometimes. Regain will be buying up the Tech 9s. Armor for Mariki, but that's it. The only one who's got that body armor on him. 3 pieces of util. We'll see if that'll be enough to crack through here. They're going to go fast again. They try to overload. Wolfie backs off, takes a few bullets to the back, but does manage to retreat to the safety of the bomb site. Delivers a couple. Grizz supporting, and no one will fall here on A just yet, and probably in the round. Oh, not what? Sasha, excuse me? With the Glock getting 2 headshots in that situation is pretty wild. Eventually, Chop puts him down with the nade, but credit to Sasha, looking good in the opening moments of this one.
Yeah, so far found all 4 kills.
There's no other kills on the team.
Yeah, he got 2 on the pistol, got 2 in this one with the Glock. All kills with the Glock so far for Sasha.
Yeah.
Which is quite funny, but he's got himself, again, the need to get everyone involved here for Regain. They'll finally get the investments out and rolling here, and we'll see if Marsborn keep up the tempo. They have been suffocating on this defense. As you said, you know, 60 calling up some very forward-facing duels. It doesn't look like he wants to shy away from taking fights up banana.
They're so comfortable on this map. I mean, there's a reason why 22 times they've played over the last 2 months, and as I've already mentioned, 20 wins is an impressive feat up against competition that hasn't been easy a lot of the time. So it's been a successful map for 60, and they're going to be exceptionally comfortable.
Don't you find it interesting that, you know, it's a fairly comfortable map of Mirage for Regain, and also a fairly comfortable map of Inferno for Marsborn? Both teams kind of picking into that?
Yeah.
Very interesting. I would have expected these picks to be reversed, but Marsborn's starting on the CT side, so
yeah. I mean,
confirm that would be correct.
I think the pick of Mirage by Marsborn is actually kind of surprising, because they only play it, like I said, 4 times over the last 3 months, and I think that they're looking at it and saying, well, maybe we can punish Regain, even though Regain haven't lost on Mirage, like you were alluding to. So it's interesting. I'm not necessarily surprised that Regain picked into Inferno, though, because it's their main pick. I think 50-something, 58% of the time, something along those lines. And Marsborn, it's like 85%. So Regain knew what they were doing. Like, they knew, okay, we're picking Marsborn's map, but this is the one we feel most comfortable on, so let's go for it. And then afterwards, see what happens. And there's a pick. It is just... that is just absolute slaughter in a round where Regain is bringing guns to bear. 4-0, Marsborn just shaking them off like a bad habit.
It's nerve-wracking because there wasn't a single flash on that play. Up lane, no flashes at all. They're just kind of running up, and they're bottlenecked. And they have to not only watch the flank, but then there's this perfect pit, and or rather not pit, but balcony and then sight crossfire. It is, I mean, they just ping-ponged so well off that defense. It was impossible to break through this, and most importantly, impossible without flashes. That's the way that you kind of create leverage and can push your way into a site right there. And that was a key missing detail for Regain on that execute.
I can't help but feel, I think we talked about this yesterday, but Phoenix have impressed me a little bit more than Regain so far throughout Mythical LAN. Even though Phoenix are out, they took maps off of both of their opponents, which were tough opponents.
Yeah. I feel like for the side of Phoenix, you know, you're talking about maybe developing a stronger map pool and then starting to become a little bit more competitive over the grand scheme of things. They played really good on LAN, and that's cool to see.
Yeah.
For a massive underdog team here heading into some of the tough matchups that they had to play. Playing good on LAN is everything you can ask for and a lot to build upon. But there's an opening. Finally, a kill coming through. And fl0m trying to facilitate some access, but everyone else covers all their bases. And while they do find strides into the site, it gets systematically broken down.
Their protocols are too strong on Marsborn, on Inferno. And you're seeing it right here. Like, when one falls, another fills the void. And there's always, like, backup plans. They're backup plans to make sure that nothing goes wrong towards that, in particular, towards that part of the map. So I think Regain need to change their approach. They need to try to get to B.
Too.
Yeah, I mean, and not to mention, everyone is hitting. You're absolutely right. But also down banana, they go for that aggressive utility, and they take that control as well. So you're grabbing two parts of the map, or an important part of the map away from Regain. You're forcing them to funnel into A, and then they're just walking into a slaughter. So what Regain has to do is, I think they did just call a timeout, talk things over, and say, guys, we need to make a different approach. We need to try and either split up our forces, make some noise towards A to keep those guys on the site, and then go for an approach to B and gain that banana control, or just fully commit to banana control in the early part of the round. And if you can get that, then at least you give something for Marsborn to think about, because right now they're just kind of comfortably almost playing target practice right now.
Oh man, I like the idea from Wolfie there, taking a risk, running down middle, trying for an opening duel. Can't connect up to the flying by, but as you said, all of this fight for this map control here, once again, it leads to some ground towards banana.
Look at
big
Chop.
risk being taken. He's going through the smoke there. Chop playing with some confidence there. He gets a kill on the flank.
Oh, no.
Zukar let him slide a little bit too far. Does find the trade at the very least, but frustration has to be felt for Sasha.
How can you not? Zukar's supposed to be watching that. You know, you shouldn't be dying from that angle, and I think he just thought that another player would come through and didn't realize by letting him slip past it would cause problems. Look, it's not over yet for Regain. fl0m does get that shot to Grizz. No follow-up, though. MOTM will get one before Dirk is able to strike back, and Dirk awakens for his first two of the map, and it could lead to victory for the squad at 60. Last one standing in a 1v3. You know he can do it. But it's got to start somewhere, and he's only got a nade to work with in terms of util. They re-smoke. He's probably going to try to pass through it. He does. He's dead. Nicely done from Regain. Aside from a slight oversight by Zukar, let's say, I think overall that was well played from him.
Yeah, and again, you know, frustrating factor there, that's for sure, but you are being able to recover it, and I got to give a lot of credit to fl0m and the positioning that he played. Kind of tucked it towards the cubby on brackets, but you know, focused on the re-aggression right there. And he gets his kill. He doesn't really overcommit in that cubby, finds the frag, and really creates some vulnerabilities on that A side with that 1-for-1 that he got. Regain desperately needing some rounds on the board there. And they get lifted off eventually. And it feels like they have somewhat of an answer for some of the aggression, punishing it here on the map. We'll see if they can continue to slow the round down and force Marsborn into their crosshairs.
I think this is the first time Wolfie's had the op, right? Because he didn't have to buy anything up until this point, right? I'm not crazy.
I would think so.
Yeah.
He had it last round, actually.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay, I missed that. Either way, still have to be aware of it because Marsborn have got a ton of money and they're able to buy right back into it. So regain. You do the same thing, and this time, look at that. A full commitment to the rotation from B towards A by Marsborn. A little bit of util thrown. Wasn't even much, and they kind of bit a little bit too hard, maybe. Now another piece of util to try and keep that Arch player in position. That leaves it all up to Wolfie, I think it is, towards that B site. It's not going to be easy for just an Opera to defend alone.
Oh, that will
What?
certainly help right there. That's a nasty headshot. Gets the smoke down as well. Starts to fall back. He's trying to buy time for Team to slip. They're not close here, so Wolfie going to have to do it on his own. Getting pressured, getting mollied. Finds another kill here. Wolfie looking for more. Wanted the no-scope. Not going to happen here, but still walks away with 2. Sets up the retake. There's only a molly left. They're rushing. They're not letting him plant the bomb here. No retake necessary just yet. And they take charge in the round. The flank formulates as well. And Marsborn makes sure that Regain can't position themselves in the post.
Wolfie did so much there, though, right? That first one through the wall. I mean, through the half wall. Unbelievable tracking. And then he falls back and hits a second one. Misses on the first shot, but he gets another chance and even gets a third crack at it as he's swinging around from Newbox. So, I mean, look, all that work being done allows the rest of the Marsborn players to come through, and they don't wait, like you said. They just charge right through the smoke and say, nope, we're going to go right in and challenge this. No post plant, no bomb plant, no bonus to the economy, and Regan are sent right back into the doldrums of this map and having to fight their way out again. 60 is going to have a quick fight on his hands, potentially falls back. Chop's got the util. He's going to take the gun out and try to take the fight initially. Now the nade comes out. Will it finish off Zukar? It does. Zukar goes flying into the abyss, and it will be Dirk along with the rest of the squad continuing up forward, but they got 2 rifles to worry about. I don't think they're going to get past them. They absolutely will not. It is pretty much a clean sweep. Only Chop falls 7-1 for Marsborn.
Dominant defense for that utility there. 8 Gs do the initial damage, and then the riflers commit together here. And I mean, something I was going to mention about 2 rounds prior, the commitment on that decision to run through the smoke and not allow them to get the post is likely a decision that they make off the back of not having enough util to retake comfortably. But everything that Marsborn is doing is just instant snapshot decision making coming through from them, and that is such a luxury to have to start off your day, right?
Yeah.
It's the opening map of play, and everyone's on the same page. And look at this, more aggression coming through from Modem. He's just dominating this control. Eventually the trades go back though, 2 for 2. So there's still some opportunities here. There's unrelenting aggression as Chop will then peek his head around and see what's up. But 3v3 and one of the better opportunities Regain have had.
Unbelievable, though, from Modem. I think he could have backed off there, honestly, but he went all the way for it. And, I mean, with the confidence that this team has shown, I can't necessarily blame him, but we'll see if they're still able to play around. Wolfie barely hits the goal at Zukar, and Sasha gone in one fell swoop. Dirk, the last one available. He's managed to get through from apartments, but backs off into them once more, knowing that he doesn't have the bomb in his possession. Excuse me, we were watching Chop. Dirk has managed to make his way through lane, and Chop's gonna get the free flank. Dirk's dead. There you go. Chop takes care of business. 8-1 in favor of Marsborn.
Just brutal stuff right there. Perfect skewer
Wow.
out of the AWP. Couldn't ask for a better lineup. And for Regain, more frustration put through onto this team and onto this star of the roster as well. And Zukar just constantly, again, I said this with M80, but it's a lot of times trying to make some efforts and getting either up, down, which is just perfect. That's exactly how you want to shut down a star player, is to have an op ready to go, posted on where he's going to take these duels, or you're catching him by surprise. And Zukar has not had a lot of fair duels for himself so far in this matchup.
Yeah, it's tough, and I mean, you just pretty much said it, but Zukar, a lot of pressure. He puts himself in those positions as well, and he wants to help his team succeed, obviously, as considered as the star player, wants to fill that role effectively, but the competition they have faced has been very, very, very difficult. And M80 being the first team to play does not help you build confidence when you're getting destroyed map after map. And then you go up against Marsborn, who are also coming off a loss against Boss, right? And they felt like they could have performed better there. So you got you got two teams that one has just been strong in general, and the other one's got a chip on their shoulders trying to find some success here at fl0m Mythical LAN. Well, 10th round of play, pre-game, they don't have much. They have to go for the eco for the next one, and I just look at this again. The nades being tossed. 60 sees the smoke break open and a gift handed to him, and look who it is again. It's Zukar.
Yeah, set up and completely shut out by the utility here. That Marsborn throwing down range. 60 wants more. Won't be gifted anything else, but already sets his team up in a man advantage. A 4v5 up against the half-buy. Wolfie might be next at bat. We'll see if they can avoid his crosshair. They do jump over it. Wolfie has to get another shot at this one. Goes for the no-scope! Oh my god, I thought it was another collat. Not going to happen. But he still takes one for the road, and they're boxed in towards CT right now. They do have bomb in control. That's good news, and a bit of a weakened up bomb site numbers-wise. Chop is alone. Going to look to buy some time for his teammates to help out here. Got to come through quickly. Right now, smoked off is 60, so it is just Chop, and he'll let him have the site.
Oh, a big miss, and Chop will take care of Dirk as well. He just gets the bomb planted, so that'll help the money. And now 60's delaying to make sure everyone gets their upgrades off the ground. There's an off somewhere. There we go. Monum's going to grab that, scoop it up off the ground, and Marsborn secure another one. Regain just cannot buy a break.
Yeah, I mean, definitely need that sort of 2v4, that X-Factor moment. Obviously not an easy thing to do, but when you get those sort of opportunities, you got an op and a post plant, you know you can be a hero for your squad. You want everything to go your way, and that's the time to really come alive for Regain, you know, if ever. And these opportunities that have been so limited, and they just don't even get a chance to really play with that one missed shot. There's just still no relief here for this Regain side. Still stuck on a single round. And this banana control has been just absolutely essential to the game plan for this Marsborn camp, and they've been able to take it without much resistance every round.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Like I said, look at that, because it's just unbelievable that the Regain can't get past this. The utility, the barrage that comes through, and the smoke as well allows Marsborn to set up deep positioning into Banana if they want to. This time they don't, because I think the smoke was a little shallow, but then they have a follow-up, and there you go. 60's right there. Grizz gets the opener, and 60's going to give them no room to breathe because of the fact, as I mentioned earlier, that Regain can't get any Banana control. It's so easy for Marsborn to know where they're going to funnel. It's such an important piece to get, and they haven't gotten it off the board once.
Another smoke. Another smoke. Just when you think that Dark maybe is going to have an opportunity to pop a shot off here, HE blows open the smoke. They're going to have to wait it out, man. This is brutal stuff. And you can see they throw that banana util. They want their Absolurk to take some ground off the back of it. They still have a double setup. They're ready to go. And that's where you first lose your player, Mercute. Life does not get any easier for Regain in this round. Oh, that'll help.
Okay, that's a good patience play from Zukar. Actually, I said they didn't get banana control once. They did get in the previous round, and they managed to get their way up to B-side, but it still wasn't an advantage situation. Zukar is going to make a difference here. That is a good way to try and get to that B-side. Unfortunately, util out, but the smoke does fall to guys off the opportunity of MOTM pushing through. 3v3, here's all the footsteps, just going to hide behind it. Actually, that smoke favors MOTM. He does get one, but fl0m finds the instant trade. Now it's Wolfie and Grizz. The spam is good from fl0m, but Wolfie survives it with only 6 points of health. He's got reinforcements coming. They've got absolutely nothing to lose here, Cole, by going for this one, except maybe the AWP being dropped on the ground. But at this point, who cares? You got to try and go for this one and keep Regain from getting another round on the board.
Got a glimpse. Just got a visual, but quick damage done from fl0m. As you said, nothing to lose for Wolfie either. Got an AWP in hand, but all the money in the world going to fall to Sasha with his side turn, and there's Zukar. There's the impact that he can bring. He walked into one very favorable duel in a 60, trying to chase down and create more frustration into the Regain camp. Maybe a little bit overeager, but I can't blame him at this point. And then, of course, that tough adjustment that needed to go their way versus Chop. He finds that follow-up kill, gets the 2. It just creates Modem, and still a somewhat decent position, but can't find the multi. And Regain capitalized finally. for their second on the board. And it's at the hands of Zukar doing a good job of opening things up.
Can he do it again? Last chance in this half. Otherwise, you're going to be down 10-2. And I think the important part there is, Dirk. Well, we'll forget we saw that, Dirk. Don't worry.
They molly bottom banana.
So, it is util. Nice flashbang from Sasha. So Zukar gets set up again. 6-y lost. And a 5v4 for Regain. So third round in a row where Regain's able to gain some control of Banana, and it's really been able to make a difference for their success. However, there's Wolfie waiting with the op, and he will be able to shut down Dirk. So a 4v4 and a round that certainly Dirk's going to want to forget about.
Surprised to not see Wolfie kind of rotate off, right? He showed his presence on B. It makes you kind of confirm that there's multiple players. He throws his smoke, and now I think, you know, in a perfect world, he'd be rotating back towards A to stay surprising, stay on their toes. But he's still committed on this B hold and is going to be out of the picture unless Grizz can't put up a fight here. Teammate getting smoked off backlines as well, and they find their entries on it. Barely surviving these two exchanges, but they have enough health to tank it through, find the bomb plant, and now leave Chop and Wolfie into a retake scenario. And only 3 flashes to get on in here. So a very difficult retake ahead of Marsborn to try and save this round.
That round is a perfect example of what you can do off of banana control, right? Because you don't have to commit to the B site. You can rotate back to A, and you can keep 2 players at least focused on B. And afterwards, look, Zukar takes care of the last 2, and Regan get the round because they're allowed to get into A without having to worry about a firing squad being there because they have more threats on the board. So really very nicely done from them, as it will at least be a salvage third round. It's still going to be super difficult for them to come back.
What happened there?
I mean, this is...
that molly was slippery.
Yeah.
The oil outside the bottle. But they will take themselves a third round there, and again, still a pretty tough T side for them. But have an opportunity to lock it down on the defense. You got, Zukar heating up with a couple of nice multi-kills here and there, so that's a big difference maker for them, and we'll see if they can, take that and run here now.
I don't know. It's going to be difficult still for Regain, I have to say, because, now you have... At least you're going over towards the CT side. That's the good news, but the bad news is that T side is also extremely strong for Marsborn, and 6-y, as we mentioned, likes to take those opening duels, very effective at them. Still a well-rated player as the IGL in the squad, which is, a lot of the times unexpected, when you're looking at teams and the way IGLs can fall off in terms of their performances. Do I think that 6-y has dropped off a little bit compared to his ceiling? Yes, obviously. Like, you're not going to be able to be as performant as you are when you're not taking care of IGL duties, but at the same time, I feel like it's not as much as you would have expected. He's still performing really, really well.
Yeah, absolutely. Still very impressed with the fact that he's taken to this role so nicely. And I feel like the best part about 6-y's game is how explosive he can be in any game. And so it just creates so much X Factor that he can both now call and still have those X Factor moments where he can just take control of the game. He's trying to do it there on Banana. Did it throughout the grand scheme of a half there up until the final couple of rounds, sure. But, yeah, I'm definitely with you that, obviously, you take the IGL duties, it's going to maybe take a small hit on the stats, and still a lot to be excited about in terms of what he can bring long term.
I think Modem looking good overall.
Yeah.
I think that's a good sign for Marsborn. I think with 6-y's system, the way he's built up this squad, and of course Modem understanding the team because he's been around and he's been in and out of the roster, it's not a difficult fit.
Not at all. Yeah, he fits like a glove in this team here, and the familiarity between these players is going to be a huge factor in terms of them succeeding with kind of a quick turnaround. And, he's got a couple of reps here and there with this squad so far, so that's obviously good news. But as they continue to build him into the system, it's going to look better, I feel like.
I think it took Regain too long to figure out what was going on there. Like, it took them too long to adapt to the map and actually get that banana control. Because if they would have done that like a couple of rounds earlier, we could be looking at a 7-5, for example, if they would have tried to challenge a little more effectively down banana.
Yeah, you also look at the pistol round, and they've definitely had opportunities in that T side, like on the pistol, had a 3v3, and a couple of rounds where Marsborn just kind of out mechanically played them in a big way. Even that 2v4 with the B side post plant, you got the op in play in your opper's hand. That's always a possibility whenever you have a post plant on that B side. We've seen oppers, win a lot more difficult situations, and small details like that, a little bit of LAN pressure, elimination matchup. It's going to catch up with you, and I think that's also a factor.
I feel like Regain's feeling the most pressure in terms of like the LAN environment because I'm not sure they've been in it as often, like especially like this type of LAN with the crowd and everything, the size of it. So I feel like they're the ones that are getting the most impacted by it of all the teams that are here, and we're seeing that affect their performance, which it happens.
To be expected.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely expected when you talk about players that are getting more comfortable in the LAN environment.
Yeah.
It's a different form of communication that you have to have. In theory, should feel a little bit easier, but when you're just getting used to it, it can feel a lot more difficult in how you have to play around things. So that's going to be another big advantage that Marsborn and M80 obviously had against this squad as well.
Yeah, no question. I think that the most prepared teams are M80 and NRG, which are the favorites to take it all, of course, in this one. I'm not sure how the boss M80 match is going. I'd actually like to check, but whatever. We're back in the action here, so we'll check a little bit later. 13th round of play, first round of the second half, and Marsborn are just going straight up banana, trying to take the space. fl0m splits the goalpost, missing the shots, and now Sasha's dead as a result. fl0m again trying to connect, but nothing is working. 3 players fall, B site overloaded, and Marsborn poised for a 10th.
Such a good feeling right there with the entries and the quickness of those headshots to deal with everything that came their way. A little double peek coming through, and at least Mercu finds one, but Modem is so swift on the trade, and Wolfie, with the discipline right there, isn't going to let anything get out of control. Make sure that fight is an advantage for his team, and Marsborn will do their due diligence in that 2v5. Will secure it. Marsborn onto 10 now with the second pistol that they close out, and again, showing how hard this team hits.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult for Regain. They're going for it right now. They're forcing up. They're trying to make it happen to keep Marsborn off 11. But the result of this is if you don't get the round victory and you don't get much in terms of frags, you're probably done. You're probably not going to be able to recover on Inferno, but we'll see. The Molotov's going to get tossed by Modem, trying to take that early control towards top mid, and he gets it. That means that with that space gained, it'll give Regain a lot more to think about, although they're still committed towards the B stack for now, which appears to be the right choice. 60's just walking into it.
I think he's probing. He's kind of isolated. Flashbang so well set up, lining up all 4 players that were looking to defend, and you're starting to realize, especially with the space on brackets, that there's a lot more than they would like to deal with on this B side. So now they're starting to take some space. They need this trade. They can't find it. Dark offers up 2 on the other side of the map on a solo defense. So now it gets so much more difficult here. Dark making this round possible for his squad. Everyone on this Regain side is on low health, but there's a lot low on Marsborn as well.
Look at the health, by the way. I mean, you've got Dirk, Sasha, Zukar, 60, and Grizz all below 20 HP. And 60 and Grizz, 11 HP combined. They're the ones surviving after Chop and Modem, who were the healthy ones, couldn't win that duel. This is going to be difficult for both squads. We'll see who can hit first. And it will be fl0m, who finds 2. But unfortunately, one of them is a team kill. 60, along with Wolfie, surviving. That is so unfortunate, honestly, because I thought he had connected on a Marsborn player until we looked up and said, oh, whoops, that is a team kill. Dirk, there's nothing he can do. Ah, goodness.
Oh,
it was looking so promising.
That was it. I do wonder, was he shooting at 60 and then he got the player pushing through
must
coffins?
have been. It must have been that.
That's
it's
unreal.
It's completely unintentional.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, for sure.
The HP bars were so low.
You didn't even see his teammate through the smoke. That's brutal stuff right there. Yeah. It's a tough time for Regain, right? Great opportunity there, right? Dark does so much work because I think Marsborn doing a lot right in that round in terms of sending 60 with the MAC-10 to probe for information. He spots out the B stack. You have 2 players working the A-bomb site. In theory, it should have been a pretty straightforward trade into an open A-bomb site.
Yeah.
You win the round right there. But with Dark finding that 2-piece, changes the tides completely. Just comes down to executing, and some very, very unfortunate circumstances make it impossible for Regain.
Alrighty, well, that may have been the map for Regain, but at least they still are able to walk away with an AK out of that previous round and also pick up an A1S here. 3 MP9s, you never know. However, it's not looking promising. Okay. Dirk continues to do the work, though. Wolfie spam through the smoke, and a 5v4 gain for Regain. MOTM spamming through it as well, just trying to prevent anyone from taking the aggressive posture, but that's a very nice opener for Dirk to find.
Does look like they want to get some aggression going towards Banana, and that's exactly what they're doing. Molly not fooling this regain side and keeping them at bay. 60 setting up utility. He does barely get it off, but he's going to get flanked. Doesn't fall, though. Still lives, and it's Dark doing it all in this round. Drops the bomb, finds 3 kills. He is, again, on a solo defense of this A bomb site and is just reviving this opportunity for Regain to kind of stay alive in this force buy situation that they're in. Saves the AK and makes sure it has its value.
Oh, they don't have to do that. Okay, it's still okay. They did not have to go for the aggressive posturing, and they did. Luckily for them, they find 60, and then Chop can activate in coordination with 60 to really apply the pressure, but that did get a little scary for Regain despite having the 4v2 advantage. They do have a 4th. That's good. Marsborn money is there to justify somewhat of a buy up here. Let's see what they end up doing with it. Yeah, you're going to have 3 techs and 2 AKs. More than serviceable on a map like Inferno. Utility is not great, though. That's going to be the biggest weakness for them, so probably going to have to try and go for something a little faster. And that is not... I mean, look, you've got 2 incendiaries thrown by Regain, so it keeps them at bay, but you really want a smoke to come through afterwards. Instead, it doesn't happen, and now Marsborn are able to walk up Banana without much of a challenge.
Yeah, not a massive fight for Banana, not a massive fight for brackets or apartments here, so...
Yeah.
Thought maybe we'd look to see them kind of take notes with how effective Marsborn's defense was and try and do something similar on their CT side, but they're playing pretty far back and hoping that that can get the job done. Retake Banana utility with no pressure applied afterwards, so the util is draining on this B site with a minute left on the clock, and that can create some complications here. They're starting to scale. I mean, they're walking up on this one.
That's a good
perfect flash there. Bazinko falls. Needs a trade onto Zukar. He steps forward for a kill. They're getting walked through CT right now. And now Grizz with his element of surprise. Can he catch him off guard there? Zukar's trying to figure it out, but Grizz is going to find him eventually and secure the kill. Does get around the corner. Stays alive. Finds a follow-up frag as well. Sasha can't find him. Somehow Grizz eludes him again. And now save situation for the 2 players left standing.
Oh my goodness, that is just such good play from Marsborn, honestly. Slipping through was Grizz, getting in towards Church, and once he's in that position, honestly, was just in too much control. And I saw that
miracle out of Zukar.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. And Zukar wasn't fully convinced he was there, right? He had the idea in his head, like maybe he managed to slip through, but once he looks away and goes back for an engagement towards the site, and he made a footstep. So now Grizz has that information. He walks a little bit closer, and Zukar has no idea that Grizz is going to be holding that close angle and is absolutely dead to rights, with only time to really flick around and look at Grizz before he dies. Can't even fire off a shot. 12-4 for Marsborn. They got 8 opportunities to close out Regain on their map pick and send it to Mirage.
It also just shows how great of a development that Grizz has been there.
Yeah.
He doesn't just run through coffins and try and rush the kill onto Zukar that could win the round outright. He kind of hangs back and you know, again, waits for his teammates from the site side to scale as well so that they're kind of converging at the same time. I think that's just such a smart play and kind of a small detail that you can see the experience of Marsborn is leading to a pretty one-sided affair here on this map now. They're going to continue that conversation by closing it out here and now. Dark's been a real silver lining on this CT side so far, but that does feel like it's all that they have going for them. Retake utility going to be tossed in. Flashbang perfect. Both players blinded up, and it works to perfection there. Zukar with the MP9 chases down a couple of frags. Wolfie and Grizz taken care of. But there's a presence in this arch side play, and he might have found the perfect timing.
Oh, he did. He did, Cole. That is going to be so bad for Regain. Are they aware of this? I mean, you have Fizenko coming around the corner. I don't think he spotted Modem at all. This is going to be about timing.
No way.
Modem's got it. He's just going to wait.
Spotted the other player, too.
Oh, no. He's going to get Zukar and then flick around and get this one. Watch. There's one. There's the second. Oh, my goodness. So well done from Modem. B-site gained. The other 2 players realized what was materializing, and they immediately rotated to Banana to take that control. That is the round flipping on its head, and Regain are wondering, how did we allow that to happen? It was just perfect timing from Modem, slipping in towards CT. unaware were Regain, but they've still got a chance to come back into this round with Marikiev, giving them that breath of life.
Trying to keep him at bay, but a smoke spam kill is going to put all the pressure on Chop. Still looking for the flank right now, but all three players rotating through CT. They think he's pushed off, and Sasha goes for that clear. And there's time for the defuse. They've got kits here. What a phenomenal retake. It should have been a round-ending disaster, a map-ending disaster with that timing from Modern, but
like it, yeah.
they survive.
I can't believe they survived, but Marikiev pulling off a bit of a miracle. This was a brilliant play. Like the patience, the poise, the trigger discipline in order to pull that off, and only takes a half health of damage throughout it all. That is really well executed from Modem, and unfortunate for Marsborn that they can't finish off that round after he pulls off a play like that. But, I mean, you have to give credit to Marikiev, who was able to get a couple of frags and hasn't made that much noise on the map. But that's an important time to do it, to keep hope alive for Regain. But you have to do it round after round against a very tough opponent. Dirk spamming through the smoke just a little bit. Modem's going to do it again. He just loves walking through these smokes. Flashed out. There they go. Sasha's watching. Ooh. His head is gone, though. Modem delivering that blow. And the A-site player on the site proper is a little isolated because the apartment, the pit player has to back off. Oh, no, a TK for Modem, but Grizz supports. Marikiev is gone as well, and the A-site eventually overloaded, so the TK doesn't matter that much, at least not in the moment.
So much retake utility. There's still ample opportunity for Regan to try and pull this off because of that. Throw a little bit out down range, but not a lot of motion thereafter, not realizing, tossing in those mollies and getting no information off the back of it here. So time going to continue to tick, and eventually you got to make your move.
Yeah, it's last round if you lose it. Here we go, Regain. What do you got? Spamming away, trying to gain the site. Nice shot from Zukar. He's the last one standing, though. Time ticking off the bomb. Zukar gets the second, needs the last, but can't find it. Tries to tap the defusal, but there's not going to be enough time. Oh, he gets the kill. Is there enough time for the defusal? No! Zukar can't do it, and it will be Marsborn getting the 13th round. What a valiant effort coming through from him, Cole, but unfortunately, it falls just short.
Some incredibly scrappy rounds put together by Regain there.
Yeah.
To extend some play and breathe a little bit of life into this defense. You can see that they have the firepower. You can see that they have the cohesion and coordination to make these difficult rounds happen. You saw some X factor from Dark as well that looked super impressive on those solo A-holds. But overall, you know, Marsborn just too tough to take down there in this matchup, and showed consistency matters much more.
Yeah, and I mean, at the very least, you come up with some nice rounds towards the tail end of the map, right? And at least you give yourselves a good chance, and that could help it going into Mirage. But I don't know, Marsborn looked like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, I was super impressed, right? They came down with the dominant map control. They figured out a way to win Banana every round. And when you watch on the other side of things, you know, lack of taking that control from Regain, maybe a little bit of fear factor on their map pick. It's just a completely different story. You can watch how effective the executes can be off the back of the passive holds that Marsborn take full advantage of.
All right, well, we've got another map of play at least coming up here, folks. It will be Marsborn's map pick of Mirage. But before we get there, a quick break.
thinking about you. How your voice shakes when you're lying. Make everything about you. And I just be a smiling. But I'd still be here when we're in hard times. Baby, just join in the fun. Running around, might lose my mind. The summer's only begun. I'll still be here when we're in hard times. Baby, just join in the fun. Running around, might lose my mind. The summer's only tell me, baby, it's untrue. Up all night just drinking, and I don't know what we'll do as the daylight starts to sinking. I'd still be here when we're in hard times. Baby, just join in the fun. Running around, might lose my mind. The summer's only begun. I'll still be here when we're in hard times. Baby, just join in the fun. Running around, might lose my mind. The summer's only begun. Summer's only begun. Summer's only begun.
Yo, Dada. 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 Yo, hold on. Me and my bread back. That's what I put on the paper. After that was it, I was like, the party.
All right, we're back here, folks, and getting ready for the second map of play. I was going to say the last, but not there yet. I mean, unless Regain loses it, then it will be the last. But we're hoping for a little bit of resurgence from Regain. And I think there's reason to feel like they could do something, because at the tail end of Inferno, they started to make some noise. Zukar in particular awakening, and he had a nice little 3K to give himself a shot. Just ran out of time to get the defusal, right?
Yeah. You look at Zukar heating up a little bit towards the tail end of that first half as well. Dark in that second half was on his own for multiple different holds and did, above and beyond what he was asked of. And now we hop onto Mirage, and I was liking the CT side of Regain in that first series that they played. They got some ground underneath them. We saw some really good holds out of Sasha, and if you have all the pieces joining up there, if you can continue to see that consistency out of Zukar and Dark, I think they can do some damage again here and try and revive themselves a little bit here.
See if that'll be the case. Sixy jumping across the corner there. Going around, and the first frag does go Sasha's way. He gets a couple, in fact, but Modem and Sixy are able to strike back for a couple, and Modem gets a critical one to bring it down to a 2v2. Spam to the smoke from Sasha and Marikev. Sasha trying to gain the high ground on top of stairs, eventually falls off. They hear that, looking around for him, but it doesn't matter. Marikev puts MOTM down. Now it's Grizz, last one available. Can't hit the shots. Marikev and Sasha coming together, pulling it off, and getting a pistol round.
Yeah, I needed that right there. Started off super strong with the two opening picks, but you can see how quickly Marsborn were able to scale into the action and find those trades eventually. In the end, in that 2v2, don't allow for the positions to go in Marsborn's way. Don't allow them to really plant their feet. Bomb plant going to be put into play here. We'll see what Marsborn do as a decision. Seeing 64 spies, so that kind of would lead the rest of the squad to follow suit, I'd have to imagine. And they'll try and keep the pressure up on Regain. Meanwhile, oh no, that isn't enough. That is a scout for Dogs going into that for round 2. Don't hate the idea.
Yeah.
Trying to get that sniper out as soon as possible.
Modem and Wolfie grouped up together here. The 4 spy in play.
Whenever I see two players kind of walking through underpass, I always think window boost.
They're not going to do it. They just want to charge through connector, and the smoke break helps Wolfie gain visibility on Zukar. Fuzenko, though, strikes back mid-range, long-range even with the MP9. Jumps up the ladder and then gets it on Chop while he's climbing upwards. Modem, the last one standing, has managed to make a lot of noise. Almost the second to last one, but he cannot get the final step in the right direction. And Regain will take a second despite a very good fight from Marsborn.
Great setup right there. Zinko closing the distance
crazy,
with an MP9,
man.
long range, Dark distracting, setting it up, and then finding the 3K as well. Right there, phenomenal work coming through out of the MP9 in a really high pressure environment. Just to make it look easy. We get another 4 spy going though here for Marsborn. They are staying aggressive. They're gonna try and keep Regain on their toes here.
I mean, I understand it. 2 players left alive. They give it another shot, and it could work out. I mean, look at the space they've gained. They got players through apartments. They got players up cat. Can they do it? Grizz gets 1, but Marikev with a huge 2K. They're trying to collapse on him. He's pulled out the USP. That won't be enough, but it gives Dirk enough time to rotate around and support him. Grizz is gone. 2v3. Dirk swings around, runs out of bullets, pulls out the USP. It's not going to be enough for him, but Zukar will finish what he started, more than likely, as Wolfie's down to only 20 HP. Wolfie pulling out the Tech 9. Waiting for targets. They know where he is, so it's a matter of who has the ability to frag out.
Oh, they waited for the reload right there. And Wolfie was holding on. He had an A1S that he picked up that had no ammo and 2 bullets left in his Tech 9, so he was hoping they'd give him something, but as soon as they hear that reload roll out, that's their cue to give it a bit of a swing there and finish the job. Regain.
You have to stop forcing eventually here.
You do. Yeah, I was going to say, if you're Marsborn, you did a lot of damage.
Again, 2 players left alive again, right? So it's tempting.
Yeah, if Wolfie gets that one more kill there, I definitely think they might bite on it once more, but just not able to make do just yet. Said they'll stick with the half buy here and try and get those investments out a little later down the line.
Could still work out for them here on the half buy. And those Deagles can be pretty lethal. Bottom, staring down at an incendiary. creeping his way up. Oh, the spot from Grizz. Needs to hit the shot, though, and he's the one who takes the majority of the damage, down to 12 HP. fl0m's not sitting too pretty either at 30. He's in trouble now. I mean, that panel spam could finish him off, but he's supported by Markiv. Now he tries to swing, and Modern will put a bullet right through his dome. Markiv looking around as Marsborn are swarming around this A site. Chop gets Zukar. They try to grab the rifle off the ground, and that might have been in their undoing. Dirk is able to get a couple. And now Modern does actually survive and brings it down to a 2v2.
Position here from Dark, but he doesn't find the kill. He now has to whip out the sidearm.
Oh no.
The USP is out versus 2, and he's feeling claustrophobic right now. Molly forces him into a different position here, and he gets a headshot on the fadeaway. It is instant. Both players now known. Caught with his back turn is Modem if he's not careful. Dark gonna reposition in towards CT and still just being a thorn in their side. Showing what he's made of right now. Gets the reload as well. Finds the finishing blow. He saves him. He bails Regain out of letting that round slip.
Look, I mean, we were wondering why Marsborn decided to pick into Mirage, right, with other maps available to be selected here, and I still haven't seen the reason, right, because we know that Marsborn haven't played it much, only 4 times, 2-2 over the last 3 months, whereas Regain are 4-0. Again, even though Regain haven't necessarily played the toughest of competition on the map, it's still a map they feel comfortable on, and, I mean, so far, so good.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the luxury of your opponent picking your best map,
yeah,
you have some options. I'm with you. You know, Mirage does feel like it could add a little bit more fear factor, but you know, you're playing a team like Regain. The expectation is still that you can outgun this roster, you can outcall this roster, and yet stayed aggressive with the force buys. We're going to see a big investment come through in this round finally, but been left outside looking in, and the trades, I think, most importantly, have struggled to come through in a consistent enough fashion. But they're getting, you know, entries. They're finding ground in some of these rounds. Here's another example of it, though. No trade on Mercu. Can he escape? Burning in the flames, but yeah, he gets around the corner safely. Going to reassemble a boost as well to keep the pressure on mid, and that sets Sasha up for success. So 2 picks clean out towards mid, and they'll fade away.
Grizz tries to swing around into connector. Zukar is the one to deliver the killing blow again, and it's only Chop left, who does manage to get one on Dirk. There is a lot of space on the A site. The problem is Chop doesn't have the bomb that has been dropped over in connector, and it feels like this might be too tall of an ask for him. There's a piece of Utah on the ground, the AWP, and I think he just wants to try and save that for the next. Trying to slip back towards Palace, I'd imagine. There you go. Has to keep an eye out on connector, but he knows they're going to be focused on guarding the bomb. So Chop saves the op, and Regain win the round 5-0 for Regain. And honestly, we haven't seen the Marsborn, that effective, potent squad that's able to work together and work off each other well, the same one we were watching on the previous map.
Yeah, just missing those trades here right now. I think that's kind of the key detail. You let Mercu walk up catwalk, collapse in on middle from one point of attack right there, and then the setup on the boost. I got to give Phoenix a lot of, or rather Regain a lot of credit for what they're able to do in catching their opposition off guard. And then the double connector setup is also pretty cool. You have a player playing in the off angle, not anticipated. Chop just overlooks it, and then they have another player in connector ready for those trades. Or rather, it was Grizz, but you know, either way, Regain are doing a good job of collapsing in on middle and you know, taking all the ground that Marsborn want to gain, and it just, again, feels kind of like a role reversal and some whiplash from what we saw from Inferno out of Marsborn, which was utter confidence and taking the map control, and then Regain was hiding back in sights and playing passive. Definitely not the case right now.
I mean, so far, Regain's best map of the tournament. I mean, they haven't, I think the most they got prior to this was 6 rounds against M80, right? And the previous map, barely that. So let's see if they can hit that 6 mark right here. fl0m looking the right way, he gets flashed out. The spam is good on Chop, but it's a little sloppy, so Grizz able to capitalize on the trade. And Modem, in the meantime, slips through towards bottom of stairs. 4v3 advantage for Marsborn. Not one they've seen very often on this map, but it's ripped away by Dirk, who hits the op shot, but takes a lot of damage in the process. So now the HP pretty much even across both sides, but the bomb will be planted here on A. They have to be careful of CT. They know this. There's the op shot by Wolfie. Sees the player over the tippy top of the smoke, and Mariki on,
Oh.
and so will Sasha fall by the wayside. It is all Marsborn in the post plant as they finally pick up their first round.
Yeah, needing to get something going right there, and I think a lot more simple of an execute. Getting out of Palace there with a great flashbang and a great molly, and attacking that A bomb site early in a round there. Not really focused in on a lot of this mid control, not really focused in on having much presence towards B, but catching that A side weak in the early stages and being able to trade out effectively, taking that map control off the back of it. These are key details here, and Marsborn looking to simplify their game plan. Gonna get them on the board, but a knob shot tried to be rattled off there, but the Deagle one ups it. Mercu sidelining Wolfie like that in A main. He tried to get boosted up there to catch him on the cross. Mercu says absolutely not.
This is not a round you need to be losing if you're Marsborn. I mean, look, you just got the Deagle of Marikiv and Sasha. Everyone else on USPs, no armor, no utility. You need to play this intelligently and finish them off. Otherwise, you're going to be looking at likely a quick end to this map, and that is not helping either. Utility missing. Marsborn may be feeling the pressure at this stage. They are giving away the Gambit towards this A site, and now that Deagle does graze the shoulder of Briz, and 60 takes some damage, but they are regaining their composure. Marikiv stuck in the smoke, and eventually they're going to realize this, and there you go. It's all Marsborn taking care of business on the anti-eco, and it should be a clean walk across the finish line in this round for them.
Absolutely. More troubles here. Sasha looking to provide some damage, but that'll be finished off by 60. And that execute looking a little scary with some of the missed utility. They managed to land on their feet and deal with the pistols as is necessary. As you said, you're down to 4v5, and you watch your execute go a little bit awkward. Scary signs. Fortunately, the weapon's just not there for Regain to force him back. And they'll go for the investment this go around here, but that's still a little bit all over the place there. Dark getting an op out in the mix, but not the full investment again. With 5 rounds in a row, it is kind of surprising to see this sort of struggle. It goes to show how close Marsborn have been. Flash play in main, or just a double swing? Gonna walk in dry, and Shop is gonna punish at least one. Can't find his aim for the second.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy on the aim and the transfer to that second player, but Marsborn in the meantime taking advantage of the space that Chop is afforded to them. 60 catches Fuzenko trying to fade back in towards CT, and now a man advantage with all 3 players on Regain way too far away to probably even justify going for this retake, I would argue.
Yeah, Dark, nice situation here for him that he can just walk away with the op. Didn't get a chance to pop a shot off, but is going to be able to save it with comfort. And the other 2 players,
They don't have much
give it
to
a go.
lose. Yeah.
See what they can't find here, if they can do any exit damage. Dark in a good position there. Adds another $600 to his tally. Trying to escape.
I think he wants that gun.
Can you grab that AK? Yeah, I think he's good.
Yeah.
Oh! And another
What?
one as well. That's a laser beam right there. With
Yeah.
AK-9. I thought they nerfed that. The Zukar's not nerfable, it seems.
Apparently not. Yeah, no, I mean, that's damage done as well, although the economy has stabilized here on the Marsborn side, so it's not that big of a deal, and you're reaching the midway mark, or past the midway mark of this first half of action. So, Marsborn, happy to have finally found some sort of rhythm in this match, because it was looking pretty rough for them. And I think Regain trying to take the aggression in that instance, I can't blame them given the buy-up that they had, but it really did cost them in that round. But now they got the guns back, they saved the AK, damage done by Zukar in that previous round, so he's hoping to continue on forward here and help his squad in a meaningful situation. Sasha jumping up and down, info hopping here towards the apartments, throws the incendiary. He's got a nade as well by his side. Probably going to toss that smoke soon, you'd imagine. In the meantime, Dirk is quite aggressively postured towards mid. Throws the incendiary, now fades off. The hit's going to go B. This is going to be an overload from Marsborn. They're trying to capitalize here on the utility, but it doesn't really work out. Marikiv and Sasha get 3 combined, and Sasha, a 3K of his own, looking for the quad, and there it is. Sasha stepping up to the plate and hitting one out of the park for a 6th round victory for Regain.
I love to see that from Sasha as well, because he showed really good signs on some of those B holds yesterday, and it felt like that was going to be something I wanted to see again today, flare up. And not obviously one of the highest performers, being that he plays some of these anchor roles, but when he's given the opportunity, I feel like he's so good at capitalizing on these sort of moments. There's another prime example of it, finding that 4-piece, throwing great utility while he's at it, all the while playing on the fly. And Marsborn get put to a stop with their 3-round spree and might look to avoid that B bomb site from here on out.
Cherokee beats a nade, goes down to 69. Modem and Grizz gonna boost up into that window. Actually, not yet. Grizz just wants visibility over towards Cat, which I don't really necessarily mind. He has to be careful on the window approach, too. I believe there was someone nearby, but that's no longer the case. That was Meraki. He's backed off after that nade was thrown. He's holding the angle from the broken wall. Full mid control from Marsborn, so that's going to assist him here. Flashbang is out, but the shots connect for fl0m. How does he get 2 out of that? And then Zukar drop and chop. Grizz does manage to pull one back, but it's still a 3v2 advantage for Regain.
Got a small window of opportunity to capitalize here while that smoke is still up in jungle to try and trade out the player in sandwich, but smoke's got to fade at some point. Now there's a rotate towards CT, so that window has since closed here. It's all going to be on the shoulders of Wolfie and the clutch. Still wondering where these last players lie. Wolfie looked like he was falling towards that B bomb site, but doubles back now.
Wouldn't have been a bad idea.
Sticking around here where the 2 players are close. Zukar is going to give him this here. Wolfie's patience might pay off in a big way. Hits
What
a quick scope there. Now another close range. Molly might force him into the open. It baits out shots.
Oh my God.
But Wolfie can't get his scope in for a second time. And Regain will close it out in the clutch.
What a close call there for Regain. Wolfie played that as well as he could have without getting the final frag. The Molotov thrown well. He figured that was the angle that was being held. He guessed right, but he couldn't get his scope locked in for that final frag. Marsborn going to call a timeout. They've already lost this first half of action with that 7th round being picked up for Regain. Regain can be happy because they're finally cracking through with a lead into the second half of action, which they hadn't had up until this point in the tournament. So that's something. It's still a long way to victory, but they're taking some good strides.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, good to see that Regain is able to put up this sort of fight here, and after that last map, still be able to lock in for some really good defensive rounds here. And we're seeing another example of everyone having their moments. fl0m at the start of that round finding the 2-piece from CT, committing to that peak. And if you're Marsborn, you start to feel a little bit frustrating. Left outside looking in on a lot of these site takes, and the multi-kills are really doing damage to them in these rounds. Just after a little bit of a breather here, if they can get things back on track. And again, they're going to run it back for a more simplified execution here. You see Chop in this position once before. You wait for the flashbang, you wait for the molly, then you execute here. This time, though, fl0m a step ahead, and he finds the double kill. Now getting chased down by Modem. These flashes are got to be perfect because Modem is running into the site, chasing the other 2 down. 60, the one to finish the job. And site access gained, op picked up for 60, but looking to do more damage.
Wolfie throws the bomb towards the site so it can be planted by Modem. 60 still hanging on to that AWP. A big opportunity for Marsborn to strike in a risky 4-spy round where they brought the Tech 9s in. It could have hamstrung them for the final round of play this half, but if they win this round, it won't matter. Sasha, along with Zukar, trying to go out here. Zukar gets tagged down to 25, so he's in a bit of trouble, and the bomb keeps ticking down. They've obviously got the kit, so there's time here. But do they overlook Sandwich? Modem? No, they don't. Meraki fully clears that. Shot hit by 60, though. Delays them further. Wolfie can stay alive. They should be okay. He's been isolated by the Molotov. Smoked it onto the bomb. 60 misses the shot. It's all down to Wolfie. He hits the first. Goes for the spam to the smoke. And Wolfie clutches out the 1v2. The risky force by pans out, and Marsborn get a 4th.
Yeah, just cold in the clutch right there from Wolfie, making all the right moves, finding that first kill quickly, repositioning into Palace to pick up this gun as well. And just in time,
man.
tracking that diffuser there, making sure it gets closed out. Because as you said, they went all in on an investment right there. And it could have been even more ground gained by Regain in this first half. Instead, Wolfie saves him just before that defuse can get stuck. A 5v3 brought to you by fl0m in the early round.
Yeah, I thought it was over at that point.
Just didn't quite do the trick.
Interesting. I mean, when fl0m strikes like that, we saw in the previous round, it was pretty much Marsborn falling by the wayside afterwards, but they really fought well, and they just committed fully, right? No hesitation. I think that was the key.
They took the space and off the back of the flash. There's that hesitation you were talking about. That's a ridiculous opening play right there from fl0m. And they're running the same strat back. See the same utility ready to go. It's worked for them so far, so thinking why switch it up, and they will trade out fl0m, but there's much more on this A bomb site here, and they bargain for it. Everyone is involved here. The trades need to be instant out of the side of Marsborn. They're running a little bit low on health. The utility still looking strong, though, to keep them at bay. Jumping up the stairs and committing is Zixi. Finds a follow-up on low health there, so a 2v2 helping out his team and trying to make this one possible. Wolfie has abandoned ship, though, and is going to go for another clutch here. Meanwhile, Grizz is going to walk into the crosshairs of Sasha. That's a B player kind of confirmed, but Wolfie's still in a foot race to this B bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even call it a foot race, I guess, because I don't know if they've realized it yet. They don't have a clue. They think he's still hanging around here, ready to go towards the A site, and he gets a free plant. That's going to buy a little bit of time off the clock. I'm not even sure they're convinced that it's at B. Yeah, they're still looking towards A. Is it there? No, it is B. So now they know. A little bit messy getting into window, but this is helping Wolfie a lot because it buys time for himself, and now he's tucked himself into the apartments. Does he have any util? Yes, he has the incendiary. Excuse me, the Molotov as well. Just needs one kill. If he gets the one kill, then he can just wait for the Molotov and toss it onto the site. Oh, the smoke is there, though. Headshot, there's the one kill. Now he has to fight a little bit more forward to prevent Dirk from defusing the bomb, and I don't think Dirk can find it. He can't find the bomb. Finally does, but it's too late. Wolfie hits the headshot, and another clutch for him. A 5th round for Marsborn, and they recover from what looked like a dire circumstance in that first half of action.
Yeah, back-to-back rounds where Wolfie's in a 1v2 right there and just plays it to perfection.
Yeah.
In a very heat of the moment situation there where, I mean, it's tough to do. And again, you can see that when he's the only person on the server, when he's the only one, he has to focus on how good this guy can be.
Yeah.
That's why I like that he's now just focusing in on the opping here primarily, and it really does bolster what he can do in the server there. And back-to-back clutches shows how good this guy can be.
It's unbelievable. And I mean, like you said, I mean, just he only has to focus on himself, doesn't have to think about anything else, and obviously, like, just delivers on such a critical moment for his team twice, like you said, over those last 2 rounds, and what could have been a 9-3, even a 10-2 at one point, in favor of Regain, turns into a 7-5. That is absolutely salvaged by Marsborn.
Yeah, and I like what Marsborn do there because they found a strat that worked and they stuck to it.
Yeah, they just kept going
for 3 or 4 rounds. Palace pop over and over and over again, and again, you're getting rounds off the back of it. Sometimes it requires a clutch or some good Tech 9 kills here or there, but they found a way to break through. Mid wasn't working for them. I think they understood that at some point and then avoided it. No,
it was really well done. I'm really impressed with them overall, that they're able to deal with the adversity that Regain was throwing their way. Now for Regain, you have to get that resolve to ensure that all that momentum that was gained is not going to kind of deter you from getting back into this one and pushing it to a 3rd map.
Yeah, and I mean, the slide swap didn't really work that well for them yesterday, right? It was pretty easily done by M80, closing out that second half. Job finished fast, and that's going to be my big concern is, again, what they can bring to the table on these T sides. Going to be a challenge for them to try and capitalize off of the momentum that they have in that first half, especially with 2 kind of frustrating clutches back-to-back heading into the second half. If you're Marsborn, you're hungry to capitalize on that momentum that you just captured.
And I mean, you're going CT side now, right? And it's no longer worrying about the executes and things like that. Now you can focus on your opping. You can get Wolfie, who's already looking hot with the AK, and the op in some instances on the T side can really freewheel and show off his opping prowess here on CT side. And overall, I feel like Marsborn will absolutely be more comfortable. We've seen, maybe not recently, but like, let's say a year or so ago, Sixy was ridiculous on the defense of this map, and now he's the IGL, so maybe not as much in terms of the firepower, but the calling will be interesting to see what he decides to do in terms of how he deploys his forces.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, this is a team that works so well. We saw it on the CT side of Inferno, but how they capture map control, how they play unrelenting Counter-Strike, and just get in the face of any opposition that they play. They don't really fear or concern themselves with who they're up against, but can focus on playing their game in terms of fighting for mid and fighting for the extremities as well, which is important to do on Mirage. They have that sort of capability. They have the players that can get the job done.
Absolutely. All right, well, we're waiting for the players to get back into the server. I shouldn't say back in the server, back into the action for the second half of
have an update from the A-Stream.
Yes,
That's M80 sweeping up the series.
Really?
So that's going to
kind of confirm the matchup that we'll see next.
What were the map scores that we
wins
had?
This one. It was 13-6 and 13-9 on both Train opening map and then Ancient.
Wow.
13-9,
I
so-
mean, I expected M80 to have some more struggles going into playoffs, or at least like some challenges, but nothing. Like I thought Boss would be a little bit more of an effective opponent for M80, but it doesn't seem to be the case. So perhaps we're destined for that M80 NRG final. I don't know. I
mean,
can't
that's
say
kind of how
yet,
the bracket's shaping up right now, which is, I think, for the best. But, you know, obviously, as you said, I think there's still some opportunities as you head into playoffs. You know, for a team like Boss, still pretty fresh face. So, you know, taking on teams like M80, I think is going to be a big challenge. But I'm definitely with you, right? Those are the two teams we have the highest expectations for.
Yes. It'll be interesting
And they're
to
both
see.
in playoffs.
Yeah, I'm curious to see who their opponent is going to be. You know, obviously we could have Marsborn or
Voka.
Voka. Yeah, sorry. Marsborn or Voka. Rave as well. I think good teams, honestly, overall. Like, good matchups that we can see. Anyway, let's get back into the action here. Marsborn trying to continue their recovery. They get the opening frag. Sixty and Wolfie continue to work it here with the USPs. Dirk, the last one surviving. Modem looking for the 2K. Can't get it. Dirk flicks around. Needs to reload the Glock. He gets it off. Spamming forward. Does even get a second one, but it's not going to be enough. Modem overloads him with USP bullets, and Marsborn do indeed get a 6 and are one step closer from tying this one up.
Just too locked in right there. Not able to escape the grasp. And going to be hunted down, and a lot of you know, quick kills rolling out in very tricky positions. When those Glocks start to close the distance, those, you know, frags become that much more difficult. But Marsborn able to step it up a notch and work through CT side. See the Deagles come through into play. Dark took no damage running through that molly. He doesn't have armor either, which is kind of a surprise, but we'll take some ground in towards Tetris.
It doesn't matter.
And he does find a kill there at the very least, but the rest of the squad is getting taken care of pretty easily. Sasha not too long lasting either, and we are immediately tied up here at 7s.
Wow. What a recovery from Marsborn. I mean, down by a significant margin, and now they've managed to pull it all the way back to 7-7, looking for their first lead on Mirage. And you mentioned yesterday, you know, Regain struggling in the second half against M80. It would be a shame for them if history repeats itself here once more at fl0m Mythical LAN. But that's the reality of being the underdog, right? I mean, we saw we had Regain and Phoenix pegged as the two teams that may have issues performing against these squads, and Phoenix already impressed us by taking a couple of maps, one off of NRG and the other one up against Rave, but unable to secure a series. And right now, Regain threatening at least against Marsborn, but Marsborn have already settled in so well on their defensive end. There is a trade there. Zukar falls, Sasha gets one, and then Sasha a second. I mean, the individual efforts from Sasha, I think on multiple occasions, and Marikiv as well, have been pretty impressive. Fizenko too. I have to highlight those three players.
Yeah, I mean, really cool to see some of these different pieces step up to the plate for Regain. And Sasha again showing how effective he can be a Mirage. Palace positioning right now, such a luxury for Modem. You'd think he would help out at some point in committing another player over towards this B-bomb site, but Wolfie not so inclined. So Chop's got a lot of weight on his shoulders. No help to work off the back of it either, as his closest rotate is all the way in CT spawn on Ticket. Best of luck here to Chop. He's going to get the couple of mollies heading his way. Flashes to boot. Great utility usage coming through. Landing on top of the head here. Chop at least goes 1 for 1. But the rotates, again, going to be a little bit more delayed. And maybe not so encouraged to give this one a go unless. Oh, just not quite. Modem misses that opportunity. Love the playing field, so it is going to be that lead that still eludes Marsborn.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's unfortunate for the way it panned out. I don't know how I feel about the aggressive Palace position, given that it was 3 players left. Maybe you want to fall back and at least have a better chance of retaking that B site or have a player closer to it. But at that stage, it felt like they'd fully committed to leaving Chop to his own device and said, hey, if you can get the frags, great. If not, we're going to just save what we've got. And that's exactly what happened. So it was fortunate for Chop that the player landed on his head, because it gave him an opportunity after being flashed to get something done. He gets one, but that's one and done just because of how many players were pushing down in his direction. All right, well, Regain hang on to the lead for now as they get an 8th for themselves off of that 2K from Sasha.
I do feel like it was something that was missing for Regain on Inferno on some of those T-side rounds, where they would find a weakness in the defense numbers-wise on Inferno, try and capitalize on it, but they didn't have the utility to back it up. Right there, I think the reason Chop goes 1-for-1 is because of that extra flash with the multiple mollies kind of forcing him to dance around these positions. Those weren't necessarily present on Inferno in a lot of different rounds that they were losing. So right there, his job just made so much more difficult by that effective utility. And Sasha's 2-piece is going to be capitalized on here for Regain.
$132. So go ahead.
Very forward mid stance right now, coming through. I mean, as you can see, Chris is pushed up towards the top of mid, waiting for that smoke to fade. Meanwhile, Regain thinking of speeding things up towards A.
It's a lot of information, but one thing I don't necessarily understand is after Grizz gains that space, why would you commit someone aggressively towards mid or 3 players in this position? I mean, you've got the information, they're not here, so you're leaving Modem pretty exposed. He's going to be hiding behind the smoke. Maybe he can do it finally. Oh, that's good. That's good fortune for Modem. Does a lot of damage on Sasha. Almost gets him, but because Sasha survives, he delivers another kill onto 60. Grizz pushes the smoke. Absolute chaos here on the A site. Markiv and Dark, the last two standing up against Healthy, Chop, and Wolf at 100 HP apiece. Chop gonna get one, and Wolfie the last. That was insane in terms of the way that played out towards the A site. Just players pushing smokes, going out, not thinking about anything except finding frags, and in the end, it's Marsborn who come out and take it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you see a big difference in the Palace plot there, where Modem is able to get his kill. Probably should have had 2 at some point there, but Sasha, the one that fights it back with that trade and then the smoke spam to follow it up. So he really did a good job of punishing. It's just because of that 3-man committal towards mid, you have a whole host of players ready to rotate in and spam smokes to try and make the jump through smoke that they did as well. And that creates all the difference there. As you said, you're sticking around towards middle even though you didn't spot him. If there is some sort of late play later down the line, you can still surprise them. And also, you have those quick rotates towards towards the A side.
Flash toss forward. Sasha gets tagged down a little bit to 72 HP. And you see again that I think Marsborn wanted to go aggressively, but a lot of these smokes were tossed forward, utility as well, and that is not the greatest nade toss from Zukar. He wants that one back, gives away his position and doesn't do any damage. Now he's going to get naded down to 83. They're pressing on him. Maybe that's what they want to an extent, because they got the players towards top mid. It goes back and forth here. Another messy round. There's the nade, not really doing much damage again. 3v3. Grizz is down to 6 HP. And they've lost the mid-control here. Grizz is cycling. Oh my goodness, Grizz almost dead. The bullet's going through the smoke as he's dropping down. He's kind of stuck, though. I don't think he has anywhere to go. He has to fall back.
Modem taking down really low here. Still helped out by Wolf. He needs to find a multi, and he does just that. Very cute. Known his location here. HE. They're trying to pluck some shit damage. Not going to finish off Grizz. Instead, it's got to be the bullets that do the trick here.
6
Low
HP.
HP. Could just simply wallbang him, but right now the bomb is down towards the top of mid, and Grizz is locked into this corner right now. He's got to win this head-to-head. He's going to be seen first, but still, Grizz survives and fights through the adversity here. 6 HP, and Marsborn are going to claim a lead late into the second half.
I can't believe it. Wow.
That timing on the swing.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, Markiv had all the advantages there with Grizz only at 6 HP, and Markiv, he was the first one to shoot. Just his shot went way wide because of his movement. And then, I mean, Grizz does not miss the opportunity. Absolutely crushes him. And there's the lead. There is the first lead for Marsborn on the map, 9-8 in round, heading into round number 18. And looking at the economy of Regain, this is a momentum swing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. CT side taking over. His T side has had one moment there where Sasha did some good work, but
jeez.
If you want to take some ground here, you're going to be met by that sort of utility. Not going to do you any favors. There is further confirming some suspicions of this B bomb site. Doing a good job of drawing attention, letting Chop post up here. In the meantime, Wolfie just going to take an easy pick towards middle. Smoke fading away, a little bit awkward there for 60% towards a pass, but he'll be able to set his focus in towards the top of middle. Missed shots out of the AWP, mean he gets traded. Got to be careful to not overextend. The HE saving them from any further concerns there, and that
Yeah.
should be recovered, but some nice shots offered up out of the Deagles again from Regain.
Yeah, I don't mind 60's position at all with the MP9 being forward up there, and he does damage, but afterwards, as they start pushing forward, once you lose the next player, like, oh no, this is getting problematic. Thankfully for them, the nade sails through, gets one, and afterwards just a little bit of chaos as they're trying to slip through that smoke. Anyway, 10-8 for Marsborn. That one was a bit of a gimme. Now Regain have got the guns out again. And it will be perhaps one of their last chances to ensure that they can stay in this one, because if they lose here, it'll probably be an eco after this, unless they get a bomb plant, but even then.
This has been so deadly here from this catwalk position. Trying to press forward. So much damage consistently being done out of the gates for some of these individuals does not do Regain any favors. Do have Grizz kind of walked in towards this ladder in position, so that could be interesting long term. They have the proper utility to flush him out of ladder. It's just about if they can get that down in time. Right now a standstill. 2 players in underpass. They got the buddy system going on here towards top of mid and underpass. Expecting some aggression to come through. Grizz drops down, but he can't find the spray this time around. He was able to recover it last time, but now the hop collapses through as well. Low HP. 2 still, and fl0m expects the top ropes play. Nade will put him down even lower, down to 7 health. So now, not necessarily the perfect gun for the job, and he can't hear the jump in time. So Wolfie caught with his eyes to the crosshair, will not be able to flick up and Regain, take a round back.
These rounds are so scrappy, like so back and forth. There's really no control, I would say, gained from either side. It's just like, who can go out and win in this brawl and gain the edge?
In middle.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the first time we've seen brawls like that. I mean, towards the A site even, we've had those types of situations. B sometimes, everywhere. So, I don't know. Marsborn just want to get aggressive seemingly round after round and take the fights towards Regain, and this is going to be no exception. 2 players posted up. Monum already gets the first one towards ramp. Dirk trades him out. This is risky to peek into for 60. Throws the smoke down. That'll help him a lot if Dirk continues pushing up, but he won't. And look at fl0m. He loves this position of the map, and he gets a 3K walking onto A. Regain have suddenly reawoken and hit a 10th round here, because there's no way Wolfie is going to go for the fight. He needs his gun out, and he's dead. No save guns. Economy in the dumps now, and all of a sudden we got a brand new game.
He's getting a little bit worrisome here for Marsborn. Go in for the full investment. They find a couple of kills off those MP9s as well. And that's a huge strong suit for them, is winning those sort of rounds. But then fl0m, it is his just prime position right there. That is exactly where he thrives. He knows how to play it on both sides of the half. And
Close balcony.
managed to find a 3K because of it.
It's ridiculous. I mean, I think he's found maybe 80% of his kills from that position.
The heat map is really red.
Yes,
there.
I'd love to see his heat map for kills, because I'm sure it's going to look just completely red right on balcony. Anyway, look, Marsborn are in trouble. They're in trouble now, because like going for that aggression round after round and going for those brawly types of duels is honestly not going to be bad for Regain, because mechanically they're not a bad team. It's just that I feel like from a strategic perspective and utility, they're a little bit lower than some of the rest of the squads that we have here, and you've seen more mistakes come through from them than any of the other teams, I feel, in terms of missed Molotovs, missed smokes, missed nades, stuff like that. But if you're just going to brawl with them, I feel like you're giving them a better chance at success.
Yeah, trying to meet them where they're at, but you know, Regain, they've got the protocols and they've got the positioning here and the firepower to counteract what Marsborn are throwing at them this time around, which just was not present on their T side of Inferno. You know, again, much different maps, much different styles and how you can play out, but you know, Marsborn are trying to keep a similar, you know, focus in on coordinating their aggression with numbers, and Regain will happily meet them where they're at on this map with a little bit more comfort. And again, that's kind of why I was confused to see Inferno picked out by them, but getting a lot more confident on this Mirage and actually having a T side to back up the defense that they put together.
Look, we've seen some crazy eco rounds so far at fl0m Mythical LAN. Maybe we got another one here. Okay, Grizz gets a frag, but there's 2 in response, and I think the B site's way too exposed at this stage. There is a player on the side. They might overlook him. Monim is overlooked. Then he's got a crossfire set up. Dirk takes care of things. He picks up the AK. Monim is going to do this well. He helps out Wolfie. Hits the headshot. Goes through an incendiary. Throws the Molotov forward. Dirk burning down in it. Wolfie knows where he is. Dirk going to try and swing around through Marketplace. Does Wolfie catch him? No. The timing does not favor him, but he knows that, or at least has to have an inkling that Dirk has faded off into the distance. And yes, he has, but this is going to be a very interesting finish to the round.
He's got a molly. And if he can throw it in the right location here, that's going to help him out big time. Reposition coming through from Dirk to move through.
No kit, though.
Hey, Maine, playing this one very passive. You're exactly right. No kit means a 10-second defuse. No smoke means he's going to be exposed for those 10 seconds. So he's got to figure out where this player is fast. And he's checking towards CT. There's the molly. That's the right location for it, but he's got to get on that bomb now.
Stick it now. You got to stick it now. You got to stick it, Wolf. You got 10 seconds. You got to stick that bomb. What are you doing? Oh, my goodness. Oh, he might still have... No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, would he have died anyway? Probably. But it would have been better to try and take a shot at it. I guess he saves the off and keeps it forward into this next round, so that's not too shabby. But it will be an 11-10 lead for Regain.
Yeah, and if you're Dirk, you probably kind of understand the situation that Wolfie's in.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't have a kit. You know, do you want to risk that? That's up to you. But, you know, the safer play is to try and wait that timer down as long as possible. Then when you hear that 10 seconds, go for the peak. Try and get him off of it. If he's sticking it. And overall, Wolfie walks away with an op and a lot of damage on a USP round.
It's not bad, yeah.
And if they can win this one, capitalize, then they can be in a position to try and overtake it. But it puts all the pressure on this round right here.
You're not wrong. USP round looking quite successful. And, well, that's not great. Wolfie completely blinded by Dirk's flashbang. Zukar, what a ripper of a shot. 5v4 A site lost already. I mean, it's been just an all-out brawl. There's been no hesitation from either side. Just going for the fights. Nice spam from 60. Does it deny the plant? It did deny the plant. Nate goes out here into jungle. Meraki gaining one, but 60 is going to connect on one, and so does Grizz. They're flying around back to back, and MOTM finishes the job. Win the 1v1, 11-11. We're just getting round after round of the scrappiest CS we've seen so far.
Every round is an absolute bloodbath, but again, you know, I highlighted there, Marsborn winning it. All importantly, that smoke spam kill, dropping the bomb, not allowing for Regain to stabilize as the smokes fade away. It's one more thing that Marsborn have in their bag, and that's decisive moves there.
Yeah.
When things are so chaotic, they do not hesitate. They trust each other, and you can see everyone flying through before the bomb even gets planted. Such a small window to capitalize right there, but Marsborn hit that perfectly, and now a chance to overtake it with a force with Mac 10 to try and lead the charge.
I like this angle for Wolfie. I think he gets one here. There it is. Yeah, Zukar not expecting him to be holding that. Oh, flashed out, in a bit of trouble now. He realized zipping it off in the right way. He hits the leg shot though. That is not enough for the kill, and that means we're down to a 4v4. Grizz looking to finish the job that Wolfie started, at least on Fl0m. That incendiary will help a lot. Yeah, Fl0m has to avoid it, and it does a little bit of damage to Marakiv. But now the bomb is ticking away, and they're going to have to make a move. Regain's not going to give them anything for free here as the utility starts to sail, and they make their move. 60, again integral on this retake, and everyone's dropping for Regain. They're all wiped off the board in one fell swoop, and it's going to be a defusal, 10 seconds, but it doesn't matter. They have so much time, and 12-11 for Marsborn in a map that was led by Regain at one point by a score of 7-1. Now it is 12-11.
I mean, incredibly patient retake right there. Waiting for that flank was so crucial, and them actually winning that round. Trying to make it through market without that flanking presence, without an extra thing that Regain have to worry about. It is a different story right there. But they trust that everyone can do their job in that retake and able to seal the deal. Take 12, despite the scary nature. Regain had the sight. Now they have to go for another force buy of the Mac 10s, of the Tech 9s, and a single Galil. Less utility, and they're keeping things simple again. It's an off-spawn call towards this A side to try and see if they live or die.
Here they go again. They're not going to change their strategy. Just going right on in. Chop and firebox. Oh my goodness, he can do so much damage. They've overlooked him completely. Grizz going to get one. Another. MOTM doing the damage as well. And Chop swings around to support. He only gets one in the end. But it will be Marsborn advancing forward. And they have eliminated Regain from the fl0m Mythical LAN 2026.
Yeah, exciting to see a chance for this team to hang around there and avoid taking it to that third map right there. I mean, when the pressure was on, they're able to close it out. You could see the relief in the faces here of Marsborn. I think we saw Modem get up and start saying thank you as they close it out.
I mean,
it's just the relief of making sure that they seal this up in two, because again, playing up against a single map that will determine whether you live or die here is such a scary feat, and Marsborn avoid that reality.
Yeah, they didn't want to go to a third map. I mean, they felt like they could close out.
And it was train, and a knife round on train we've talked about.
Yes.
It can change the tides.
Yeah, and I don't think they've played convincingly enough to, even if they did get a CT side start, I don't know if it would have been as beneficial as they want. But Wolfie does play really well on train. Like, he's super good. So I think they would have still had a lot of confidence on the map, but at the same time, they're breathing a sigh of relief. I agree with you.
Yeah, just something you would love to avoid, and they managed to do it at the final moments there, getting stalled out, having that X factor, having that clutch factor, winning in the scrappy nature that they did, shows that they can do it all. I mean, again, you know, Regain's a roster that I think showed a lot more success in that second map. I'm glad to see that they didn't go out with a whimper here in map 2 and actually do some damage, because that was the same thing we were talking about with Phoenix. They impressed us a lot more heading into this event. While we see some of the underdogs go down early in this event, you know, not without their fight.
Yeah, but I think in that one, it was just bashing their heads against each other at the end. Like, just, okay, let's go and fight, puggy Counter-Strike and see what happens. And in the end, it does go the way of Marsborn, thanks to that smoke spam, I think, from Sixy that we saw. That was one of the most critical rounds for them.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that just determines that kill, dropping the bomb, everyone getting involved on the retake and converging. When your opponent is playing scrappy, sometimes you got to meet them at that level and take some risks. We saw them willing to do that at Inferno, and it looked a lot better on their CT side when they were winning rounds convincingly. But they do it here as well on a Mirage when the pressure is actually amplified, and able to capture that one moment right there that kind of, you know, determined the whole map. Yeah,
well, Marsborn, they've got another match coming up later today, but that does wrap up our coverage here on the B stream for the event, guys. It's been a pleasure being with you. Of course, that is not the end of fl0m Mythical LAN. A stream will still be going on. You can go on YouTube, on fl0m's YouTube channel, and check that out, or on his Twitch. Those are the two places to go. But we on the B stream, Cole and myself, are signing off, but we hope you guys enjoy the rest of the show.
Been thinking about you, how your voice shakes when you're lying, make everything about you, and I just be a smiling, but I'd still be here when we're in hard times, baby, just join in the fun, running around, I lose my mind, the summer's only begun. I still